20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com.
Good morning and welcome to this brand new Code Conference 2022. My name is Mahesh Chan. I'm founder of C# Corner, your co-host today for this Code Quality Conference. Everybody joining us from different places, please let us know where you're joining us from. I'm here in the East Coast in the US. As you can see, it's a little early for me here. Thank you for joining us. Looks like Jody, where are you joining us from? Just let us know where you're joining us. It's always good to know where people are joining us from. Yeah, so it's a little early on East Coast. I'm not used to getting too early. I work late, but regardless, we are here. So code quality, right? Code quality, and I know not too many software developers talk about it, and you will go to these conferences, tech conferences, nobody really pays attention to code quality. Sure, we talk about different topics, different new products, new features. We talk about, anything new coming out, but nobody talks about code quality. So David, who's my co-host today, he actually is expert in code quality and he has a show, Code Quality. That's all he talks about. Sayed, welcome to the show. Welcome to the show today. We are here in this Code Quality Conference. So before we, get our first speaker, talk about code quality, I want to all software developers who are watching them, think about that. What is code quality and why we should focus on code quality? Code today is, if you think about code, right, it's not just a software. It's just not an application running on a computer. Today's code is running the world. Today's code is running the world. So think about that. You and me, we are talking, you're watching me, you're text messaging, you're sending posting these comments here. This is all code. We are running the car. You go in your car starts, it starts GPS, that's code. You go in the house, your thermostat automatically set to 70 degrees or whatever. It knows you are in the home, that's code. Code runs our world. Code runs our lives. So that's why code quality is so important. If you look at all the frauds, all the hacks, data is being hacked, millions of these guys stealing data, banks, all the time this is happening. It's all because of bad code. Most of the time it's a majority. I think I read the stats. 85% of the hack happens from the code, the bad code. So that's what we're talking about here. So whenever, as a software, if you're writing a code, building your new software, building your web page, building your UI, whatever application you're building, you want to make sure that you are paying attention to the quality of the code. Does that make sense? Hopefully that makes sense. Today we got a great agenda. Maybe Simon, you can share the screen here. We have awesome speakers lined up. So first, we're going to talk about this, the website, codequalityconf.com, and look at the agenda. Here you are right now in welcome note. After that, we have Joe coming up. Joe has 2 sessions. One is on application architecture. So architecture, I'll talk in a minute before we, and then after that, he's talking about debugging Visual Studio, debugging tips in Visual Studio. So then we have other few speakers too, and then I have a session on building better software. So when we are talking about building better software, that's where I will talk more about code quality, also software architecture, also design, everything. So I have been building software for 25 years, and mostly software I've been building for enterprises, large enterprises, but I have been also building scalable solutions like C Sharp Corner, for example, which has millions of users. So when you are building all these applications, you need to think more than just, oh, let me get my functionality done and it's working, it works and it's live, right? That's more than that. It's like when you think of a building software, think of like building a home, right? So when home you build a home, you hire an architect, or usually whoever builds the home, there's first thing is you hire an architect. Architect puts down a blueprint. Blueprint has everything about the house, like what the size of the house, how many rooms, how many doors, is there a basement, what are the if there's a fire in the house, if there's a rain storm, what happens wind coming at 70 miles an hour, is your house is going to stay standing? What happens if it's raining? How long the house's roof will last? Is 25 years? So when you're thinking of building software, it's the same way you got to think about it. It's not just building an app and launching and it works. You have to think like, is what happens if my software is going to run for 20, if not 25 years, at least to run for 5 to 10 years. Any software you're building and architecting, you gotta make sure it's good for next 5 years. Usually it's the 7 to 10 years is a good number, but it has to run 7 years, right? So same thing with the software. It's not just let me get this JavaScript, let me get web page ASP.NET, start building. Oh, look, UI works. What happens if somebody can hack into your, inject some code in each SQL, inject something, and that's where hacks happen, because we are, as a software developers, do not pay attention to the code quality. And that's what we are talking today. And I'm not going to take too much time in this, but I will continue to talk this during this first few sessions. I'm going to be your co-host, but I'll continue talking, bring these different tips and ideas. And when you're thinking of building these software, especially architects, how they need to make sure that your software is like a rock solid product, similar to a house, where no matter how many rains, storms, and scalability and all that happens, your house will still be standing, protecting your family, right? That's how you need to think when building a house. So who is responsible for code quality? The first person who is responsible for code quality in a company or on a project is software architect. So with that said, that's our next session, is talk about the software architecture. But before that, let's just share what the plan today. Let's look at the quickly agenda. Simon, you want to share the screens quickly? It should take us a minute. David's screens, if you have, Simon. All right, so no worries. All right. So looks like yeah, so what we're going to do is, David is my co-host. He's going to join us probably in the second half of this show, or maybe after a couple of sessions. Then we will talk more about this code quality. We are also, for this conference, I think we have a panel in the end as well. Before closing, there's a panel. And hopefully you'll stay with us today, as all day. If not all day, just come back and forth. Please do share this conference on your social media. Let your friends know, because again, code quality is something, as a software developers, we all need to pay attention to. All right, with that said, let me bring this first speaker of this conference, who's going to talk about the software architecture and why it's important. And it's basically when you think about patterns. Joe?
Hello.
Hey, good morning, Joe.
Good morning. How you doing, Mahesh?
All good. All good. A little early, but looks like you're still in the office. You're already in the office.
Yeah, I'm already in the office. I was on the East Coast. As you know, I live in Phoenix, but I was visiting my team in Detroit this week. So
yeah,
I've been up for a while, and I get the pre-conference jitters, so I wake up super early. Anyway, even though I've done the talk a billion times, I still tend to get up early and get prepared, make sure everything's ready.
Yeah.
It's not only that should code be quality, but the presentations should be quality presentations too.
Yeah, I mean, that's challenging, and I believe you have 2 sessions today, back to back.
Yeah, back to back. I guess it's going to be fun because I'll go from one talking about from the architecture standpoint, and then moving right after that into like how can you find those quality issues in your code once
Yes.
PowerPoint's ready.
So yeah, one thing is really important is in everybody watching is that there are so many tools out there. There are so many tools that can help us identify the code quality and performance, and some developers use them really good, some don't. So if you want to make sure that that's more about accountability, Joe. A lot of developers, they just don't invest enough time in thinking about when building software. They just want to get their job done, right? But end of the day, we want to make sure that we are following all the standards. So with that said, Joe, I'm gonna give you all this stage. If you need a break in between, let us know. It's too early. So after your first session, you want a break, just let us know, and I'll come back and I'll be here. But again, I'm going to take a break myself.
I have my tea and my trusty C-sharp corner.
There you go. There you go. There you
Full of
go.
water, so I should be good to go for the next.
Yeah. All right, sounds good. All right, Joe. Thank you.
Cool. I can't see the share anymore, so just let me know, Simon or Mahesh, if you can see the PowerPoint with the application patterns and practices. Yes, no.
Joe, you're not sharing the screen.
Okay, let me end it again. It keeps. 1 second. Let's try one more time. Share screen. Yes, share screen. Let's try the screen. Can you see anything yet?
Not yet, Joe.
Huh. What happened?
Are you sharing your full screen or application or window?
Trying to share the full screen.
That should do.
One more time. Is it there now?
I don't see on my end.
Oh, come on. What's the matter with you? Let's try sharing that, just the PowerPoint, and see if that helps. Anything?
No luck.
Oh, hold on a second. I see what's up. It's missing a permission.
Oh.
So what happens when you get a new laptop? There's always one thing you miss in the setup. Okay, let's try now. Okay. Oh, I need to restart, so I need to log out and come back in.
No problem at all. We'll play some nice background music, and until then you can come and join back.
Okay, be right back.
We don't need no unit testing. We don't need no source control. It's all sarcasm in the team room. Refactoring some.
Guess you can't see that either.
No.
Doing everything it tells me to do.
Can you upload it?
Yeah, maybe Joe, you can go ahead and upload your screen slides.
Okay. Upload it to where?
Share.
Yeah.
Oh, I could do the slides. Yeah, that worked. We still got to figure it out for the next one.
If you need it.
Okay, the mic, they're uploaded.
Yeah, we've added to
There you
this
go.
screen. You can use your arrow keys to go back and forth.
Okay, cool. Sorry about that. I don't know why the sharing's not working. Okay, so be quick. My name is Joe Guadagno. I am what we call a Senior Director of Technology. I lead 5 teams of software developers here. A little bit about me. You can reach out to me in many of these ways. Jay Guadagno on Twitter, Joseph Guadagno Net on Facebook, Joseph Guadagno LinkedIn, my website, jjg.me/aboutjjg. And I used to stream. I don't stream much anymore, but you can at least go there and see some of the recordings. Enough about me. We're here to talk about patterns and practices with software architecture. The key to this talk, or the key to this, is really understanding that patterns exist all around us. Like Mahesh was mentioning, when you're architecting a building, there's certain patterns that are followed. The blueprints are done. Once the blueprint is there, there's generally a layout of the floor, layout of the walls, and then inside the walls, the electrical, plumbing, etc., ventilation, and so on. These are patterns that exist in everything. When you build a car generally has 4 wheels or 2 wheels if it's a motorcycle, generally has windows, generally has a door, an engine, etc. You'll see these patterns in software development a lot. I'm going to talk through some of them. Remember, patterns are there for one reason, so that you don't reinvent the wheel. And that's what this talk is going to be about. I'm going to walk through and show you some patterns and practices that I've seen over the years and that are pretty common. There's lots of books written on it. The most common one is known as the Gang of Four. 4 software architects put together a list of the common patterns. You'll hear those scattered throughout. Now, as I talk about these patterns, these are things I've seen over time. No one is better than the other. They all have use cases where they shine, and some of them don't shine. So I'll talk to some of the pros and cons of each of them. And ultimately, it's up to you to decide what makes sense for your application. So let's talk about the first one, which is probably the most common that we've seen over time. And that's the layered multi-tier, or commonly referred to back in the late 90s, early 2000s as the 3-tiered application. 3-tiered application is basically separating out the responsibilities of the application into these 3 tiers. It could be more depending on how you architect the app, but the 3 tiers is the most common. You have your presentation tier, which could be your mobile application, your web application. Really depends on how you do it, but basically the presentation, this is what the user sees. And then there's the logic tier or service tier or manager tier, depending on the organization you're part of. And this is the intelligence on what to do. For a lot of these samples, I'm going to be talking about a fictitiously large company called Amazon that does a lot of online orders. In this particular example, the logic tier, this is where you'd host things like how to place an order, how to ship an order, how to check the accounts, all that stuff, all that business intelligence. And then you have the data tier, and this is where you store it. Your database backend that stores each of your clients or customers, all your orders, all your products. Now, the reason why you're doing this separation is so that one layer doesn't necessarily care about it. So if you're the web developer and you're building, let's say, Amazon.com, and you're looking for a list of products, you shouldn't have to care if the products are stored in a SQL database or an Oracle database or an AS400 or a floppy disk on someone's desk. Hopefully it's not a floppy disk on someone's desk, but either case, you shouldn't care. And that's where the logic in the data tier comes in. The logic says, hey, I want a list of products that Joe is going to be interested in. Logic layer says, okay, I know how to do that. It goes down to the database tier and says, hey, give me a list of all these things. And then it propagates upwards, in relationship to this diagram. Some of the advantages of this approach: you have a common thing that architects look to do, separation of concerns. Again, the presentation layer doesn't care about where the data is stored. You minimize the dependencies. I don't need to install a SQL client in my presentation tier. I don't need to care about how it's handled. Usually development is simpler because you can hire a UI person for presentation here. It doesn't necessarily need to know about database, a backend person for the logic tier. So he or she doesn't need to know about the UI. And it's reusable. This logic tier and database tier can be used over and over again, and the mobile tier can just be written and customized for that one individual person. Some additions or some disadvantages to this: the data model tends to move downward, meaning that the presentation tier kind of dictates how the data is stored. If you're not doing this right, you end up just repeating the same stuff all the way throughout. Generally, more code is needed. And in a situation like Amazon.com, that makes sense because you want to have that separation and you have the different teams. But in a smaller app, it might not make sense for you to break out your app this way. But one of the things to keep in mind, your app might be small now, but as Mahesh was mentioning earlier, you want to plan for 5 to 7 years. Let's say you build a small app just to keep track of, the podcasts you want, because you were home by yourself for 2 years thanks to COVID, and you built a list to kind of cycle through all the podcasts. Oh, your friend heard about it, your friend's friend heard about it, your friend's friend heard about it. Now you have 1,000 users or 2,000 users. So you want to build for the future, but not over-architect things. So let's move on to the next layer, which is a common one, especially in the ASP world, the model view star. And the reason why there's a star here is there's slight variations of this. There's the model view controller, or MVC. That's a pattern that became popular in the .NET world in the late 2000s. It's been popular in the Ruby world and pretty much every other software development language world for a while. There's some variations like the model view presenter, or MVP, or model view model, which is MVVM in the old Silverlight days and WPF days. But essentially, with this model, or with this pattern, you have the model that starts off in the upper part of this diagram. That model gets displayed to the view on the left-hand side or right side, depending on how the screen repeats. That view is responsible for showing the data, basically shows the model. That view is then presented to the user. The user interacts with that model and that view, and then does something that goes to the controller. So in the case of the orders, let's just say we're displaying a list of orders. The user goes to Amazon.com. They want to see a list of products. The controller says, here's a list of the products. It gives a list of models. The view says, okay, I'm going to display these. User gets a list, and now I can go and add it to the cart. I click add to cart. It goes to the controller, says, oh, this person wants to add it to the cart. I go and add it to the cart. I show a new cart or a new model with the cart information, which then goes to the view, and it's just this constant circle of back and forth and back and forth. This has some advantages to it also, like, again, separation of concerns. You have your view. As long as there's a model designed, you can have your UI handled by one set of people. Another set of people can handle the controller part of it, and then you have the user in between. With this model, the presentation layer tends to be more usable because you can build components for displaying a card or displaying a person or displaying a product that can be used in multiple parts of the application. And this allows for those specialized roles. Like you can have just someone that's good in the UI that doesn't really need any or a lot of programming experience, and someone that's good in the back end. This pattern doesn't work if you have full stack developers, you know, the person that knows how to do front end, back end, and everything, because they tend to kind of blur everything together. Next pattern we're going to talk about is slightly more complicated, and that's the event driven, commonly referred to as event sourcing or the publish subscribe model. So if we go back and look at that fictional company called Amazon.com, when you go in, place an order, there's a couple of things that happen. You have to charge the person's account, make sure that they can pay for it. You check the inventory to make sure it's there. Then you have to remove the inventory. Then you have to ship the package and update the order. Well, these things kind of sort of happen in parallel in some cases. In some cases, they're asynchronous. Fire off one, it does one thing while something else is happening. Well, this is typically done through events. So if we look back at the previous example, person clicked, I want to order something. The website or the controller in this particular case says, hey, there is an order placed. So now the application has to go and fire this order place, and it says, okay, when an order is placed, I know I need to go and do this account charge. I know I need to go the inventory check. I need to deduct the inventory. Once all that's done, something else says, okay, this order is ready, and it fires off an event saying, hey, order is ready, come look at it. And then there's something else that says, okay, I know what to do when there's an order ready. I'm going to ship the package, and then I'm going to update the order record. So this is, if you've been in the software development field for a while, especially in the Microsoft field, this is very akin to Windows Forms development. If you've been building, the old Battleship Gray Windows Form app, you drop the button on there, you double click the button. That's an event. When someone clicks on that button, the button 1_click event, that triggers an event. Windows itself is based on events. It looks for mouse moves, it looks for clicks, it looks for double clicks, it looks for key presses. It's a very common pattern, especially if your system is constantly changing and evolving. Let's say in my order place, I wanted to provide a discount for this person. Instead of updating the website, I can have something in the order place to say, hey, check this person's account to see if they've ordered $1,000 worth of products. If they did, we're going to give them 10% off. So instead of updating the website with everything, you can update the order placed handler to be able to do that. There's lots of tools and frameworks that handle this for you. One of the most common ones now is Kafka. There's Akka, AKKA. There's Azure Event Grid. There's a lot of different event publish / subscribe methods that allow you to do that. For Azure, you have Azure Messaging, Azure Service Bus, Azure Event Hubs. There's message queues, message topics. In the AWS world, there's SNS, the Simple Notification Service, Simple Queue Service, and Event Bridge. This one, it's commonly used for larger systems because you kind of fire it off and you let something else handle it. By the way, if there's any questions at any point, feel free to post them in the chat. As I go between slides, I'll try to answer them. The next pattern, which is CQRS, kind of delves into that a little bit more. It is stands for Command Query Responsibility and Segregation. It's a very long name, which is why you hear it as CQRS a lot. This builds upon the event-driven. So in this case, you basically have two sides. If you're looking at the graph, everything on the left side where it has command bus, command handler, the purple, blue, and event store, that's the command part. That's where the work happens. Like when you're ordering a product or shipping a product, that's handled there. The other side is the query responsibility section, and that's where, hey, I want to see my list of products. I want to see my list of orders. So in this scenario, you have something called commands. So similar to the MVC pattern, where you say, hey, this person wants to order, or this person wants to view the products. Those are considered commands. A person, or not necessarily a person, but a system will say, hey, I need to place an order. There's a command handler in there that says, oh, I know how to handle orders. Let me go and take care of that for you. And then it goes and, in the purple section, figures out domain models, goes to repository, potentially saves off to the database, and then throws stuff in this event bus, which kind of keeps, allows for the querying to happen. So the event bus will store things like, hey, this order was there, and that allows you later on when you're going through, let's say, Amazon.com and checking on your orders to query that. It goes through a separate system that has just the data part. So you don't have to worry about mixing your business part, which is on this side, and your data part, which is on that side. Some of the advantages of this pattern is that it handles complex systems very easily because you're just putting new command handlers. Once you get the infrastructure set, you don't have to worry about it. You just add more command handlers to it, and then everything else kind of takes care of itself. It could help with performance because you're separating your queries and you're separating your queries from your real-time orders or real-time user interaction, which could help speed up databases and so on. Security could be easier also because, again, you're separating those concerns out. Some of the disadvantages is it's kind of overkill for your basic CRUD app. So if you're just building like a contact example, first name, last name, etc., might be a bit overkill for that. One of the other challenges with this one is your data can become stale at some point because there's so many steps involved. When you're putting in an order, it might not necessarily be available on the other side to query right away. Same thing with like if you're using Twitter or Facebook, when you go and like a post or heart a tweet, it doesn't update right away. You may see it on your machine in real time, but it has to go back and go over into the event bus and then back up to the query system to be able to be there. Data is also a challenge, or data synchronization between the two different quote unquote sides, but you can handle that, or there's lots of patterns to handle that. A common pattern or a common tool to help with this in the .NET world is end service. Allows you to implement this pattern. Then there's a pattern that builds upon both of these, which is called the CQRS plus event sourcing pattern. Now, if you look at this one, it's very same, with the exception of I flipped the diagram for it. Instead of everything being on the top, it's now reversed. This pattern is very similar. The only difference is the top middle, where you see an event bus and lots of command handlers. So this allows everything to come through one centralized area, and then depending on whether or not you're querying or commanding, or wanting to do extra stuff, or non-query stuff, that gets handled by this cloud thing that kind of figures out where. And then there's an event bus in the middle that kind of does all the traffic navigation between the different places to store data. This is a rather complex system, so you don't see it too often in the wild, but sometimes the event-driven and CQRS systems get combined. Next one up is the plugin model. So this you see in a lot of desktop applications. The plugin model basically allows you to build an ecosystem in your application that can inject or ingest other functionalities. So a common way to look at it is if you're using Visual Studio. Everything in Visual Studio is a plugin. Visual Studio itself is just an empty shell, but then you add in ASP.NET, and that adds in certain editors and certain build tasks. If you add in products like JetBrains ReSharper, that gets added into the event. If you're using Microsoft Office or Microsoft Excel, those have plugin models to allow you to generate word art or query a database. Those are all plugins. So the plugin or microkernel allows you to do just that. If you look at the screenshot, you have your application in the middle, and I apologize for the scaling on my screen. Application and component is one word. The application in our example for Amazon has different plugin components. So it knows that there's something that handles shipping, something that handles orders, something that handles inventory, and something that handles account. This is generally used for applications where you want flexibility or you don't understand the entire model or the entire user base that's going to be using the application. I've used this pattern in the past to build out things like a task scheduler saying, hey, I'm going to run a job. I'm going to build this scheduler that just looks for jobs to run. And then you can build these jobs as plugins to say, okay, at 1 o'clock, I want you to execute that. Windows Task Scheduler has something like that. Or I want to run this TPS report at 4:55 p.m. every Friday. You can have, if you have a plugin architecture, you can just add that job as an item. It's not that useful in like the scenarios where we've been thinking about the Amazon.com, but it makes sense when you're doing it for long-running jobs or something that is relatively repeatable. Workflows are a good example of this. You want to add in additional steps for a workflow or additional pieces to a workflow. Having a plugin architecture is a good way of doing that. Next one up is the buzzwords of is, actually before that, I'll address Mahesh's comments. Joe, CQRS events, how difficult is it to implement without a cloud service like Azure? Very, very difficult. In most cases for that, you need something like Azure or AWS or Google Cloud, only because they have the infrastructure in place for things like the event grid, event buses, and the ability. You don't want that, or I mean, you can, but that's a lot harder to do in your own infrastructure because of the resiliency that's needed, as well as the just the cost of having the number of services available, the uptime, the guaranteed delivery, all that stuff. It's very challenging to have on your own. Highly not recommended to do it by yourself, but use other services. Thanks for the question, Mahesh. Let's go back to the service-oriented slide. Simon, please. Thank you. Service-oriented or SOA or microservices, the bane of many architects' existence for 5 or 10 years in the early 2000s. This was everything. We have to take our monoliths and break it down into a zillion different web services, and that's what the common pattern was. That's what the common implementation was. Take a big app and break it down, but that's not really the pattern for SOA or service-oriented architecture. The idea is to get away from this one big app of owning everything. So you can think, my hand. My hand does one function, but individually there are lots of pieces. There's fingers to it. There's the palm. There's, the muscles in there. Separate all those out into their own specialties. So if we go with our Amazon.com example, you have this main page, Amazon.com. Then there is a series of services behind it. There's the account service, there's the inventory service, there's the shipping service, there's the order service. So Amazon.com doesn't have all that logic inside of that page. If you use source on it, you're not going to see how they go and handle accounts, how they go and handle inventories, how they go and handle shipping. You might see some URLs where they go back out to the account service to say, hey, who's this person? It goes out to the inventory service to check on this product. And then behind the scenes, when you're ordering, it's going to go and do the shipping and the order. So the idea is to take your applications and start separating out your concerns. And you're not just doing it to separate it out. You're doing it for 2 reasons, or maybe 3. One is reusability. Your account service, inventory service, shipping service can be reused over in different places. Maybe you're going to white box your Amazon.com and you're going to provide the shipping service to everyone, because everyone knows Amazon's really good at shipping, or at least in the US they are. Maybe Amazon wants to make that a service so you can use Amazon shipping services as opposed to UPS or FedEx. Or you want them to be able to track your inventory. As you start breaking those things down in services, you have that flexibility. Some of the advantages, you can break down, not only you're breaking down your code, but you're breaking down your development into more, I don't say siloed, but more individual aspects. So you can have a whole team dedicated to inventory that can work with your team, with your business partners that handle the inventory. You can also work directly with your shipping services. So if you're building Amazon.com and you have to work on the shipping piece, you don't have to know the details of UPS or local carriers or Federal Express or DHL. But you can have a team that specializes in that, and they just work on that. Also allows for vendor diversity. So if we go back to that shipping service, I can add in 1 to 15 different shipping services. Let's say originally I'm only the post office, so I can write a shipping service that goes to the post office. But then I start getting big enough and I realize, well, some people want next day. So maybe I need to look at Federal Express or FedEx. So I can incorporate that into my shipping service. And the Acme widgets doesn't care. It gets a list of who the service, which places I can ship it to. And the shipping service figures out how to do that. And it works well with agile delivery practices. So you have the, it's a lot easier, or I would say easier, but when you're separating out the development into these different services, you can have different teams working on it or different focuses to work on them. That's why you see this one common. Next one up is the microservice pattern, which is kind of a deviation of the service-oriented pattern. And this one's a little bit hard to see, but if you look at the slides, you can go to my website and get the slides for this. See, we have a lot of different patterns here: the ambassador, anti-corruption, backend for front end, bulkhead, etc. These are all subsets. So if you take that general microservice, like the shipping service, this is how you can actually implement that or microservice, not microcenter. The ambassador pattern is used to offload common client tasks such as monitoring, logging, debugging, etc. Let's see. Oops, I went too far back. Sorry. Just trying to see if I can highlight it. That's kind of like the first block in the gateway. The anti-corruption layer is used towards the back part of it. And this makes sure that if you're doing legacy systems, like if, let's say, we had the shipping service and we had our own custom built one, but then we started integrating with the FedEx one, this makes sure that the data stays in between. The backends for front ends, or BFFs, which doesn't stand for Best Friend Forever for those of you who were born in the 80s, like I was. This is basically a separate backend that's written just for the front end. What I mean by that is it deals with the translation between any of the services that you may be using and the website. The bulkhead pattern that handles all the interop stuff, so memory, databases, interops, networking. So that's basically if you're using something like Azure or AWS, the bulkhead pattern, they're handling all that for you. 3 different gateway pieces. Aggregation kind of takes all the request and response and eliminates the chattiness. So you get one request, you may have like 4 or 5 responses. It takes them all together and sends them back as one. The offloading kind of handles the load balancing between them. The routing handles the multiple requests. So if you say I want shipping, it knows to send it off to this one. If you want the order service, it knows to ship it off to that one. The sidecar pattern helps with or provides helper components for your container so that it allows you to call other things that you may not be available in the main client, so to speak. And the last one, the Strangler pattern. This is used, again, similar to the gateway pattern. This is used when you're in the process of migrating from, let's say, a legacy service to a new service. So if we go back to that shipping example, in the past, we're just using the U.S. Post Office for shipping. And now we started adding things like Federal Express, UPS, etc. The Strangler pattern could be that in between to say, okay, for those that just use the UPS or our old legacy service, it's going to go there, while new ones are going to go to the new service. So the Strangler pattern kind of handles that. This pattern also lends itself to the common pattern, the serverless pattern, or the cloud, or the, better yet, not on my PC pattern. So these are, and the reason why this is a pattern and not like software as a service, because this is a chosen way to implement things. Like I was mentioning with CQRS, you can choose to implement things yourself. You can also choose to use a third party to implement them, like Azure, AWS. Like for this example, we're using StreamYard. We're using a service to broadcast this out on all the different channels, because, you know, why bother having all that infrastructure to do it when someone else can do it? That's kind of what the serverless does. Allows you to host things like websites and notifications and databases, so you don't have to worry about all that work, and you can focus on, you know, your business model. So all these things together kind of are, ooh, that's not good. It's weird that that picture was there. Basically, what I showed you is a toolbox of different tools. You know, there's the whole, if you have a hammer, you tend to see every problem as a nail. Just because you know MVC or the CQRS pattern or the event-driven pattern doesn't mean everything should fit in that. They all have their pros and cons. Some make sense for some software development patterns, others make sense for others. So hopefully I've given you enough in this brief 40 some odd minute presentation as to which patterns to use. That being said, I'm going to open up the next 5 minutes for questions and see if anyone has any. You're muted, Mahesh.
All right, good. That's good. I didn't say anything important. Great session. So this is good, actually, Joe. What's happening actually in today's world is there's so many developers. They just go to these, 6 week code academies and online training and become this software developer. Nothing wrong with that. That's awesome to get started. But what happens is then they don't, either they're not or nobody guides them or whatever the reason is, but they don't understand the software itself, the complete software, right? They just say, okay, let's go create a JavaScript, create HTML, maybe use React, and here my website is done up and running, and I use a backend database. So one thing, when everybody who's watching, you got to think when you are building and architecting a system is that not every design pattern here Joe talks about will fit your need. It's probably one or maybe two, depending on how big your software is. So you want a little bit talk about, Joe, on how important it is to pick the right design pattern, and how they are sure that they are picking the right design pattern, or do they need even help? Because that's not an easy task itself. It's like, so is there anything you can add to that?
There's no right or wrong answer, or no perfect design pattern. I think what you end up having to do is looking at the problem you're trying to solve, and then kind of looking at the different ways to solve it. So the example I like to use for this, if you're building a basic contact management app, first name, last name, that kind of stuff, versus building an Amazon.com, they both have different use cases. You're not going to probably use the MVC pattern for an Amazon.com, but it makes sense for a CRUD pattern.
Yeah.
You have to look at how you want your data to be stored, retrieved, be available to others, how you need the data to be available, how you need the consistency to be available. There's lots of factors. There's tons and tons of books on it. The way I presented it, with the exception of the cloud serverless. It was kind of in general order of complexity, so to speak. So it really just depends on how complicated the app is.
Yeah, or could become, right?
Yep, or it could become.
So
like,
this is a perfect example, the C# corner. We started that as a blogging website in 2000. Before it was a website, it was just a static HTML pages. I was literally creating HTML pages in front page, and I was uploading them one by one, and I would go and then change the home page and add the hyperlink. Then we thought, okay, let's make a blogging website. So we made up that a blogging website in ASP.NET 1.0. And over the time, and end up now, it's like pretty much like a social network. We are trying to expand that, but because of those days, we never got a chance to rewrite the whole application. So now we are at the stage you can't handle. So if it's not planned right, so what point I'm making is, if you are building something like a website where you don't know how many you're just going to use, it may be 10 or it may be 1,000 or maybe 10,000, 100,000. So something to keep in mind if somebody's starting a new application, and they don't have to be complicated right away from day one. It can change over time. It always does. It always does.
Yeah, quite true. I was actually, my website changed from when I first built it. I went from static like you did, but I was generating manually, typing the HTML and posting it out there. And then after a while, I'm like, this is getting complicated. Let me put a database behind it. And then I was doing dynamic generation before ASP was a thing. And I did it that way for a while. And then I went and used a third-party product and turned everything into different builds. Ultimately, I went and did back down to static again.
Yeah.
Starting to hear an echo now.
Okay. Wonder why you're hearing echo.
I had opened up a different window.
Okay. Yeah, you may want to. Okay. No worries. So so that's a good point. So again, everybody watching, make sure if it's a big application you're designing from day one, you want to mute one of them. You want to make sure that at least spend time with figuring out. You may just want to. Sure, and I see a lot of ASP.NET developers. They start with MVC, not even MVC. By default, MVC is already there, or they will start with N tier. That seems to be pretty default.
Yeah, I think starting with the N tier is usually the safest because you can always add on to it afterwards.
Yeah. And sometimes it's like you're building this big mall. You start with 4 shops and you can have additions. Same thing here. You can also have one part of your software can be just N tier, other can be event driven, because that portion is more dynamic and being driven by the people's contributions and whatever else. Okay, so that was great. Awesome. Yeah, design patterns are very important. So if you are a developer and trying to become an architect or lead, I think design patterns are something you have to have. It's not even an option, right? If you don't know that, it'll be hard to become an architect. You definitely don't want to reinvent your wheel.
Mm-hmm.
But another important thing is the tools. There's so many tools are available also about when it comes to code quality and performance. Because end of the day, what you run into is if you don't have a good code written and your performance is not your priority, you launch the website and you don't know how much traffic is going to come, and then more people come and start your website getting slow. And we are seeing this today everywhere, because everybody's on streaming Netflix, streaming YouTube. Sometimes you see they get slow, and it's because there's so much traffic there.
Yep.
So next thing is learning about those tools and tips and tricks, and what are the tools as a Microsoft or Visual Studio developer you can use and utilize and take advantage of. So that's really your next session is all about. So go ahead, and I'll say you go ahead and start your. Let's see if you can share your screen.
I can again, so I'm gonna.
All right.
I tried a different browser, so give me a second to restart.
Yeah, take your time, and I'll just share. Simon, you want to share the David's screen quickly, David's slides? So I want to do some housekeeping work here, or I can even do myself, right? All right. So how do I share my slides? There you go. Nope, I can do that. All right, so this is today's conference. Are we already done with welcome note? We done with Joe just finished the application architecture patterns. Next session is about debugging tips and tricks in Visual Studio. So if you are a Visual Studio developer, this is definitely for you. After that, we have a great session on code, static code analysis, as a code infrastructure as a code. And then after that, 10:30 is my session where I will talk about build better software. And that's very interesting with better software. I'll give you even bigger holistic view of, when designing or building your software, what other things you need to keep in mind. It's just not the code. Code is great, but when you build a software, it's more than a code, right? So yeah, Simon, whenever Joe is ready, he can jump in. In the meantime, I will keep everybody busy. All right, so it looks like David says he's awake. He's going to be here soon, joining us soon. So back to this building software, right? So when you're building a software, I like to compare this with a house because it's easy to relate both, right? So, and I'll give you an example. Let's think about homes. When you're building homes or any buildings, right? Take an example. There can be a bank. Let's think about a bank. Bank, home, and mall. Let's compare these three buildings. And I just made that up. So when an architect is building a bank, you will always see bank usually have one door and one door only. Okay, banks will not have 5 doors. Why? Because bank's priority is keep your money safe. And they also sometimes make sure that there is a security guard at that door, right? That's how you have to think when you are architecting a software. And then if you're a home, obviously every home has multiple doors, at least 2 doors. One is front door, one is back door. You can also get out from windows, right? Just in case. That's the home. But if you're building a mall, you will always see mall has many doors all around the mall. So people can get out from anywhere. It's like exit door. And why? Because in a bank, usually there are few people and security of money is really important. In home, there's a family and sometimes more, but in the mall, you don't know how many people will come in a mall at one time, right? So scalability becomes a major requirement for a mall. Same thing with the software. When you're building it, you also need to think how many are just going to use it. Is it just my company is going to use it, or is just me going to use it, or is it just you don't know how many, maybe thousands of people going to use it? So all those things has to be keep in mind when you are architecting a software. And that's where I'll talk more on my build better software. And after that, we have these couple of more sessions in the second half. And then let's go to next screen quickly, Simon. I think I can do now. Great. Oh, by the way, there are giveaways. So we will be announcing some giveaways. As you can see here on the screen, there's a code it right. It's a tool, goes top. And we also have a DevReach tickets, I think 2022 from Talric, and also a license from Talric as well. So it's worth $1,500. We are going to be announcing these in the second half of this conference. David, and he's always raising money for children in need in India. And we all three visited this. Me, Magnus, and David visited while we were there. So yeah, if you want to help children in need, go to voiceofslum.org, check it out and help. I will now give the control back to Joe. I took his time already, 7 minutes, so he can get back to start teaching you guys some coding tips and tricks. Debugging tips and tricks.
And by took my time, you mean covered for me because I couldn't get the sharing to work, but thank you.
All right, sounds good. That's all you.
Thanks. So this session I love doing because I can do it for 20 minutes or I can do it for 20 hours. We're going to I'm going to give you some tips and tricks that I've learned in developing over the last 20 days or 20 years, depending on how you look at it. We're going to go through a simple application. It has, we have a person class that has first name, middle initial, last name, email address, date of birth, children, and then there's this method that will convert the first name, last name, middle initial into a full name field. So I'm going to go through and debug some of the known bugs in this application. So if we look at it, this is using the new C# 9 syntax, so we don't have the sub main, even though it's visible, and we'll see that in a minute. So we're going to print out hello world and then kind of load a list of people and then navigate. But before we do that, I want to do one thing. I'm going to build the application, and I'm going to try my hardest to tell you every keyboard shortcut I use, but it's very different from person to person, machine to machine, because with Visual Studio, you can customize your keyboard shortcuts. So the reason why I built this screen is to show you one thing. Oops, that's not what I want to do. Let's rebuild it. Before we go into thought I already switched it to 7. Let's go and do that. And make sure the product's on Visuals on .NET 6. Oh, great. Let's go and make sure this is on .NET 6. So I am going to edit the project file and change it to .NET 6. And then rebuild it. There it goes, that worked. And now I'm going to kind of go through and walk a little bit about what that means. So I'm going to open up this in File Explorer. So if you've ever gone into File Explorer, this is after I compiled the application. You're going to notice that there are 2 directories in there, bin folder and obj folder. Those get added as soon as you build a product. Now, you may be thinking, well, Visual Studio does that, blah, blah, blah. Actually, Visual Studio doesn't do it. There's a product underneath the scenes called MS Build or Microsoft Build that takes your source code and generates the IL that is used by .NET to execute the program. So here you see I have my C# project file, the mastering debugging, and then the 2 class files. If I go into the bin directory, you'll see I have 2 directories here, one called debug and one called release. These are called debug configurations. So you'll notice up in here, I have a DBU. It's because I have the fonts increased for the presentation. You can't see the full thing. If I clicked on here, you'll see I have a debug and release configuration. And what that does is those tell Visual Studio or MS Debug how I want to handle the actual code. So when you do a debug, now with later versions, I think this started in .NET 5, it creates a separate folder for each framework you're building against. In this case, I've only had it for .NET 6 and .NET 7. So if I go into this file, I'll see a couple of files in here. The one most of us are used to are this, the mastering debugging.exe. This is the actual executable that runs. But there's also some other files that I didn't generate, but MS Build generated for me. Mastering debugging, which is the actual code that runs. The mastering debugging is just a shell that will call out to this DLL. Then there's this hidden file called PDB, or Program Debug Database. So if you've been doing any Microsoft development for a while, you've probably run across an exception or the yellow screen of death in ASP.NET, now the light blue screen of death. Basically, that tells you, hey, there's an error, the application crashed, and here's a bunch of stuff. Visual Studio, or in that case, IIS, gets that from this PDB file. So inside the mastering debugging and the mastering debugging.dll, these are just the executable nodes. The PDB file ties the code that's running with the source code. You're probably saying to yourself, I don't want to distribute the source code with my app, and you don't. So that's why there's a debug and a release build. If you choose the release build and you have the right settings selected, the PDB file is not generated. But this is for you to be able to debug your app, as we'll see in a minute. So let's go and run this app. If I click this little button here, I'll get the ability to run it in debug mode. If I click this button here, I start it without debugging. The difference between the two is run generates that PDB file, and then Visual Studio, which is called the debugger in this particular case, attaches to that file. So it generates this PDB file and then puts this on top of it and says, I'm going to watch what you're doing so that I can explain it here. If I click on just this button, it's just going to run the application, and we'll see here that I get an error. So there's an error, system argument out of range exception, index was out of range, must be negative, blah, blah, blah. So let's figure out how to find that problem. So I'm going to hit enter to end it. Before we go and look into the problem, let's look at what our options are. So if we go on the debug menu, you'll see a lot of different options. So if we click on Windows, there's breakpoints, exception settings, output, etc. Breakpoints we'll talk about in a little bit. Exception settings we'll talk about towards the end. The output you kind of see right below. This menu will also change while we're actually debugging the application. Then when I talked about before, there's start debugging and start without debugging. So if I hit F5 on my machine, I'm going to start debugging, which is what most of us do, or click the solid green triangle. Some of these other items we're going to cover in a minute. So I'm just going to put a breakpoint here for now. So I can do that in many different ways. I can click in what's called the gutter, and that's going to turn it red and put a breakpoint here. And the reason why I want to do that is to start the app in debugging and show you some of the other debugging menu items. So hit play. You notice this one took a little bit longer. The console app is going to start, and now a bunch of things are happening. So to the right, I get, and this could be left, could be the bottom of your machine, I get the diagnostic tool. So this is taking a look at the memory, events that are happening, how much CPU I'm using, and then because I have the Enterprise Edition of Visual Studio, I am seeing what's called IntelliTrace, which is a bunch of events and stuff. I'm not going to cover that. That's a whole talk all by itself. But if you look at my Visual Studio menu, a lot of things have changed. My debugging menu went a heck of a lot longer. Now it takes up the full screen. So let's take a look at it. If I look at Windows, the Windows added a whole bunch more. So again, I'm going to talk about breakpoints, exceptions a little bit later. Diagnostic tools, that's everything to the right. So that appeared automatically because I always have that there. If I was running Python, I would see this. GPU threads, this is used if you have a lot of, if you're using graphics processor, you can see all the threads. If you're using the parallel task library, these three windows will show the tasks or the different threads that you're running. We're going to focus on the watch, autos, local, and immediate in a couple of minutes. These are if you're using XAML or HTML. The live visual tree will show you all the different elements and how they relate to each other for Chrome or Edge, and these will show you for XAML. Call stack we'll look at in a little bit. The threads, modules, and IntelliSense events are for multi-threaded and a little bit more advanced situations. The rest are if you're really hardcore developer and want to look at the memory being used, manage memory, disassembly. So let's take a look at the others. I can hit F5 to continue the app. I can stop it by doing Shift F5. I can detach all. Remember when I said when you start debugging, Visual Studio will kind of hook on to the application. The detach will keep the application running, but Visual Studio is no longer paying attention. Attach Unity, if you're building a game or something with the Unity engine, this is what that's for. Terminate all will stop all the applications that Visual Studio is attached to. Restart will do that. Hot reload or hot mess is the apply code changes depending on the type of project you're using. You may or may not be able to edit the code and apply it without restarting the application. We're not going to cover that because it's still a little hit or miss. These performance profiles are because I have a third-party tool in there. Attach Snapshot Debugger. This is a cool tool if you have your apps in Azure. You can attach the Snapshot Debugger to your Azure instance, whether it be a VM or an Azure IIS site. It'll look at that. So let's take a look at some of the step overs, and we're going to kind of cover these in a minute. So I see the hello world is going. I'm going to step over that. So let's go and click this F10. So step over means run that code. I'm good. So I'm going to go to the next line here by clicking the step over. And I see, okay, this is list of person. It's going to create a variable called people using this populate people method. If I'm new to the app, I'm going to be like, well, what's that? So I'm going to do something called step into. So I'm going to go inside of that method. So I click that, you see my mouse and my current line move to line 21. One thing I want to note, the colors that you see might be different. This is the color scheme I chose. I also changed the current statement to change to yellow for this presentation because it kind of accentuates the line of code we're on and makes it easy, but the default is just to kind of highlight it. So I see that's the method. I'm going to continue. Now I get this line of code that says it's going to create a new list of person and creates a person with the first name Joseph, James, Guadagno, email address, date of birth, number of children, etc. So I'm like, okay, that's good. I can then step out of the method or I can continue running. So if I choose step out, I'm going to go back out to the top and now I'm at this 6. So I'm like, okay, that's good. So let me just step over that, run that method. And if I look at the person class, I'll see that there's 4 people. So far that's good. I'm going to go step over, keep going. And I notice it generates a person. If I go back and look at it, it generated the first one. So we look here, we see it executed line 10. If I go again, it's going to execute that. Now, if I notice before, as you see here, it generated the second line. If I notice before, it generated 4 of them. And if I look at the class, I can see there's 4. So let me put a breakpoint here. And then I'm going to continue. So it's going to go and run all those up into that point. So if I look at the code, I'll see here it generated Joseph, Deirdre, my son Joseph, and my daughter Emily. Now, if I run this code, if you notice, it only generated 4 people. I'm accessing the 6. So this is where the bug is going to go. So I click run. I'm going to get an exception caught message. And I'll make that a little bit bigger so we can see. And it says index out of range must be negative, blah, blah, blah. And it says it was thrown in this call stack. Then I see a couple of options here. View details, copy details, start live section, and then 2 other things in the exception settings. So let's look at view details first. View details shows us something called a quick watch. Quick watch allows you to see different variables. So this is going to be a grid of the availables here. So right now there's this special character here, the American $, an exception. So this is going to show me a special variable. Because I'm in an exception mode, I want to see this. So it basically does a toString of everything. So the exception property has like 8 or 9 different properties. An actual value, a data, which is a list that I can look at and see a bunch of properties, and then an inner exception and a message. You also notice that there's this little view thing, which is called a visualizer. I can click on view and see it in a larger screen, which is really handy if there's a lot of text. Let's say you're returning HTML from a database or something, you want to see the whole thing. You can also change the type. So there's 4 built-in visualizers. There's an XML visualizer. If I'm returning XML, with this variable is here, it'll do the pretty printing of the XML, give you a tree that allows you to break it out and see the different pieces of it. Same thing with HTML and JSON. So I know this error is here. I can fix it. It's already fixed in the code. Another thing to do is you can tell Visual Studio, by default, it is going to break on the exception. Because I'm already in debugging and I turn this option off, it's not going to do it. If I click this, I can say it should always break on this exception, or say never break when this exception happens, because I want the code to be smart enough to handle it. There's also the exception settings, which are here. And let me zoom out of this a little bit. The exception settings allow you to go and override the exception settings. So here I can see everything that's solid means everything underneath there is going to happen. So this is going to break on any common language runtime exception, but I can turn those, or actually no, it's solid. If it was a check mark, it would be there. So if I choose here and say argument out of range exception, break on that. Otherwise, uncheck it, and it'll never break. So you can control which ones break, which ones don't break. We're going to leave that for now. Let's go take a look at some of the other things. So let's stop this app for a second. Let's say I want to break on my daughter's record. My daughter, for those of you who have kids, know girls are always trouble. It's actually boys that are trouble for a while, then girls take over the reins, but to each his own. If you look at the person class, Emily is the 4th person in the list because she just happened to be the last. Imagine if this was a database and you were going back and forth and you had 1,000 records, and for some reason the 999th record was the one that was broken. There's the ability to do what's called a conditional breakpoint. So I'm going to do that right now. If I click on the record, you get these kind of little 2 options here. One is a little settings and one is a disable. So I'm going to click on the settings. Settings brings up this dialog box that allows me to set conditions, actions, remove once hit, or only enable when the following breakpoint is hit. And I'll cover that in a minute. So let's go and choose the condition. See if I can make this a little bit bigger. No, I can't. Let's see if I can shrink this if it follows along. Yep. So here you can break on any condition. So basically, it has to be true or once changed. So here I can do person dot first name. And you see I have IntelliSense here. And this has to be C# syntax because I'm using C#. And say Emily. So this is only going to break when the person first name is Emily. Now, if I hit close, you notice here that this is now a plus instead of a red circle, and it shows me that there's a condition. So if I go back and hit play, I'm going to hit the first breakpoint. Let's put that to the side. Now, if I hit play again, it continued all the way and it stopped at Emily. So let's go and look to make sure that's the case. If we look here, it printed out the first person, which is me, second person, my wife, and the third person, which is my son, and stopped on Emily. So that's cool. That allows us to go and set conditions to there. There's a couple other things you can do with the breakpoints. I'm going to stop again for a second, come back here. Let's go back to the conditions, and I right click to get that. There's other conditions I can add too, like the hit count. I can say only stop when this line was called 3 times. So this goes to the example. If I had 999 examples and it always failed on 998, I can change this. So I can say when the hit count is 3, meaning this line of code ran 3 times, break. There's also the filter, which is true. And now this is if you want to filter out certain threads. So if you're using a multi-threaded thing, only say if the thread number is 1, 2, 3, 4, break. There's also actions you can do. So here I can choose to continue code. So write out when Emily is there, and I can just put a message to Emily. So I'm going to use the keyword function that tells me the function I'm in and say, Emily, or email, Emily was called. Oh, and I have to put this in quotes. So now I'm going to say continue code, and now it kind of changed to a diamond, because it means it's going to write out and continue. So I'm going to close that and just throw another breakpoint here so we can see that Emily was written out. So we got that first breakpoint. Now you notice the second breakpoint skipped and we came right here. So if I go and look at my output window, which I accidentally closed, let's go back up here to build, view output. I should see here program.main string. So that was the function Emily was called. So you can write out virtually anything you want. And you can use variables from the methods. I could have wrote out person.firstname was called if I chose to. Let's say I wanted to see more data. So I'm going to take that out, and you know what? I'm kind of tired of stopping and restarting the program. If you notice here, there is a, come on, I zoomed out too far and now my mouse won't move over. I'm kind of in a virtual screen right now, so it doesn't. Now you notice that there is an arrow, and if you look at my mouse pointer, I can drag and drop that arrow. So I'm going to drag it and drop it upwards. So I'm going to put it back on line 6. That's going to say, hey, redo or go back to here and redo everything you did. Keep in mind when you're doing this, it's going to re-execute the code. So if I go, let me zoom back out again. I go back and do step over, it's going to go and repopulate the people. That's a good thing and a bad thing, because if I'm doing something with a database or making a call out to a database or saving records, it's going to go and resave those records. So keep that in mind when you're doing it. You can also run to a point. So let's say I was back here and I wanted to run the code right to here. So there's this little green guy there that says run execution to here. So I can click on that and it's going to execute all the code right up into that point. So if we look at our console app, you notice I said it reruns the code. So it already went through the first 4 iterations of people and reran the next 4 again. Oops. So now I'm here. I still haven't found the bug, so maybe I'm going to go back to here. Now I can right click and choose run to here or set next statement. And then I think I figured it out, but I run to here. If I put a breakpoint here, it's going to continue and stop there at the first person. But let's say I want to skip all that, but keep that breakpoint. You have two different options. You can disable the breakpoint here, and the breakpoint is temporarily disabled. Or what I like to do, I'm going to enable the breakpoint. There is a force run to cursor, which is going to just skip that breakpoint. So if I do that, it's going to skip over those breakpoints and rewrite out all those. As you can see, Joseph, Deirdre, Joseph, and Emily were written. So that's all cool. There's also a debugging menu that you can get to, which I said we were going to talk about, our breakpoints. If you look at the breakpoint windows, you can see all the breakpoints that are in my application. So I have a breakpoint here on line 3, character 1, line 3, character 1, and then line 3, character 9. So this is apparently 9 spaces out. I can create new one. If you're hardcore, you can create one. You'd have to name the function. So I'd have to do program.cs, and then I think it's main, something like that. I'm not that good to remember where it is. You can also temporarily disable them from here. As you see now, if you look here, they're disabled on the screen. I'm going to re-enable them. There's a delete all, disable all from here. This is a cool feature. So let's say it's 4:55 p.m. on a Friday. You're about to go on vacation, and your boss or leader's admin calls and says, "Hey, Joe, I got a problem with the weekly TPS report. I need you to figure it out." And you're like, "I'm out. I'm on vacation." But you've been debugging the problem for a while. You can export these breakpoints. If I click here, I'll get prompted with the dialog box to an XML file that then Mahesh can go and learn, because Mahesh loves to work late and on the weekends. He can then import that into his Visual Studio and see all that. So that's kind of a cool feature. Another cool feature is, like, let's say you have those breakpoints going and you can't reproduce it on your machine, so you have to go to your boss's administrative assistant's machine. But you don't want to have to install 2 gigs of Visual Studio or 17,000 floppy disk if you're old school like me. There is a way you can attach to the machine. So if you go to debug, actually you have to stop it first. So let me stop. And then I can go to debug, and then there's attached to process here. So this is kind of what happens behind the scenes. It's actually attaching the process when I hit the play button. But here I can debug any machine. So here I'm running Microsoft Edge on this machine, and StreamYard. If I was a glutton for punishment, I can connect to that instance of Microsoft Edge and try to debug the code or reverse engineer the code. But here there's a connection target, and this is going to look weird because I am running in a virtual machine. If I was to click on Find and allow the Windows Defender, it's not going to show me any things, but I can do, let's say, admin machine, and then I can see all the processes running on his or her machine. It would look like this, and then I can say, oh, well, the RDP clip is the broken one, so let me attach that. So that's a very cool feature. You have to have a port open. It's like 5 something or 443 for it to work, and it works in most scenarios. So that's cool. You notice a lot when I was talking about debugging, I mentioned the person and stuff. So let's take a look at some of the other tips you can use. So I no longer want a breakpoint there, so I'm going to remove that. We're in the person. Let's take a look at the people. So if I hover over people, let's do it again. If I hover over people, you see this little data tip thing. It says people, there's a view, count of 4. Because this is a list, it's going to show me the count. I can click on the view, and it says I'm using the Enumerable Visualizer. Before I showed you there was a text visualizer, an HTML, a JSON, and an XML one. This is using the Enumerable, which by default shows just the count. I can hover over it and see that it's a list or an Enumerable that has 4 elements of it. These elements are of type mastering, debugging. I can go and click on any one of them and see details about it. So this has a child count of 1, date of birth of 5/31/1971, email address, and so on. I can also go and change these right here. So I can double click on this element and change it to Joe, because no one really calls me Joseph. So when I change it to Joe and hit enter, it updates there. And you'll notice the full name property also changed, because the full name property is based on first name, middle initial, and last name. So that changed. One thing to note about that is that it doesn't change a database. This is only changing the variable in memory. So if it goes back and let's say on line 12 in my code or in line 11, I'm saving to a database. It will then go and write Joe as the first name. You can also hopefully see, I'll have to zoom in for this one. There's a little pin icon next to each variable. So I'm going to pin this. And now I'm creating what's called a data tip. So this data tip will share the text. So right now it's showing a new collection debug view, and it's Joseph with diagnose. So now as I navigate each person, so if I shift 10 or F10 over it, it's going to go and change it. So now as I execute, hey, what happened? I was supposed to change it to me. Why didn't it change it? Oh, probably because I did it off of the people and not the person. Let me go and fix that. Let's go and unpin you and go here to the person, full name, and pin that. So now as I go through and run this, you'll notice it's grayed out now because it knows that the variable is going to change and it's no longer in scope. I click that, it goes red because it says, hey, this variable is about to change, and then it changed. So now it's red to show me it's changed. So that's cool. I also have access to these variables in something called the locals window. So the locals window will be, it tries to be smart enough and determine all the variables that in scope. So based on line 10, it says, I have access to arguments, because again, this is a submain in C#10. So there's the arguments variable as a parameter. I have access to the people, so 4, and I have access to a variable called person. So I can go and do the same thing I could in that other window and change this to JJ, because everyone calls him JJ. And you notice it changed everywhere else. So it changed here, went red, this went red because it changed. So that's kind of cool. I could also add an item to watch. Let's say I wanted to watch what this person's full name was. So I can right click on it and choose add to watch, and it adds the full name. It says the person's not available for some reason because it never saw it. I think that's because there is no setter for it. So that's probably not a good property to add. Let's look at the person and do first name and add to watch. So now I always have the first person here. So I'll always see the first person. So if I was to drag this bad boy up here and restart it again, no, I'm hitting step into, which in a list method does a lot of weird things. You don't want to do that. So step over, you notice I have the person full name here. That's going to change. I have the person first name here. That's going to change. Now they all changed everywhere. Went to Joseph for the first name. Full name was changed. And now I'm going to go to the next one. It's going to change. So it's kind of cool. There's also other watch windows you can add. Where are we? Debug windows. There's an immediate window also, which I can change. The immediate window lets you execute most .NET language calls from here. Think of it like a command line for your code. So I can do person first name, and it shows me the person's first name. I can do person.first name equals B, because that's what everyone calls her, and it goes and updates it, and the same thing holds true. Actually, let's pin this way. Updated here and updated here. So you can do just about anything. The only thing you really can't do here is lambda expressions. So I can't do like person to person dot whatever. They don't generally work. I can do basic math. 5 divided by 2. So that's cool. What else can you do from here? I showed all that. I'm not going to cover the memory modules. One of the other things that you may have noticed, as you hover over people, you get a count of 4. When you look at a person item, you get a mastering debugging. That's kind of useless if you're debugging, because now I have to click on here and see things. There's these little wrenches that you can click on, which basically give you the editability. But I want to see more data. So there's a hidden feature. And I say hidden because not a lot of people know about it, called the Debugger Display attributes. So I'm going to stop the app for a minute. And we're going to go back to our person class. And then look at this hidden for now. So I'm going to add something called system.diagnostic.debugger display. And what this does is says, hey, anytime the debugger wants to see this class, anytime the debugger wants to display something from this class, display this instead. So you get the full string interpolation to it. So I can put in any property that I have access to here. So right now I'm displaying the full name, and you get IntelliSense. So I can do open parentheses, first name, and I should have IntelliSense, but it's not working. Right now I'm doing date of birth dot minute, number of children equals children dot count. So when I run myself, it should say Joseph J. Guadagno, 17th minute, and number of children 1. Let's save that. Because if I look here, when I'm initializing myself, it's Joseph J. Guadagno and then the children. But if you notice here, for some reason, my wife doesn't have any kids, which I have to talk to her about because we have 2 of them. And my son and daughter don't have any kids, which is right. But if I run this, this is going to cause an error because that list is null. So let's see what happens when that happens. I'm going to put a breakpoint here after the first person. So let's hit run. So if I go and look at the people and click on it, now I see more information. I see Joseph J. Guadagno, 17, number of children 1, and then the number of children for my wife's son and daughter are object reference not set to an instance of an object. So an exception was raised, but it didn't break the application. It just brought me back to it to show that. So that's kind of cool. That's a way that you can add debugging information to your code and can be publicly available. One last thing I wanted to show. So you notice we have these pin things. I can actually add stuff to it. This is the person's full name. Or in the example of that TPS report that was failing, this is the problem data. And then I can actually view all those. So where is it? There's a data tips window somewhere. Oh, here it is. I can export all the data tips. So that same thing when I was done, just like I could export breakpoints, I can export my data tips so Mahesh can go and handle all that, can handle that problem for me. I don't have to worry about it. And with 2 minutes to spare, I am done, and we can pull up the slides for any questions and or my info.
All right, that was great. I mean, I don't do that much debugging, but that was great. I'm sure some of the guys watching, they're learning from it. But one thing, I always talk about, Joe, is if you are a developer, these tools are your, weapons. So you need to know all these things. Otherwise, you can be the greatest developer out there, spending so much time doing these, debugging and bug fixing and finding errors. But knowing more and more of these tools is very important.
I agree.
So are there any other tools you use besides, in Visual Studio, outside of that? Anything else quickly you can name that help you either become more productive or find these issues,
So there are three toolkits that are in my debugging. Actually, I use JetBrains Writer more now than I use Visual Studio, which is why Visual Studio isn't a VM. I know you have it installed on this machine. I use JetBrains Writer, which has a lot of this built into it. But if you're using Visual Studio, having JetBrains ReSharper really helps with a lot of the debugging. And a product called Ozcode really helps with debugging. It goes more into details. It shows those data tips, allows you to skip over. You can bookmark data tips and other information or other things within it. And it's a free product. It also allows you to kind of replay the history of your application so you can go back. And that's one thing that Snapshot Debugger in Visual Studio also does. It's like the black box. You can go backwards in time and replay your code.
Yeah. And I think the code sharing and the code glass and features like that, those are.
Yeah, I don't use them a lot because, at work, they're kind of banned right now because the just the way the implementation stands, they go outside of the world and come back in to our network. So we're not a big fan of hosting code sharing on servers outside of our preview.
Okay. Hey, David's back. Morning,
Hey.
David.
How's it going, everybody?
Good morning. Bright and early for you today.
Yeah, I'm still trying to wake up. It's only 6:41 here, and the sun's not even up yet. So I thought I wanted to join at the end of this so I can say thank you for, doing 2 sessions at the very beginning of this conference. And I know you have tight timelines because you're about to bolt from your chair and go to the airport. And so
right when we're done. My flight's out for another 3 hours, so I'm good.
Yeah. But I'm really glad you were able to do this for us. And I thought you were going to be in your hotel room, but it looks like you're at Intuit, right?
No, I went into my office.
Yeah.
I didn't want to take a chance of the hotel room with the hotel Wi-Fi. So
I know. It's
only a block away. So.
Hotel Wi-Fi is the worst, right?
Yeah.
And the problem is, at least the hotels I've been to lately, you don't have a choice. At least, before you had a choice. You could wire, right? They had a connection in the hotel, or you could do Wi-Fi. Now they don't even have a connection in hotels, so you're kind of screwed.
Yep.
Yeah.
And hope for the best.
Yeah. So I don't know how Simon runs these events, from a hotel, because I just don't know how it works.
Well, that's Simon. He can do anything. He's like a Superman.
Yeah.
All right, Joe. I mean, thank you so much for taking care of this part. It was a big portion already. Have a safe trip back,
Thank
and
you.
we are excited to see everybody in person, each other in person in India.
See you
Yes.
in a couple of weeks in India.
October.
Yeah. Back to October, David. You want to talk about the conference?
Sure.
I think
So
the slide is right there. You want to share the slide? Yeah.
yeah, I have my slide up. Well, no, that's Simon's slide. That's not mine.
No, that's yours. That's part of yours.
Oh,
Yeah, we
okay.
already
I'm also
yeah.
sharing, so I don't know which one Simon is using. Yeah, so unfortunately, I missed both of Joe's sessions. I'll have to go back and I'll watch later because it's so dang early. Who decided to have a conference that starts at 5 a.m.? Come on.
It's good though. It's good. We are
I know,
getting more people are watching. Actually, it's a good timing.
I know.
A lot more watching.
I'm just complaining because it's Friday and I am up too early. So yeah, Joe did 2 great sessions about architecture patterns and debugging tips and tricks. Next, we have Abhishek coming up with static code analysis of Terraform-based infrastructure as code. I'm interested to hear about that one for sure. And then we have a lot of other stuff coming up. And everybody watching right now, I don't know how many people are watching, but make sure if you want to win any of the software. So you want to go to the next slide, Simon? If you want to win any of the software, we're going to, I'm waiting for Simon. He's probably in the bathroom.
Yeah, no worries. I think we should let Abhishek come. We can talk more after that because.
Yeah, but I do want to talk about the
okay.
software. So we're giving away some software today. I want to let everybody know we're giving away some software from Telerik and also from Submain. And Submain specifically has 2 products that I've been using for a very long time to help me with code quality. And so I'm really glad that Serge was able to donate some of the licenses for Code It Right and GhostDoc for today. So if you want to win, there's only 2 rules. You have to make a comment using the hashtag CodeQualityConf, and you have to be watching live because we're going to pick people live, and you have to be watching to win. So
I think we're gonna give away 2 tickets for C# Corner Conference too.
Oh, okay. So 2 tickets for the C# Corner Conference. So I'm going to wait for the big one, the big one from Telerik worth $1,500 US dollars. I'm going to do at the very end after my session. And then probably after Abhishek's session, we'll start giving away some of the other stuff. Sound good, Mahesh? How are you doing, Mahesh?
Sounds good. All good. I will leave it to you. Then I'll be back. Let me prep on my session because I'm not even ready yet.
That's right. You haven't done this. You haven't even created the slides yet, right?
Yes, correct. I'm going to do right now. It's in all my head.
Don't do what Alan does. That's Alan's trick. He does it like 2 hours before the session.
No, same thing. I do same thing. I'm going to do actually right now. I tried last night. I couldn't do it. So I'm going to do it in the morning.
Well, you had one graphic you posted, so
yeah,
you're already there, right?
That's all you need.
Yes.
All right. Sounds good. I'll see you in a bit.
All right. See you, Mahesh. Thanks, Mahesh, for hosting the conference while I was still trying to wake up, and I'm still trying to wake up. I'm on my second cup of coffee here, and hopefully I'll wake up pretty soon. So, is Abhishek ready? Yes. Okay. So let's bring on Abhishek for the static code analysis of Terraform-based infrastructure as code. Hello, Abhishek.
Hey. Hi, Dave.
How's it going?
Yeah, I'm doing great.
Have I met you when I've been in India?
It's around 7:16 p.m.
No. Have I met you at the
We had met in the C# Corner conference actually. Yes, we have met.
I remember you.
Yeah.
So I'm really glad you're here and to share your tips on doing static code analysis. And I'm not really sure what you're going to show, so that's why I'm going to pay attention to this one. But everybody is listening right now. One of the big things, with checking code is static code analysis. You know, there's other ways of checking code, and that means you have to build it first, and that's kind of the way Visual Studio used to work before the editor config came along. But now most everything is static code analysis, which makes it so much easier because, you know, I've even done this with one of the products we're going to give away, Code It Right, is that, you know, I can run static code analysis on code that I can't even build, right? So, you know, if, you know, some software out there, it's so complicated that you can't really build it it's not easy to build on your local machine. And so I'm glad for static code analysis to help me with that if there's build issues like that. So I'm really interested to listen to what you're going to say. So you want to take it away? You ready?
Yep, I'm ready.
Okay, great. Is it time to start, Simon?
Abhishek, yeah, I see a screen. Maybe you would like to click on that hide pop-up. Click on that hide.
Yeah, there we go. All right.
Abhishek, maybe you would like to click on that hide. StreamYard is sharing your screen. There's a pop-up.
Yes.
Yeah, good to go. Everybody else can see your screen.
I don't know why programs do that. It's really irritating.
Yeah, it's a bit weird even. So, okay, so I'm like my screen is visible, right? Like to everyone, and I'm good to go.
Yes.
Okay,
go for it.
Okay, thank you for this opportunity to speak here. And today I'll be talking about how to do a static code analysis for Terraform scripts. Normally Terraform scripts are used nowadays a lot, like for infrastructure as code purpose, where we spin up the cloud infrastructure basically, maybe on AWS, GCP or Azure. We do a lot of things using Terraform. So before I dive into, let me quickly introduce myself. I work as a practice lead for Azure and a principal architect for a healthcare organization. I have published 4 books, 3 with BPB and 1 with Appraise. And my expertise areas are like cloud, AI, robotics, and I'm TOGAF certified, Microsoft certified Azure architect. So that's a brief introduction on me, and let me move to the agenda. And today, like I'm going to speak on these bullet points what you see here. Like I will give a brief introduction of what static code analysis is. Then we will see so what exactly or what it brings value to the Terraform world. So how we can leverage static code analysis in Terraform world, or rather like why we need it in the first place there. Then we will be diving into a lot of Terraform script tools, like static code analysis tools like TFlint, TFsec. Then the most popular SonarQube, because when we talk about static code analysis, we can't park SonarQube. But again, like you can, if you are aware of static code analysis using Terraform, you can definitely question me. Like SonarQube has very limited support, and they have started late in the game, and they have started building up now. So I'm talking about why like we want to discuss it here. So maybe like in the long run they will come up with a lot of capabilities, and they're building very fast the things, and roping in a lot of support, and coming up really fast in the Terraform area. So definitely we should take a look at the SonarQube, because they are the market leader, and soon like you'll find it everywhere. And then like if time permits, like I will talk about a DevOps pipeline example. So how exactly static code analysis, may it be Terraform, like or any static code analysis, how it fits in a DevOps pipeline. Because most of the times when we talk about infra creation or application deployment nowadays, so it's all through DevOps pipeline, and hardly we go and create anything manually. So let's get started with each of the agenda one by one. So what exactly is static code analysis? Static code analysis is all about like we build the code. As a developer, I build the code, then I debug, I review it, and analyze the code beforehand to figure out if there are any issues there, or like if there is something that a developer is mischecking, and I'm going to like face some kind of issues, or like maybe something like some organizations might have set some standards, like coding standards, like these are the coding standards, these are the naming conventions I need to follow, or I should not be like maybe some security activities, like I should not be using 0.0.0.0 IP addresses, like in my while creating my cloud resources, or like some kind of organizational rules that helps in making the code better or the code secure. So I can check using the static code analysis while during I'm building my code. Okay, so even before running it, like I'm writing the code, I can just run the tool and see like what are the different static code errors that I can figure out, and then I can take those errors and fix them and build a robust code that is more secure, and also like it makes sense to take it to the higher environments. So normally static code analysis helps you in debug, review and analyze the code before the code executes. And as I already told you, it is done in the development phase, mostly by the developer. Okay, and even while during deployment to the target environments. Now normally we have different environments, right? First to build it and put it in the development environment, then we move to higher environments like test environment, UAT, prod, and for each of these environments, so like we analyze we need to analyze the code again and again. You may ask me like, do we need to do a static code analysis in higher environment? So most of the time my answer is that we should be only doing it in the dev environment, because there we fix the code and build the binaries and create a release version of it. So once we are comfortable, then we carry it forward to the next environment. Then like if you are following this kind of an approach, you can ignore actually running the static code analysis in the higher environments. But if like at times you are like in the test environment, you may have a scenario like in the test environment, your tester comes in and they do a lot of testing, they find bugs and your codes are getting fixed in the background. In such scenarios, it is advisable to do those run the static code analysis even in the test environment, because wherever your code is getting impacted, there is a chance of code churn, and whenever like when code is changing, like there is a chance that you are deviating from the organization laid out principles or the code guidelines that has been set. So like whether you are on the dev environment or on the higher environment, it is advisable that you should be doing static code analysis across all the phases. So wherever you are having a code change. But if you're managing everything in the development environment, like in smaller organizations, I've seen that smaller customers, they do everything in the dev environment. The QA also test on the on a dev environment link, file the defects, fix, all fixing happens, and then it moves to the directly to the UAT environment. In such kind of a scenario, there is no code churn, so then you can ignore static code analysis in the higher environments. The lower environment you can get in. So in a nutshell, it is done in a development phase. And why we do it? Normally, we try to figure out the quality and the security issues at the code level early in the game. And definitely it is done using automatic checks. We can do like even like can do a peer review, no doubt in that, but there are a lot of automatic checks available. There are a lot of good tools available that you can configure with the rule sets. You can also bring in your organization standards, rule sets, bake it in, and make it a part of that utility and run those checks. So this is how normally we try to like analyze like okay, before I get into the process, let me just talk about this. Why do we need to do it for Terraform? Okay, so here actually you see a script, a Terraform script here. I'll show it in the demo. Like we are going to get into each of the tools, we'll talk about each of the tools. I will demo you each of the tools and show you. But just at a high level, if you see here, there is nothing wrong in this. Okay, so I have my AMI defined, like, and I have an instance type defined. So it's a basically it's, and there are few other lines of code there, so I've just ignored it to keep it short in the deck. So like everything is fine, and it is as per the like um, uh, like it follows all the standard definitions of the resource, and everything is fine. But when you do a Terraform apply, it will fail. Okay, Terraform validate will pass because there are no syntax errors. Okay, Terraform plan will pass, and even Terraform init, like it will initialize all the modules. So there you won't find any issues here basically in this resource. Okay, but there is an obvious error here. If you see here, it says that t1.2x very large. Okay, so this is not an instance type provided by AWS. Okay, it's an invalid instance type from AWS. Okay, so what will happen is when you do a Terraform apply, so like it will fail because it won't find a instance and it will fail upfront there. Okay, so like this approach will not help us in detecting the things early. So the developer will quickly code this. By mistake he puts this 2x very large, which is an invalid instance type for your AWS EC2. So and next what will happen is he will do a init plan, validate everything will pass, and when he tries to apply and spin up the resources, it will fail. Okay, let me give you one more example where again like your Terraform scripts may have issues. Okay, one is like misconfigurations that we don't check here, we saw here, and another case is like your Terraform there are no obvious issues you see here, it is allowed. Okay, so but here if you see here, the source address prefix is 0000/0. That means it is allowing everything. Okay, it's a security issue, right? So like it's a challenge, and even if you do a init plan, validate and apply, everything will work. Why? Because there is no syntax error. In the previous case, we had a runtime error here. Like this instance type is not a valid instance. That's why the Terraform apply failed. But in this case, there is no runtime error. Like everything is fine, and AWS accepts this. Okay, but it's a security issue. Okay, so none of these Terraform commands will be able to like detect it or warn you for that. Even Terraform validate, because it is allowed by the AWS uh, environment. Like AWS allows this to have this kind of a configuration, but your organizations will not allow this. They need to have a check over it. They don't want everyone to access your resources. Okay, your network should not be accessible to everyone. So this rule is an invalid or it's not a good rule to be defined. Okay, so you are allowing access to everyone, like 0000/0 means that only. Okay, so this is so here actually again we fail to validate the Terraform scripts. Okay, so then how I can fix them, or how I can detect them early, such kind of issues? Because here we see just a single block of code, but if you go to your production environments, you'll have thousands of files like this, and it's not possible for you to like check each of the files one by one and fix them. Like a lot of developers will be working in, and you can't review each of the developers code. So how I can do get help for that? So you can use these tools like tflint. So there are a lot of tools, but these are the standard tools that are used in the industry, like tflint, tfsec, then SonarQube. So we'll see now like each of these tools in detail. So like what basically these tools in a high level do is, this is a tool like it's a static code analyzer. It can be a tflint or tfsec or SonarQube, and rule sets are defined. There are a set of rules that are defined that does the check. Okay, even you can build your own rule set based on your organization requirement and plug it in to the code analyzer. Then you can pass the Terraform script to this code analyzer. This code analyzer, it will analyze the rules and it will give you the results. Okay, so that is how your entire flow works. Like whenever we are using any of these tools. And to be very open, like tflint and tfsec are highly matured and they're heavily used. And SonarQube, though it's a very popular and widely adopted static code analysis utility, it's still catching up. But again, they're catching up very fast and they're building rules on the fly. Like I'm seeing at least SonarQube building rules every week, and every week there is a new rule that is being added by SonarQube. So very soon it will like have superb support for Terraform, and and most of the organizations, they use SonarQube, and so it won't be a challenge for them to like analyze the Terraform scripts, because SonarQube is already configured and they're already in the game. Okay, so let's start with TF-lint. So basically TF-lint, it supports plug and play architecture. So normally what you can do is you can bring in your own rule and you can plug it. You can run the TF-lint. It can pass. Even it has a good set support for the existing rule sets for the cloud resources. A very good support actually. You'll find a lot of rule sets for AWS, Azure, and GCP. So it easily highlights a lot of deprecated syntax, unused declarations, enforces best practices, and naming conventions. Okay, so let me take you to TF-lint and let's go through the demo. Okay, so this is the GitHub. It's an open source. Like you can also bring it down and play around with the code. So this is the GitHub link to TF-lint, like Terraform-linters, then /TF-lint. And here actually you can see like this is the way you can install, like for Windows, for example, you are using Windows, you need to install the chocolatey, like that is a package manager that you can use on Windows. So you can install that, and using the choco commands, like you get choco commands when you install chocolatey, you can do a choco install TF-lint, or like if you're on Mac OS, then you need to use brew, or for Linux, this curl command will be good enough. Okay, so I have already installed it using the choco install, so I'm not getting into the installation part, and I'll just directly show you like few of the rules that are supported here, then I will jump into the demo. Okay, so you can see like we have rules for AWS, Azure, and GCP. Okay, if you go to Azure, let me get into Azure, and you can see how like I'll show you the steps on how to do it, but I'll just show you some of the rules here. There are 200 plus rules that are available. Like see the number, like 200 plus. That means a good amount of rules are already there, and you can easily like use them. If you see here, like these are few of the basic rules. Then lot of these rules, a big list here actually. So like maybe like you can sometime you can get into this and you can see each of the rules. So I feel the rule set is exhaustive enough to check a lot of things, but there are few things this rule set misses. But again, using TFSec, we'll see later that we can catch up with. Okay, so now let me go to the demo. So I have already installed TF-lint. So the very first thing that you need to do is, like, you need to create a file called as .tflint.hcl. It's a Hatzwarp language file. Okay, so .tflint.hcl, and you need to say, like, normally, like your Terraform, like we normally, how do we do like any Terraform development? Suppose we are doing a virtual machine or a Azure app service. So how do we do it? Normally we install a plugin, right? So here also we need to do install a plugin for AWS, and we have this rule set. We need to pull this rule set down, TF-lint rule set AWS. Okay, we need to pull this rule set. We need to install this rule set plugin, and we need to, then we can do the analysis. Okay, then I have a bunch of files, like here actually you see it's an invalid type. This t1.2x large is invalid. Okay, then I think, okay, then I have some more, like let me run the TF-lint and show you the errors basically. So I'm inside this folder, okay, AWS folder, and it has a bunch of Terraform scripts. As a first step, what I need to do is I need to create this plugin. Once that is created, then you need to run this command tf-lint init to pull that plugin. Okay, so already the plugin is pulled and it is installed. So I got this message, else it will pull and it will install it for you. Then you need to run Terraform, tf-lint. Okay, then you need to run tf-lint. What it is going to do is it will lint to all of these files. Okay, see, it complained about this instance type t1.2x large is invalid. Okay, we saw it in this file. Okay, then it found these 2 errors basically. So in this file, so we can just get into just into the AWS. Okay, cd AWS cd demo cd AWS. Okay, now let me run the Terraform lint. So there is, I got one more error in this AWS 01.tf. The routing target is not specified. Okay, so these are basically like resource level errors. If you are working on AWS, you'll be able to spot it out. So I'm not getting deep into this, but just what I wanted to highlight is these are few of the obvious errors that the developers may miss, and that may or may not get deployed to your AWS environment. But if you are running this TF lint static code analysis, you will be able to detect it beforehand. The similar way, let me run it for Azure. TF lint. Here also I got some error, like the storage account type. I have not specified the storage account type. Okay, so it can give me a runtime error in AZ03TF, for example. The storage account type is not specified here. I have not provided it. Sorry, it's AWS script. In Azure, I will have AZ03. See, the storage account type is left blank, so it has complained about it. Okay, then Mac OS is not a valid type, so it's complaining about that. Okay, so OS type cannot be a Mac OS. Then it's complaining about this queue. Standard DS1 v3 is an invalid queue. So it's in which file? AZ01TF. So Azure RM virtual Linux machine skill set, for this queue is not valid. So it's complaining about that. So it's not a syntax error, but rather like these are the errors that can occur at the runtime. Okay. So and also there can be some let me check if there are any security issues. Okay, we'll see, like when we are running the other tools, I'll show you on the way, like maybe in this set of files TFLint didn't detect any security issues, but let me run the tfsec. When I run the tfsec, we'll find some. Okay, now let me move forward and let's see tfsec. Okay, okay, let me move to the tfsec. Okay, so in case of tfsec, so like this is your, again, like it is also open source, and in case of tfsec, so like it's it checks for a lot of misconfigurations across all for a bunch of cloud providers. TFLint works for your Azure, AWS, and GCP, but still, like there are a lot of rules that are missing there, like that doesn't work with this TFLint. Okay, so like but if you are using tfsec, you get a lot of more rules, like it is much more matured than tflint. So, and it is used heavily. I'll just show you like the checks it has. So the tfsec sec helps you in checking AWS, Azure, GCP, CloudStack, DigitalOcean, then like, so many checks it gives you. Okay, so if I get into the AWS checks, okay, so these are the services it can check for, like EC2s. It has a wide range of support, you see, like it's much more than what you have in TFLint. For example, if I go to S3, so these all checks are there. So it's a pretty much of a broad set of rules that you get. Okay, and installing tfsec is also very easy. Like you also get a Visual Studio Code plugin. For TFLint, you don't have a VS Code plugin, but for tfsec you have a VS Code plugin. I'll just show it to you. So you can just go through this documentation and you can install it, like brew, or like for Windows you need to use Chocolatey, and you need to do a choco install tfsec to install it. Okay, for brew, or you can use Linux for brew, and so you get the command here directly, you can use it. But if you're using Windows, you need to install Chocolatey and do a choco install tfsec. I'm not getting into this Chocolatey installation and these commands. I've already installed it. So in this folder, I'm going to run tfsec. Okay, you see, like it has captured a lot more there. When I ran tf lint, I saw a few errors, right? But here I can see like I have got 6 errors: 1 critical, 2 medium, 3 low. Okay, so like one is like you can see like Azure Azure App Service enabled HTTP2 is should be used, and it is using some outdated. I'm pretty sure like this issue has come in AZ04. Okay, AZ04 file, and I'm not using SSL, like app service does not have HTTP2 enabled. Okay, so again it's a low risk. It is categorized as low risk. We have another low app risk. App service does not have an identity type. Identity type is not defined. Okay, then there is one more result. So it is also low. App service doesn't have client certificates enabled. So like that, you when you analyze it, so you'll find a lot of rules out here. Like that has to be like fixed in the scripts. Okay, and this list is much exhaustible than what we had in tflint, and more or less it points to a lot of security risks. It's figuring out a lot of security risks. It will also catch your those issues like instance type is wrong and all those things also this will catch. Okay, so in Visual Studio Code, you can install the let me show you this tfsec extension. Okay, when you install it, this tfsec extension, you get this. Okay, so this icon. So when you click on this, then and do click on run tfsec now, so it will run the tfsec for you and it will show you the results actually. Okay, no need of going and manually no need of manually running it actually. So you can also see the errors here listed down. When I ran this actually, from this extension, it populated me all the errors here actually, like the critical errors, high, medium, low. Maybe I have one critical error like in the network. The network should not be having any public ingress. I can go there directly and I see that again it's a public ingress I was talking about, right? 0000, like it should not be allowed. So it caught, but tflint I'm not sure whether it caught or not. I think tflint will also catch this, but we need to check. Okay, so but tfsec has definitely caught it and we have seen this. Okay, so that was the story about tflint and tflint and tfsec. Let us talk about the sonar cube. Okay, let me go directly to the sonar cube. And sonar cube supports a wide range of languages. I think around 40 plus languages. 30 plus definitely it supports. And it runs on a client server kind of an architecture. The server is your sonar cube server, like you install that. Okay, and on the client an agent runs and that keeps on scanning your that scans your code and posts the results. So for that I'll demo you that. Like I'm not getting into the depth of SonarQube, what it is and how it works, but let me show you how you can use SonarQube for Terraform scripts analysis. Okay, for installing SonarQube, like there are two ways. You can actually download it from the zip and you can do it. I'm using the community edition, so I'm not using the like your premium editions where actually you can purchase the licenses and set up a server and all. So I'm just running a community edition. So for the community edition, you can actually unzip it and run it, or like you can do it from the Docker image. Let me run it from the Docker image and show you the analysis. Okay, let me open a command prompt. So for the I need to pull the image from the Docker Hub. So let me go to the Docker Hub. I need to use this Docker pull SonarQube. So let me do this. So it will pull the default tag, the Docker image with default tag as latest. Just some time it will take. Like I should have pulled it and kept it handy. It takes a while, actually. Depends on the network speed, and it will pull that image basically locally. And once the pull is complete, then we can move to this next step, like where we can run this Docker command and start the SonarQube server. So by the way, it's pulling out any queries we have from the audience. Maybe I can utilize this time to clear the queries while it's pulling the image. Okay. Okay, the pull is complete. Now let me run the Docker. Okay. Now I can open. You can see that I've started this on my 9000 port. I've exposed the 9000 port, and I can like access the SonarQube URL from that 9000 page. SonarQube is starting. So it's being served from the from this Docker actually. It has this server packed, and locally. So before I run the analysis, one more thing let me tell you. So what you need to do is, okay, while I'm setting the project, I'll show you. Like so you need to have that. We have something called as a sonar scanner CLI. Okay, so if you are doing the scanning manually, so you need to like use that sonar scanner utility to do the scans. Okay, now let me log into the SonarQube. It's for the first time the password is admin for this image, and it will prompt you to change your password. Okay, so now let me update this. Okay, I am in this. So I'm not going to run it from any of the pipelines. Okay, so I'm not going to select any of these options. I'm going to run it manually. So let me click manual. Let me call it as TFS, say Azure. Okay, as the project key. Then let me set it up. I want to run it locally. Let me click on this. Let me do a generate. I get this key that I need to use. So if you're running it on the pipelines, you must be creating a SonarQube setting file, a SonarQube file for your project, and you need to give this key there. But here, since I'm running it manually, so I just need to do this other. Select the windows for manually, like you need to just install the scanner utility, the sonar scanner utility. Okay, and once you have done it, so you just need to pass on this like key there. Okay, the key that we generated, the token file, and like scan it in the directory. Like you just need to go to the directory, copy it, go to the directory. Okay, I think I created it for Azure, right? Just 1 minute. Azure. Let me go to the Azure directory. CD. Now I just copied this command. Okay, the sonar scanner command. I've already installed this sonar scanner. Okay, so I've followed this documentation on how to install it. I've set the environment variable, so I'm not doing it again. I've already done all those things, and I just copied this scanner. And now let me do a hit. Now it's doing a scan. Okay, so now your I should be getting my errors here. Okay, so on the URL, I can see there are 12 security issues it has identified. Okay, so you can actually browse through each of these issues in each of the files, and you can actually, even low priority issues are there, like traceability, like all the static code issues, you can figure it out here actually. For example, uh, uh, omitting public network access enabled allows network access from the internet. Okay, that's a security risk. It has actually highlighted it for this script. Then you go to this client cert enables, says omitting client certificate enabled disable certificate based authentication. You won't, it's advisable to do a certificate based authentication. Okay, so you should not be doing this. Okay, so then you can fix it one by one. Okay, similarly, let me quickly, I know I'm just 3 minutes past, I'll just take 2 to 3 minutes more, and I will show you how to do it. I'll run this against the Azure thing also. So let me go to the projects. I'll create a new project manually. I'll call it as AWS, set it up with run locally, generate, continue, same steps, Windows. Okay, then I'll just copy this scan. Okay, then I'll go to CD AWS and I will run this. Okay, it's complete. Now let's see. See, we have caught one vulnerability and 2 security hotspots in the case of AWS. Okay, maybe you can again drill down and you can see the issues, change the code to disable support for older TLS versions. Okay, change the code to there is a older TLS version, TLS 1.0 is here, we should be using 2.0, so it has highlighted that in the script. So this is how we can use SonarQube for that. And just one last thing I would like to call out, SonarQube has a very minimal support at this point of time. Let me see. Maybe you can figure out in the SonarQube homepage. So it has very minimal support today, but that's not limited actually, basically. So very soon they'll be adding a lot of support. They're doing a lot of work in this area, and I'm pretty sure in the next few months, coming months, we'll have a robust support for AWS, Azure, and GCP on this. So with this note, I'm done with my presentation. So apologies for taking this session 5 minutes long. I just overshooted by 5 minutes. So over to you, Dave.
Oops, forgot to put my hat on. Well, that was a great session. I hope everybody learned about that. I was watching. I hope we didn't get a lot of comments, but I know it's kind of late in India and everything, and so I know people are eating dinner. That's what Simon told me. People are eating dinner right now. So I definitely appreciate you spending some of your evening coming on and being on the Code Quality Conference for the second year in a row. I'm so happy we were able to bring that back this year. I don't know about you, but I think this is a really important subject that I feel doesn't get covered enough at conferences and things like that. And so that's why, me and C# Corner kind of came up with this from last year. Hey, Sean from Philadelphia. I'm originally from Delaware. I was actually in Philadelphia 2018. What else do I have to talk about? I don't know. It's early in the morning here. I haven't even had breakfast yet.
Oh, okay.
So that was a great session. So what's one of your because Simon says we have a couple minutes to kill. What's one of the things that you see people do that you work with that could be done better to help with code quality?
One thing is like what I see is normally like from the organization perspective, from the architecture perspective, like we define a lot of good code qualities and standards, but people tend to ignore it while implementing it, because
Mhm.
every developer will have his own mindset. They'll come and directly sit and code. So if they follow the coding standards that has been laid down from the organization, and also like before we start any project, before the initiation of the project, we should have some coding practices defined, and that
Yes.
should come from the enterprise board.
Yes, I totally agree. And unfortunately, most of the company, I do mostly consulting. And hey, Mark, my good friend from San Diego just joined us, so I'm glad you're here, Mark. Early in the morning. Old guys get up early. Yeah, that's one thing I don't see in a lot of companies. And even I was working on some articles recently, and just about every company that I join, when I do consulting, doesn't have coding standards, right? If they do, they only have a couple, which is kind of almost useless at that point. And I don't know. I don't know one company that actually does like static code analysis, especially during the build process, right? And that's one thing I've talked about a lot, is that you can tell people you have standards and coding standards or standards for deploying VMs or servers or whatever it is, but especially when it comes to code, you have to make sure your developers are doing their job, right? And the only way to do that is to do static code analysis. I know unit testing is a good thing that everybody's on top of, but that's not the only thing to me that needs to be done. I think just as important is to do code analysis, right? And even a long time ago, even in the early days of .NET, I was working at a company here with one of my good friends, and we basically we ran what used to be called Style Cop in .NET Framework. And, we wouldn't even release software if it didn't meet a minimum number of, warnings or information and things like that, where we would stop it, go back and fix it. And unfortunately, I really yet to see a company do that in this decade. And it makes me sad. And unfortunately, this is why, we as the user ends up with a lot of crappy software that doesn't work, or you have to trick it to make it work right, and things like that. And I was even experiencing it this morning when I was getting ready for the conference. I'm going, why does it, this works one time and it doesn't work another time? It makes no sense. But and that's why I want to make sure that we keep doing conferences like this, because I think we need to bring more awareness to this subject and try to get people to do it, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
So do you have at your company, you have written coding standards that everybody uses? Is it like on a web page, or is it like a document, or?
Basically, normally what I've seen is at the customers that whom I've helped. So from the enterprise perspective, so we build the coding standards, and we keep it in a repository. So like in an Excel, like maybe it can be as simple as an Excel. So we keep that Excel, and whenever the project kicks off, we make sure that all these coding standards are baked into static code analysis, and they're fed in as the rules to the tools. And when like normally we do it using DevOps. So like if you see all my architectures, they're DevOps driven. So the DevOps pipeline runs them, like whenever the developer will check in, so the DevOps pipeline will run. It will check for those coding standards by default. If it finds issues, then it won't check in the code. Actually, it will reject the check-in. It's basically a gated check-in that I have built. So normally I prefer that approach.
Yeah,
I know it's tough, but
well, that's the way to do it. And you just made me think that I'm going to say this to you and everybody listening right now is I have I've written the only pure coding standards book in the .NET world, and And I'm really interested in what other people's coding standards are. So if you or anybody listening right now want to send me their coding standards so I can look and see what other people are doing, I would really, really appreciate that. So you can email me at .netdave@live.com, and everybody spam me with your coding standards, because I'd like to see it. And if I see something cool, I'll add it to my book and give you credit. So anyway, I think is Mahesh ready, Simon? Yes. All right. So thank you so much, Abitek. I'm glad you were able to come on. I think you're a great presenter, and I do hope you come to Delhi in October, because I'd like to hang out with you and take a selfie with you.
Yeah, most awaited most awaited event since 2020. Definitely I'll be there in Delhi.
Okay, great. It was nice seeing you. So let's bring on Mahesh. Mahesh is going to be talking about building better software, something that we all need to think about, I think, every day, right, Mahesh?
Hey, David. Morning again.
Yeah. So
can you hear me, David?
Yeah, I can hear you. I was trying to
Okay.
think of something to say. I drew a blank because I'm still trying to wake up and I haven't had breakfast yet. So,
Yeah, no, I think you guys were hit on one of the things is really, coding standards. Developers are lazy in general, right? That's how it's well known, right? They just want to do things the way they want to do.
That's true, but also,
yeah.
in today's, I think in today's, programming environment, the timeline is so short these days that it's really hard to stop and think about those kind of things, right? And that's why I was talking about, that we need to do code analysis during the build process, right? Because
Yes.
Software is a stressful job at a lot of companies, and it's like get it done, and who cares about code quality? And code quality is one of the first things that goes, right? Including QA. Most companies let go when the timeline shrinks, then a lot of QA processes cut out of it. And, again, this is why we are left with all this crappy software we have to deal with these days, right?
Yeah, a lot of companies don't even have QAs anymore these days.
I know. They leave the developer QA their own code, and that's like this is the wrong thing to do, right?
Yes.
Yeah. All right, are you ready to take it away?
Yeah, let me try to share my screen and see if it works. If it works, then that'll be great.
And everybody, if you want to win software, I want to try to give away some software at the next break. So make sure you make a comment and use the hashtag #CodeQualityConf, #CodeQualityConf, and we'll give away some software at the next break. So far, no one has done it. So I'm waiting for some people. So if only one person does it before the next break, you win automatically.
Yeah, I'm going to try to actually upload my slide because I don't like sharing because it takes over the screen.
Oh, yeah, I know. That's
Simon, can you give me, it says I can't upload more than 2 slide decks.
Well, let me go.
Delete some.
Well, Simon, if you want to switch to my slide deck, I can go over a couple of the conference stuff while you're getting Mahesh going.
Yeah, I'm trying to share my slides, but
Mahesh had to wait till the last minute to do the slides, right? So
the slides are done actually. Just Simon, how do I upload slides? It won't let me because I'm a guest.
Play the video.
All right, because Simon is admin, so let me Simon.
Yeah, you should have the option because I don't see any slides from your end. Neither David
I do, but because I'm a guest, it won't let you upload more than some. I think it's already full, or the limit.
No, I don't see any slides.
Okay, I get a message as a guest. You can't upload more than 2 slides. So.
Oh really?
Let me give you. So are you on? I'll give you. So maybe you can upload it.
Yeah, you can email me.
I'm giving you a slide.
Yeah, he did upload the slide. Then I lost it actually. I don't see any slides waiting from your end. Not even one.
Let me see right here. I'll give you right now. You are in Skype?
Yes.
I'm giving you a Skype. So if you can upload that.
And you could switch to my slides, Simon, if you want me to go over a couple of the conference things.
David, I don't see your slides. I think there's a bug with StreamYard then.
Oh, stupid StreamYard. Let me share again.
Okay. All right, guys, everybody, welcome to the show. I see Sean, Mark, Mohammed, Mahendra. Welcome to the show. This conference is going on all day today. We are talking about code quality. There's a bunch of giveaways. David is announcing those giveaways as well. And we are also giving away 2 tickets to C# Corner Conference. It's coming up in October.
I can't wait to come back to India and see all my friends. And, at this point, it'll be the first time I actually speak publicly since COVID started. So
yeah, awesome.
I'm so excited to come to India.
Simon, how do I get access to this so I can go through this?
If you place your mouse over the slides, do you see an arrow?
No.
Do you see anything when you hover on the screen?
No.
I don't.
All right. No worries. I don't think I can even read that. All right. So let's get this started, guys. David, I'll see you in a minute. Let me finish this. So everybody, welcome to this Code Quality Conference 2022, co-hosted by me and David. All today we are talking about code quality. So if you have any code quality tips, tricks, things you do at work you want to share with us, you want me to call it out, happy to do that. Just post that in your comment. Code quality is something we don't talk a lot about in publicly. So if you go to any conference, hardly anybody's talking about code quality. Maybe there are some sessions on debugging and tools and tips and tricks, but that's about it. So today my goal is really combine the code quality with building better software. And I want to more talk about philosophically than the tools showing you exactly how to do it and why. If you are building a software, and when you're building a software means anybody involved, it's the architect, the lead, the developers, even the testers, people involved, how they should be thinking about building the software. This is going to be challenging. I can scroll through these slides. Yeah, you can skip that, Simon. As soon as I take a pause, you can just go to next slide. So it's hard to build a better software unless you understand why are you building a software. Okay, a lot of people, they just jump in with it, let me start building something. And in most cases, you're probably building software for a business. And to build a software for business, to build a better software for business, it will be difficult for you to build a software for business if you don't understand the business. And that's where a lot of problems comes, is a lot of developers, they don't understand the business, they don't understand the customers, they don't understand how the end user is going to use the software. So first thing to build better software is to understand the business and its users. And what are the goals when you're building the software? You always have to keep in mind these 3 goals. You have to have a good quality, highest quality possible. I'm sure it's not that easy as typing right here, me saying it, but you have to have a good quality software. It has to be the lowest cost and shortest time. So if any of these fail, the software will fail. For example, if you don't have a good quality, you have a poor quality software, it could be the lowest cost and shortest time, it will fail. If you have highest quality software and you did it quickly, but it's really high cost, it costs you millions of dollars, chances are company won't approve it or there's no budget left. If you have really lowest cost and highest quality, but you're taking like 10 years to build it, it's not going to work either. Okay, so all those has to combine. And it's hard to do all that. The only way you can do that is when the team understand the whole concept of why are we building software, what are our goals, what are our users, all those combined.
Tomorrow we have an event in this city. This is event.
Okay. So with that said, looks like Simon, you are on the.
Hi everyone, I'm at Nagpur right now.
Okay, Simon, your noise coming. Okay, thank you. So let's think about the software lifecycle, and I will break down each of these, life cycle phases, if you call it. How you build when you're building. Think of building a software. what are the things you can do to build a better software. And then you can think about, like, am I following the right, approach here? And in the second half of, by the way, second half of this show, which in 15 minutes, I'm going to bring one of the experts and friend of mine, Chris Love. He is expert in building better software, at least from the front end side. So he's going to come and I'm going to kind of talk to him, and he's going to share his tips and tricks. He's already in the behind the scene here. So stay tuned for that. So when you think of this, building better software, the first thing is start with the requirements. And as I said earlier, if you don't understand your business and you don't understand your users, it won't be possible for you to build a better software. You're just going to sit in your cube and writing code. That's not how you build software. So first of the thing is, when you're getting these requirements, either written or you are using a Agile or Jira board, or doesn't matter what tool you're using, try to relate those documentation with the real users. If you don't know who the users are, you don't know what businesses they're going to use that, where the business is, try to learn more about it. You can just say, hey, can I talk to the users? Can I understand? Because unless you understand that, it'll be hard for you to even build a UI, right? Because if your user is a 60-year-old who is non-technical and you're building a screen for them, and you're designing the screen for somebody young who's 20 years old, it's two different audience. So first thing is, start with that, is understand your end customer who are going to use your software. And David talks about this in his code quality shows all the time. So that's the first thing is, I see a lot of developers, they don't understand requirement. They'll get requirement from technical folks like architects or project manager. Hey, here's the task, go do it. Like, oh, create a form that will capture the customer data. Yes, but do the people even know what the EST, and you have to understand what these users are used to it. Okay, some people, are they using all Windows? Are they even used to new latest browser features? You have to understand that part. So first thing is requirements. Let's keep moving. Second thing is design and architecture. And in the first session, Joe talked about design patterns. So design and architecture is important. In most cases, it's not usually the developer who's involved in that. Sometimes they are, senior developers are involved, depending on the size of the project. But if you are just one man show, one developer show, and building entire application, you need to think about, okay, as Joe said, how many users are probably going to use your software? How are they going to use it? All those things, right? So that's how you pick one of those design patterns. You don't need to reinvent the wheel. There's already design patterns set based on your requirements. You need to find which one fits you right. So that's, we already talked about this in the first session, so I'm not going to spend too much time here. Then front end, middle layer, and back end. Those are often three parts of the software, right? Any software has a front end where user interacts, and middle layer doing some business logic, getting data and doing analysis, whatever is happening there. And then back end is where data is, right? So all these three things, not just front end, not just, if one of them fails, entire project will fail. If you are designing a database and you are using SQL queries, they are not optimized, or they are not, they're bad. If your SQL query is saying 2 minutes to just execute, it's gonna, your front end is not going to work, right? So same thing applies to middle layer. So the code quality goes everywhere in the software. It's just not the front end, it's just not the back end, it's not just your APIs or your libraries, right? It has to be everywhere. So when designing your front end, and I can talk on this for a whole day, just on front end or one of these. It's just I've been doing this for 25 years. I work with probably hundreds of developers from different kinds of backgrounds, with different places, locations, geolocations in different companies. I found every company you find something different, you learn something different. So the biggest, and again, Sean also posted that comment, the get it done mentality, right? So we developers have this get it done mentality because it's not even our fault. but it's sometimes businesses, as Dave said, businesses wants to get things done faster and move it to their customers. They don't even understand how important the security is. Okay, so sometimes as a developer, you need to push back. If you can't get this done on time, it's going to take you more time. You have to push back, and this is our responsibility to push that back. Imagine you're buying a house. You bought a place, and your builder is going to build a brand new house. I compare software as a house because that's easy to understand. Imagine you bought a new place, and there's a builder who's going to build your house. First of all, you cannot push builder to build your house in 1 month. The house is going to finish in 6 or 9 months. It's going to take 6 and 9 months. Why? Because first they have to lay out the foundation, and foundation has to take certain time, so it can dry out, it can get tested, make sure it's done right. Okay, then they start building this woodwork and all that. So if something is going to take you 2 weeks to do it right, and business is saying, oh, can you do it in 2 days? Don't rush it. Okay, clearly just say that it's just not going to work, and these are the challenges. If I do this quickly and without testing and without making sure I'm using the right code, and it's not going to work. And so we have to, as software developers, just don't listen and do. We have to push back, saying we got to do things right way. That's our job. That's our duty, as a matter of fact. So think of that. If you get your house done for in a month, guess what happens since rain comes or a storm comes or wind coming is 90 miles an hour? That house is going to fly away because they didn't do things right. Same thing with software. Just because we don't see it, it doesn't mean it doesn't happen. You see all the time, some app is not working, website is down, somebody hacked into Target database, stole 30 million records, somebody stole credit cards. All these frauds. Why are these frauds happen? Why do these all frauds and all these happen? Because somewhere, somehow, somebody wrote bad code. It may not be the bad code, it wasn't the right code. Somebody didn't take care of the security. It has to put place in maybe SQL queries or maybe in the JavaScript. So that's how you have to think. Same thing apply with APIs, right? And then testing is a big thing. As software developers, testing, we don't only has to do unit testing, and even Abhishek talk about that, use the best practices. And then when it goes live again, that's again same thing applies. You have to have users involved in live. So let's go to the next screen, Simon. So again, I'm going to bring Chris very soon. I think we have, let me see how much time we have. I want to make sure. So we have up until 11:20. So yeah, I have 10 more minutes to go through these. So when you are thinking of building a better software, think about these things. These are which I put together as a list of characteristics for a better software. Okay, modern and easy use. Easy use means you have to understand all kind of users they are going to use it, and they have to understand they should be not, once you give them the software, they shouldn't be spinning their heads like, how do I use it? If they are, that means your user interface is bad. And when I say modern, it has to use every 6 months there's a new version of either framework or library, or doesn't matter language you're using. There's a new version out there, and every new version has major enhancements. If you think of programming languages like C# or React or JavaScript or Angular, every 6 months there's a major upgrade and change. Why? Because there's so much upgrades coming in the browsers and coming in the hardware side. So if you're building this software, you don't want to use C# 2.0 while we are using C# 11. So you need to make sure it's modern and easy to use. Keep in mind, not all of these characteristics may apply to every software, but in general, this is kind of list I have for me if I'm building a big, large software. Modular and upgradable. That's very important. And modular means if you design this in a modular system, that's easy to upgradable and maintainable. Those are important things, because if you don't do that, in 2 years later, it's hard to upgrade and add things to it. So that's Number two, maintainable, again, self-healing. So I know these are the right big words. Maintainable means, so that again, back to the code quality. One of the key features of code quality is your first thing is your code should be readable and understandable. So if somebody else reads your code, it should make sense. So either you have to have comments in them, or the naming conventions or the standards you follow, they should be pretty standard. So when somebody comes and want to add any feature to that, or fix any bug to that, or upgrade any feature to that, they should easily upgrade that, change the code, and maintain it right. So that's how you have to think. Who is responsible for code quality? Let me go back again, and I already said that in the beginning. Code quality is not responsibility of just the coder. It's also the architect, the team lead, the project manager. Technically, if it's a technical project manager, yes, and every team coder who's writing, because architect has to basically put the foundation of the standards, like, hey, this is how we are going to write code, these are our standard. That's where it start. And then company, the business, also has to have resources for that, just for that part. That's why most software projects don't have good quality, because the architects or project managers who are leading the charge, they don't have these guidelines and frameworks set for the team. And then you bring new developers and they all come and they write code however they like. That's what they do. So we have C# corner application. It's so old, and over the time we have so many people jump in there. So if you look at the code, it's it's like in India we call it khichdi. It's just somebody wrote code this way, somebody wrote code this way, somebody wrote code this way. So you don't want to do that, and that's a role of architect and the project manager. And also do the code review side by side. If new developer join the code, whatever they write. Some companies follow the standards, but that's the point. If they're following standards, they'll have better project, better software out there. Flexible and adaptable systems, self-explanatory. Adaptable means really, let's say, new things come out, it will be easy to adapt, right? Portable. This is a new thing coming in these days right now. I'm seeing a lot is that some of the companies, based on their requirement, they're like asking a lot, hey, we are running our software on Azure, how can we move this to AWS, or vice versa? So you don't want to build a software that only runs on one cloud or one kind of hardware or one kind of operating system. So for example, if you're building code in .NET, you will probably want to use .NET Core because it supports all the frameworks. Okay, you don't want to say, oh, it only runs on Windows. That's a problem, because sure, your company today may be saying we don't care, we only have Windows machines now or Windows servers. But in future, what happens in 2 years later, new CIO comes and say, hey, we're going to use AWS or Amazon, or AWS or Azure, and we're going to use Linux operating systems. So those are the things you have to consider. High quality. We already talked about this today. All day, this whole conference is about code quality. Security and performance are those. And performance, I will talk less because I'm going to bring Chris in 5 minutes as a guest. But security, software developers do not think about security. Okay. Mahendra says, I love khichdi. Khichdi is good. It's awesome to eat, but it's not awesome to make khichdi in your program. Don't build a khichdi software, because then it'll be a problem. So back to security. Developers don't even understand security. So if you are a senior developer or you're trying to be an architect or lead, you want to make sure the security, and I had just one session on security. Security doesn't mean having the hardware security or server security. Security also means security in your code, security in front end, security in back end, security in your libraries. Every part of that has to be secure. And we can go on that, so I'm not going to spend hour on that part. Open and intelligent. That's it. These are new things. So this is all about building modern software. If you are not building modern software, you may not be aware of these, but open systems are the new thing these days. Open and adaptable is very important. What does that mean? That means today's world, Systems are not closed. They talk to other systems. They want data from some other places. They want to give some shared data to other softwares, especially if you're building a software for enterprise. There may be a HR system you're building for enterprise. And 6 months later, you want some of the data from HR, like and how number of hours of employees work in a inventory or billing system, right? Some billing system may have some whatever invoices and all that, which accounting system may want just how much invoice we did to customers. So the way you should design when you're designing these systems is they should be open and intelligent. Intelligent means you got to use some kind of machine learning, some kind of algorithms. So some of the things system knows and do itself. Again, and this is another big topic itself here. What does that mean? I'll give an example. Perfect example isn't intelligence means is that, let's say website goes down. What should happen if website goes down? Well, right now, if some website goes down, so I have to call a developer like, hey, did you check the website is down? Can you see what's going on? What if I'm sleeping? So the smallest thing the system can do is if something goes down, notify the people right away who are the responsible parties. Either it's the developer or the support or whoever that is, like, or maybe send everybody in. So that's the smallest thing, being intelligent. Second thing is, let's say system has multiple components and one of them fail. Let's say there is service running in the background and service fails. Well, how do you know? The system should know that. Your software should know that one of my service I'm using to do certain things has failed. That means let me either try to fix myself. If you can't fix yourself, that's the last one, self-healing. So these days, there's a lot more system they are being built is self-healing because they use AI and machine learning. Means if I need to, let's say, perfect example, I see this all the time. Let's say you have website like C# Corner. Our website C# Corner used to go down a lot because hard drive will run out of this space because the SQL log was so much, because we get millions of users every month and millions of users are doing tens of things every day. So their log files used to be so big. Every day it was like hundreds of MBs. In 10 days, one of the drives was filled and there was no space, and system will say, oh, error. So the software should be self-healing, means as soon as it recognizes that 50% of the hard drive is filled, it's to start cleaning up or start backing up somewhere else if we need that. Communicative, and as I said, communication is very important, means when something goes wrong with the software, it should notify and talk to people in other applications. This is what makes better software. That's software, you need to think, if you are an architect or a senior developer and responsible for building a new software, you need to think that software is a live thing. It needs to survive itself without extra outside support. Once you start thinking that way, you will build better software. Next, Simon. So what are the best practices for software builders? Well, first of all, stop thinking about code. Stop thinking about getting the coding done. Think about a problem solver. Try to understand the problem. Understand your customer users. We talked about that, right? If you don't know your customers and users, it'll be hard for you to build a better software. You also need to become a user yourself. So think about it, how the user will use your software. You have to test like one as a developer. While you're building, if you're starting from scratch or you're a startup or you are, say, you got to get your real users involved since the day one. So right now we are building a software for a company in Bermuda government. So we have 6 people from that government. They every week they work with us. They review the screens. They review anything we launch. They give us feedback right away while we are building. We are not going to wait until it's built and done, because that's how you build better software. Get your users involved while you're building it. Deliver fast in small pieces. That's very important. You don't want to take 3 months or 4 months to deliver something to users, and later they find out that, oh, they didn't like it, or that's not how they use it. So goal should be every week or every 2 weeks, you deliver in small pieces, and then let them test drive it and give you feedback right away. And again, stay up to date with the latest software. You can't be just writing code. I still see people writing code. They don't even know what new features are in C#10. They don't even know what records are. They're still using things old way. That's like you're going to a war, you are in an army, you're going to war, and you don't take the latest gun and you're fighting with like, swords and knives. What will happen? Think about it. So another thing is they fall in love, and I did myself as well in early days. They fall in love with a certain software stack. Oh, I love JavaScript. I love Node.js. That's the only thing I can do. Oh, I love C#. I love ASP.NET. That's the only thing I do. But in today's world, you need to know all these things. Like, what is the best feature in this? Can I use my components or API in C# and .NET because that's the fastest language out there? You don't need to just fall in love one thing because that's what you're used to. This is just being lazy. You think, oh, I only do Node.js and I'm expert and that's the best thing out there. Sure, you will say because you don't know other things. You have never used other things. And that's where a lot of developers, they just have this one mindset, oh, I'm just going to do that. But if you want to build a better software, you need to look at all the options and pick and choose what fits you best, right? It's like, you go to a market, farmer's market. You just don't pick one fruit every day. You pick different fruits, because you want this, what you like. So anyway, with that said, hopefully so far you have helped. This will help you think about how to build a better software. And Simon, there's a lot of comments in this if you want to delete those. Let me bring our guest today, Chris Love.
Hey.
Hey, Chris, sorry about the late. You were waiting for a while.
It's all good.
I took a while, just, talking about different things. How are you today?
Doing great. I got to say, I really agree with all the stuff I've been hearing. I've been like sitting here for the last hour, kind of watching what's going on in the previous session and stuff.
Nice. So you want to tell people about a little bit your background, what you do, and why are you here, and how you are also engaged with C# Corner, and then I'll ask questions.
Oh, sure. So I guess I've been a professional developer, primarily web, since 1992. That was the first time I got paid to do something over the web. I've done thousands of projects, and I really identify with a lot of the statements that you and David and whatnot were making before. Just bringing back a lot of memories of different projects along the way. With the I really appreciated the previous session was talking about coding standards and things like that. Just being good, and it really does help. So one of the things that I've gotten known for and I'm really passionate about is performance and speed. Really trying to make a good experience for the end user, and that's kind of I guess one of the things that helps me stand out, a unique selling point, is that I really kind of think from that angle. And I really appreciate the fact that you had those bullet points in your list, is actually understanding the customer, because I can't tell you how many stakeholders or clients that I've had along the way that didn't want me to actually communicate with the stakeholder. Then we're frustrated when not the stakeholder, but the final end user and stuff. And we're frustrated when they didn't necessarily engage with their vision of what was going on when I was trying to get another way. And here lately, you've engaged me to really kind of go through and redo. We've kind of bounced off on this for the last few years. Redo the C# Corner website to really kind of make it a modern platform. And we're going to hopefully re-architect a lot of the stuff. And exactly what you said, there's what I call a lot of scar tissue. I mean, the code base really has been there, for almost 20 years or more?
Yes.
And like you said, there's been a lot of developers who kind of had their fingers and hands in it, and things all over the place. I was trying to go through the code. And, I was getting lost, trying to find the code. And I've talked to some of the developers, and they get kind of lost trying to find where things are too. And there's just so much stuff. So hopefully we're going to optimize, clean things up, and bring it forward, so we've kind of got a new, fresh base. And we got lots of challenges. We got data migration, things like that. But hopefully we'll have a really good experience going forward, because we've got a lot of big plans for what it's like to actually be a member of C# Corner. And so we want to make sure that the experience is essentially top quality, modern. And for me, I want a really fast user experience, and we're we're marching that way pretty fast with what's going on. So hopefully we'll have something that people can start actually feeling in the coming weeks or so, and we'll go there. So yeah.
So let's talk about the right now, let's focus on the front end and the performance, right? So when you are architecting a new application, okay, and you say, okay, we're going to do the user front end screens, UI and whatever. So what are the some things that our developers who are watching this show, there's a lot of people watching on YouTube live, what are the certain things and tips and tricks you want to give people in 5 minutes that, hey, this is how you should be building your UI and just some things.
So really, there was a big titanic shift of the web back in 2014 when the service worker was released and supported in Chrome, and then in Edge and Firefox, and Safari's adopted it. So it's ubiquitous these days. But at this point, I don't think very many developers understand progressive web apps and a service worker. So I try to, when I build things, I think of things completely inside the browser, running self-contained, and how can I architect that so that it's fully functional if the user's offline. So I think that if you can build a front-end experience where the user can completely go into airplane mode and still use your site or your application, and it be very fluid and very fast and responsive, I think you've got a winner there, because then it's going to work great even over good bandwidth and stuff. The other side of that too is if you do architect the front end with the service worker and the caching correctly, you're going to get a better server performance. There's going to be a lot less demand on your server. So like you can look at your network bandwidth cost, your CPU cost, all those kind of things can go down. And you can use less hardware or virtual machines or however you're doing it. And really kind of optimize where's the most efficient place for whatever processing to happen. And can I cache something to keep from having to go back through essentially the logic that has to reproduce that piece of that resulting piece over and over again. So, you were talking about being married to stuff, and, both of us cut our teeth on ASP.NET, and that model is make a request, and it essentially triggers a rendering pipeline every single time someone requests that URL. Well, what if you essentially had that URL, that response pre-rendered, and actually, what if you just had it pre-rendered on the client, and there was never a network request that took place at all? How can you actually optimize all of that to really optimize the entire system and everything? So those are things that I look at. What are common bottlenecks on front end, and then you got to look at, can someone actually use this? And what are common things that people stumble on when they're actually trying to use software? Does it make sense? So I appreciated the fact that you mentioned the 60-year-old that may not be as technically involved, because you got to think about these things. I'm getting older, and it's becoming harder and harder to read smaller fonts, and so one of the things that I appreciate is bigger input fields and stuff. So I've got some apps on my phone that are almost impossible to use, because even though I know what's supposed to go in the field, I can't get the cursor on the right place without having to select the entire thing and retype everything from the start. If I miss one character, so things like that to me are important. Make it useful.
Well, on that point, I'll give you an example, right? So we are architect, I just architect the solutions. So one of our project is where audiences are 50 plus, 45 to 50 plus, right?
Correct.
It's a water industry. I have other solution where they are all foster kids. They're all from 16 to 24. Mm-hmm. So there are two different audiences. The same screen is not going to work for both.
Correct. Yeah, and you can also design your UI to allow them to kind of customize it to what they feel best. So, sometimes you see maybe an icon that looks like a font size type thing where you can adjust the font size, for example.
Yeah, most websites, usually government website have those.
Yeah, that's a very common thing. It's kind of an ARIA kind of deal, disability adaptive kind of things. And I'll be first to say I'm not the best at getting those kind of features in play. But if you are a government website, you do have to have those in play. I know a few years back where my wife worked, they had to redo a major application because I think somebody who was partially blind or mostly blind could not use the website because they didn't have the adaptability stuff in there to trigger the things that helped her be able to use the web. So they had to kind of redo that so they were compliant, ADA kind of compliant kind of stuff, things like that. So, but those things come into play. You have to think, okay, what can I do to make my software good? And that's performance. What minimizes the anxiety and stress that people may have using my application? And it all comes down to some of it's design, but the same as far as aesthetics. But at the same time, how do we architect, structure our code so that it works great, but is also something that developers can just kind of fall into and kind of find their way and be productive going forward with it. And I don't think there's any panacea for that because every developer is different. And like I think Dave mentioned that every company he goes into, there's no true one and done standard. Usually there's no like coding standards at all. So you kind of hit this maze of confusion a lot of times trying to find your way to kind of get a pattern to make you productive and whatnot. So there's all this balancing act between what makes it good for the developer to work with and what makes it good for the actual end user. And my personal thing is our job is to make a good experience for the end user so that the business is productive and profitable.
Yeah.
And so that means that I have to put the user first before I put the developer first. And most of the time I see developers putting developers first and never actually thinking about the end user and what's actually good in there. I've literally had developers tell me they don't care. And that really just hurts to have that experience. So
yeah, and obviously that software is it's not probably gonna be fly or adapted by users, right?
Well, there was one instance where it was a major company and a major brand, but the developers literally they told me they were just padding their resumes and they really couldn't care less.
Yeah, unless you are Facebook where you're already sucked into this ecosystem and no matter what they build, you're just there.
Yeah, I don't think they have good quality software. that's a whole other story. So yeah.
So Sean said there are code writers and there are software developers. So my view is that code writers are good for if they're writing a compiler or working on some behind the scene things. But if you're building UI, you have to become a software developer. Then the code writer. Yeah.
One of my college professors, I really understand once I became an adult, let's say, got out in the real world, I really appreciated something he kept telling me. He goes, you can be a computer scientist or a software developer, or you can be a computer engineer and really think about the engineering behind everything from the hardware level all the way up to the end user. And if you're going to be really good, you have to be the engineer.
Yeah. So Microsoft, Adobe, when they hire for the Visual Studio team or C# team and all, they look for engineers, right? Who are drilled down into, memory level, variable level. Okay, if I'm assigning, that's different. But those jobs first of all, they're very few. They're very rare, very few. So, but most of the coders and whoever, we are just writing software. We are just writing for users. We are solving business problems. Right. So that's what problem comes in when programmers, coders think that, they're coders, they're not software, they can build UI. Doesn't matter because you are solving a business problem. So users, your customers are your first priority, not the code. Nobody cares about code.
Right.
They want solutions. If there is a solution without software, they don't care. They just want business, just want the solution.
Oh yeah. One of the first projects I was assigned after college was essentially a simple reporting at the company I was at, and I got hit with essentially the IT bureaucracy once I got the requirements met, and it literally took me 2 weeks to write this application for it was a manufacturing company for the plant manager, and it took another 3 or 4 months before the IT bureaucracy finally approved all the stuff. In the meantime, the manager was like, screw this. So he made his own thing in Access and didn't tell anybody. And so when they finally got deployed, he goes, "Oh, I've had it for 3 months. Don't worry about it." So if you don't give them what they need, and like you said, in a timely fashion and whatnot, they're going to find another way to do it. It may not be pretty or anything, but if it's enough that they're happy, they're going to be happy with it. So yeah, you got to find.
And back to that, there is I know a large corporation. They have this software. They bought it for I think $8 or $10 million. It's so hard to use.
Yes.
People don't use it. They're still trying to figure out do their work in different ways.
Yes.
They'll make
I have seen that so many times.
They'll just make note iPads, then they'll come to the office and fill data there because this software, when they try to load on their iPads on their own side, it's slow. It's clunky. Like we don't have time to go through this.
Oh yeah, so, I've had plenty of companies come to me. They're like, our software is too slow. Our competitors' experience is faster, so our customers are going to the competitors because their software is faster. Basically, we've got better products, but the way to actually purchase or sign up for the products is just not good. So yeah.
Well, that's great, Chris. I think that was great insight. A lot of hopefully, I mean, everybody who's watching, hopefully you guys learned something from our experiences. So again, when you go back and start banging the keyboard, think a little bit more. It's, code. I always say that writing code is something, you can always do, right?
Right.
But with that, if you also keep in mind who your user or customer is, who you are building for, it's like you are what you call it? I don't know the right word, but let's say you're creating these T-shirts. Doesn't matter what you love. It's people who are wearing them has to love that. End of the day, that's the adoption. That's how you're going to become successful. All right, Chris. With that said, thank you so much for coming. And I'll chat to you soon, and let's bring back David back here in this studio.
Hey, everybody.
Hey, David.
Hey, I was hoping Chris is Chris still
Chris
on?
Come back. Yeah, Chris, come back, please. If Chris there, Simon.
He's not done.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Hey, Chris.
Hey. How you doing, Dave?
Good. How are you doing?
Doing great. Last time I saw you, India wasn't agreeing with you, but
Oh my gosh! Yes. We don't need to talk about that.
That was a great. I had one of the best weeks of my life when we were there. That was just an amazing experience. I'm really kind of sad I'm not going to be able to come in October. So.
Yeah, that'd be. You're not coming in October?
No, just the timing of it and notification and everything. Just I've got other commitments around that time, and it just wouldn't be a good time for me to head over there.
I did have a couple comments about what you guys were saying, and one is, Chris, I couldn't believe some developers said that to your face, that they could care less.
I've had multiple clients, enterprise clients, with their developers essentially tell me that story. Yeah.
And if I was, if I was like the lead or something of that team, they would not be on my team. Let me tell you that. And developers like that don't get hired at companies like Microsoft and Facebook. And, that's not, if you want to grow in this industry, and if you want to make the most money you can, which most people want to in this career, you can't be like that. Right. And I know people aren't going to like this term, and I'm sorry about that. But for a very, very long time, when I would talk at conferences, I would call, I said there's two types of developers, right? There's professional developers like you and I that, spend all our time learning new things and trying to build better software. And then there's code monkeys. Right. And we actually need code monkeys to bang out the code that we architect, right? But I'm saying that if you want to like run your own website like C#Corner.com and run your own company like Mahesh does, you can't be a code monkey. It doesn't work.
Right.
Yeah, but they all have needs, and again, but we are talking about build better software here. So we're not talking about just build software. You can keep building software. That's great.
Yeah. So
all right, guys, sounds good.
Yeah, thanks, Chris.
Sure.
I can't wait to see you sometime in the future.
It'll happen.
I'll give you the control, Dave. Now.
Okay, let's go over some slides before we bring my friend Jerry Nixon on. There we go. So we just heard Build Better Software by Mahesh and Chris Love. Next is coming up Why Editor Config by Jerry Nixon. which if you're not using the editor config, you need to get on board with this because this is the way we do static code analysis in Visual Studio now. So I do want to go over a couple more things about the conference. One is we're giving away software, and so far I haven't seen the proper hashtag yet. So we're giving away some software from Cöde from Submain, GhostDoc from Submain, a pass to DevReach 2022 from Telerik, and of course you have to be able to go to that conference to accept that prize, of course. And then at the very end, after my session's over, we'll give away the DevCraft Complete from Telerik worth $1,500. So some lucky person's going to get that. So make sure you start doing some comments. Code Quality Conf, not con, C# Corner. Simon put in the wrong hashtag. All right, got a couple more slides to go over. Also for this conference, and like I do on my show, I want to talk a little bit about the Voice of Slum. You know, Mahesh and I visited this Voice of Slum back in 2019, and it was literally one of the most moving experiences I've ever had traveling the world, speaking at conferences. And you know, the two people who started and run this NGO, voiceofslum.org, actually came from the slums. And so what they're doing now is they're helping other kids from the slums, not only with schooling, but clothing and feeding and all these kind of things. So if you can take a moment out of your day today, please go to voiceofslum.org and donate money, or you can actually buy clothing and things like that for the kids. They really need your support. And, you know, I follow the Chandy and Dave, and they've been doing a lot of work during the pandemic to make sure people are getting fed and everything. So we're software developers. We can afford to help out those in need. And so I hope you will go to the Voice of Slum. Do you want to say anything about the Voice of Slum, Mahesh?
No, you already covered everything. Hopefully we'll try to promote them more. But yeah.
Yeah. So please do that today. I definitely appreciate it. I also want to talk about the annual C# Corner conference happening this year. We're going to 5 cities, right, Mahesh?
Yep.
And we're going to end up in Delhi with the big show in Delhi on October 14th and 16th. So if
and I think you're going to Nepal too.
Yeah, we're going to Nepal afterwards. So
Simon is doing one more conference in Nepal, so that'll be the 6th.
Yeah, I'm going to Nepal with Simon. So that's going to be a lot of fun. Me, Simon, Magnus, and I think Alan's going. So who knows if we'll make it back.
You'll make it back.
Yeah. I also want to give a plug. I'm going to be talking on .NET Live on Monday about code quality and performance, of course, because these are my big subjects I talk and write about a lot. So I hope you will join me. It's 10 a.m. 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time on Monday. So it's on the it's on the Microsoft Learning channel. So I'm excited for the first time to be on that. Also, I want to plug my show, which is tomorrow, Rockin' the Code World with .NET Dave. I hope you'll come join us. And tomorrow is my good friend who will also be in India, Magnus Martinson, will be my guest tomorrow. We're going to talk all about the cloud. So I hope you'll come on and join me tomorrow. And I added this slide while you guys were talking because, we're talking about quality. And, I came up with this years ago. And to me, this is how we're going to solve the issue of code quality, right? You must demand quality in apps that you use. That means giving feedback to the companies, right? Tweeting to them or giving a support ticket. You must demand quality in the apps that you write. I mean, quality starts with us, right? And therefore, we also must demand quality in ourselves, right? Because this is where quality really starts. It starts from us. It goes to the apps that we write, and then hopefully it'll be in the apps that we use. Do you agree, Mahesh?
Yeah, 100%. And I think Sean has a comment, and I agree, Sean. So being a good coder is also first requirement. Being a good software developer. If
Yeah.
you're not a good coder, it'll be bad for you to write a software, right? That's the first requirement of being a good software developer.
Yeah.
Is you have to be a good coder and understand and definitely love and passion about it. If you are just not doing without it, it'll be hard for you to build the better, better software for sure.
Yeah. And the one thing that I want to say is that a lot of companies don't give us time to do this, and and if you learn good code quality practices, good standards and practices, they get ingrained in your brain, and pretty soon you just start doing it naturally, right?
Yes.
And
Yes.
it really doesn't take much time to make sure there's quality in your code once you understand how your framework works, and also how the tools that we use. The tools that we use have come a long way since. I mean, we didn't have tools like this, static code analysis. When I started programming, we didn't have any of that stuff, right?
Yeah.
It was us. We had to see. If we didn't see it, it didn't get fixed.
There was no perf. There was no debugger. There was no. That's why. Yes.
Yeah. So we have all these tools now, and I'll be talking about some of those in some of the stuff I'm writing for C# Corner. But there's really no excuse not to make sure code quality is built into your apps before you release them.
Yeah.
Right, Mahesh?
I think we are behind times, Dave.
Oh yeah. Is Jerry here? Yep. Okay. So Jerry's here. Let's bring on Jerry Nixon. Is he here?
I am here. Yes.
Hey, Jerry.
Hi, Dave. How you doing?
How's it going?
Jerry,
I haven't seen you in like forever.
It feels like it's been it feels like there was some pandemic in the way. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was before that.
I don't
Crazy
think
how things happen.
Have I seen you since I spoke in Denver? I don't think so.
No, I think that was probably the last time you were the keynote at Denver Dev Day, talking about code quality once again.
Yeah, that's all I talk about. It seems like these days, right? And I'm really glad you made it. I was actually watching a comic. He just came out with a special on Netflix that was recorded at Red Rocks, and that's one venue I want to go to at some point, is Red Rocks, because that just looks really cool to see a show.
You should play there.
Oh, that'd be even better, right?
Yeah. I just saw Train there. That is a great concert.
Oh, did you?
It really is a venue and a half. I mean, the vibe there is all perfect. And you know what's funny? Every time I see anybody play there, they all say the same thing. They all are like, I've waited my whole career to do this.
Yeah.
This is a big deal for me. It's not like they're just playing at a theater somewhere. To them, it's like a moment in their career.
Right. It's kind of like playing at the Hollywood Bowl, kind of the same thing. When you play at the Hollywood Bowl, you've reached at the top of your career, because you have to be a great band and popular band to play at the Hollywood Bowl, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's probably one of the bucket lists for most bands as well.
Yeah. So I got to play at one of my bucket list venues here in San Diego, which is my favorite music venue. I got to play at a sold out show there. And so I've got one down. House of Blues is still on my bucket list. I haven't made it there yet, but I'm trying. But anyway, sorry, don't get me started on music. I'll never shut up. So
okay.
So you're going to talk to us about the editor config, which is newer in Visual Studio to help us do code analysis, right?
It is, and well, it's a little bit newer, I suppose. It's newer if you haven't been paying attention since like 2017. So
right. And I kind of have a love-hate relationship. I love it in some ways. In some ways, it really frustrates me. But this is what we have, and this is what we use now. And so, if you're ready, take it away.
Yeah, I will. All right, thanks. Okay, so let's see. Oh, perfect. You can see my screen. That's great. So let's take just a moment. Well, actually, let me just pause for a second and introduce myself. My name is Jerry Nixon. I live here in Colorado. And as a matter of fact, Dave and I were just talking about Denver Dev Day. It's coming up in Colorado. So if you're in Colorado, denverdevday.com is in October. You can enjoy that. But I work at Microsoft. I am an engineer. Actually, I just transitioned onto the SQL Server team. and I used to be in commercial software engineering. And I want to talk a little bit about, I'm also a professor, by the way, and I teach C# at a university here in Colorado Christian University. And it's a treat, right, to really be able to kind of teach things in a way that make it, well, pretty well aligned with a conference like this. And let me start by just thinking about what code quality is, and probably my favorite thing to do in life. I don't know if if you know me at all, you know that I just love words. And so let's talk about just words for a moment. And so let's talk about things like best practice. So a lot of people will really, you naturally are attracted to best practices. However, the problem is the idea of a best practice is a little bit troubling, right? Because what does it mean really best? And who decides that it's the best practice? There are many practices and many ways to do the same thing. And one of the heartaches of being a developer is honestly that there are so many options to do the same thing. There are times when I wish we could just have prescriptive guidance that this is the way you're supposed to do it. But the truth is there are many ways to do it and a lot of variables, and the it depends answer is really true. That's the reason when people say, oh, this is a best practice, you need to raise your eyebrows and kind of be skeptical, because the idea of a best practice means it worked really well for them, or maybe it worked for them in the past, and things have changed and you need to reevaluate to make sure that it's still at least a good practice. I think good practice is probably a much more respectful term than best practice. Best practice really skips over a lot of the details. And now let's talk for a second about code quality. And I don't mean code quality in the sense of this conference. I want to talk about code quality in the sense of how can we break apart code quality into its constituent parts, and then how can we address those programmatically and automatically. So let's start with the kind of categories of code quality that we deal with in a most practical sense. So the first is around design, and not UI design, but really a well architected library. And we have a family of rules that go into that to help us know whether or not the code quality in the design category is high or low, right? That's really good. That's what you want. And there's so many. Look how many more we have. Whether or not it's a well documented library, that alone can determine whether or not the quality is high. Whether or not it's globalized, right? Globalization is serious. It determines whether or not your library is ready for the world, ready for every other type of developer out there other than just you. Now remember, we're talking about libraries here, so we're not talking about the UI. So we're not talking about globalization as far as necessarily language changes and localization, but we are talking about things like handling dates and things along those lines. That can be very important. The idea of portability, this is probably top of mind in the modern world. Portability really is around whether or not it can go to multiple platforms. So you write it on Windows, that's terrific. Have you made it so it can't run on Linux? So are you going to have issues depending on how you deploy this into containers and things like that? Maintainability is all around complexity. So it's another category of code quality. A complex library isn't wrong. An overly complex library is something we need to address. So we have automated rules that allow us to go in and just measure that so you can make the determination of where that level really needs to be, and you can keep an eye on it if it starts to grow or drops off suddenly. We have, of course, it seems easy just to start with naming conventions. Naming and how we case things, where they are in scope and things like that, can be very valuable to the developer. They mean nothing to the end user, of course, but they can also be valuable to the developer who's consuming your library as well, and the consistency across projects. And then finally, or not finally, but reliability, right? Because we're going to deal with things that are sophisticated, including things like memory management and thread management. That's going to be important in our library. So we have rules around that. Each one of these are different categories. Each one will have their own rating. Each one will be important to you at a different level depending on the type of library. Then we have security, which is always an issue. I put it at the bottom because it's the most important. And then finally, we have best practices. So it's kind of a miscellaneous set of rules that allow us just to look at, and here we are using best practices, but the recommendations from the team themselves on usage in .NET and problems that they see develop, just common developers. Because remember, you may have experience with, 1, 2, 3, a dozen, even 100 developers, but the .NET team, we have experience with all the developers. So we start to see issues as they pour in. You start to hear people just complain at the water cooler. So it's a little bit different, right? So now we come up with usage recommendations as well that are at least worth paying attention to, even if there's something that you might suppress later. So that's the idea of code quality. Now let's go to code style, because sometimes those get kind of commingled together. And I think that's all right, because a good style certainly contributes to quality, and certainly a bad style can take away from it. So let's think about that for just a second. So we have the idea of naming, which we talked about, how we can identify how things are named based on their semantic scope inside your code. And then we can talk about casing and formatting and things like that. Then we have language styles. Language styles are things like, do you put a space after a parenthesis, right? These are things that will be specific to a language, but there's still a style. Like, do you have two spaces before you put a comment? Things along that line. We also have formatting. Formatting would be other things like how are your indentations kind of handled? Do you require braces around your if statements and things like that? Right. Each one of these are categories that help us determine what our code styles are. We also have a series of rules that identify unnecessary code, which can actually be part of your style. We allow for a variable just to sit there, or we don't allow for a variable to just sit there so we don't have noise in our code. The truth is, the compiler is smarter than most of us, and the compiler will see a lot of the inconsistencies that we add, and the code style barely matters, right? It will take an unused variable and just remove it as it compiles it because it realizes it isn't going to be used. However, that doesn't mean that your code is maintainable as we hand it from one developer to another or work with each other as a team. Then we have other kind of miscellaneous rules as well that have to do with things like whether or not we can even suppress things. That's an important rule in its own. I know that something should be uppercase, let's just say in a naming convention, but I could suppress that rule. Well, wait a minute. We've got another rule that says you can't suppress that rule. All right, nice. Now we have some checks and balances that allow us to really look at not just code style, but how it contributes then into our own code quality as well. All right, so these terms are important, and we're going to get into those and how they're really managed by something like editor config. All right, so let's talk just a bit about standards. And these are the problems that we need to solve. So the first really is, how do we detect it? How do we detect whether or not you are doing something correctly, right? We don't want to do like a find and replace with text in all your files. That's going to become a real mess for you. And so instead, we want to make things as quick and easy as possible, but we want to make it automated so that we can make it reliable too, so it can't be kind of missed. We also want to make it enforceable. We want to make it so that you can have it inside your IDE, but we also can have it inside our build as well. So we can break the build if you're violating some of our quality rules. I like that as well. We want to also make it so that the rules can help the developer, so that the rule will allow for refactoring, but also will also do the refactoring for you as well, not just on the fly, but in a thoughtful way. And then finally, this idea of documentation is really hard. SharePoint just is not enough. You can't put this in a markdown file and consider yourself, done as when it comes to documenting what your standards are. So we need to figure out a way that's both consistent and useful. And the problem is, you have it in SharePoint or some sort of document, then you have it in your IDE as well. And there's always a disconnect because one gets updated and the other doesn't. We need to bring those two things together and figure out a way to build consensus on our team and then share it with each other so that we have a consistency that is across not only the work that we do, but across our team and all the projects that we're on. Okay, so there's a lot of words there, but I love it. I really do. Okay, actually, before we go into managing the code style inside Visual Studio, let me just show you, because it's a pretty neat little thing. Let's say that you just joined a project and you open up some existing code and you have something like this. There are three ways that we can address this inside Visual Studio, and there's a lot. And most of these ways have different approaches in different IDEs. So a lot of what I'll show you is already available also in Visual Studio Code for most languages, and you'll see that go on and on, like in Writer and other things as well. And so let's just start like this. So you have a couple of developers on your team, and they obviously used to be JavaScript developers because look, they have all of their open brackets right after the type, and they don't have it on a new line. Everybody knows that you're supposed to have it on a new line, but apparently they didn't. How are you going to update this? Well, it's really easy, right? We have code formatting inside Visual Studio. That is, you can do it a couple of ways. A lot of people will go down to, let's see, Edit, Advanced, and then go up to code format. For me, it's Control ED, which is a keystroke chord that I know in my heart. Like I think I do it in my sleep, right, on my like wife's shoulder sometimes, right? Control ED, and it will fix these small formatting problems that you've already identified inside Visual Studio. That this is the way you want it, and a lot of these are defaulted. You don't even have to go in and set them. It understands what the basic. We used to call these kind of the MSDN conventions, but now these are the .NET conventions that are documented in Microsoft Docs. You can go in and tweak those if your team is doing it a little bit different. All right, we still have some problems, but at least we don't have our open brackets right after our types on the same line. That's nice, easy enough. All right, so let me show you another problem. Another problem is right here. Well, it turns out, at least in my team, that we require braces in our if statements, right? I know that you can shortcut it like this. You could even shortcut it like this and put it really close or really tight in a single line. And sometimes terse code is really valuable because you're able to reason over it on a single page. However, that's not always enough. The truth of the matter is, we need to have consistency and make it easy so that everything everywhere is the same. So in this case, it's braces. I do Control ED and nothing changes. That's because Control ED is just code formatting. It reformats, but doesn't do anything for the language itself. Here in the language, I can do code cleanup. Code cleanup is pretty nice. I can go down here to my little broom, and it'll show me that it's Control KE, or I just can click it. So it's updated this page. That button updates only this page. I can do it at the project or at the solution level as well, which can be awesome and terrifying depending on how you think about it. What's nice is, let me go back. You can see that it's not really an error. You don't see a build error here. You just see that there's a problem. And so then I can clean that up. The third and final thing that we can do, and this is where really all of the power is I can go and I can use this little smart tag over here that drops down a recommendation, right? There's a keystroke for that. I think it's very important that I tell you what that keystroke is. It's Control period. It may be the finest keystroke in all of Visual Studio. And it is, you can just have your cursor anywhere, Control period, and Visual Studio will give you all kinds of not just information, but recommendations too. Sometimes you'll be on a line and really there's nothing wrong with it. Control period, you have 5 options to refactor it in a different way. And it can be really, really nice. So it really brings up the analyzers inside C# and gives you an access to whatever the fix might be for those. So I just went to the return that has this little curly bracket here, and I'll say Control period, and it'll say fix the return type. And the return type is a task, but obviously that's not a generic task of string. So if I select that, it changes it to be generic task of string. 3 ways I can update my code. The first way is formatting my code, Control ED. The second way is I can use cleanup, and the final is what we call a code fix. And it's that Control period way of getting into it. Pretty powerful, right? All of these have been in different ways available inside Visual Studio. And what it has to do with editor config will make sense here in just a second. All right, so let me jump back to where my slides are, and let's just go quickly into how we tell Visual Studio what it is that we prefer. So I'll go into Tools, Options, and then from there I'll go into Code Style. But honestly, I never do this anymore. The fastest and easiest way to interact with Visual Studio is always by using Control Q and going up into the quick search, typing what you want and letting it find not only options, but the subsection of options. And then when you select it, it'll navigate into that for you so you don't have to find it. I never use the menus like I used to. I'm a keystroke guy, Control Q, and then I type in Code Style, and boom, you have everything that you need right there. Why it defaults to Visual Basic as the first selection instead of C#? Hey, that's just the way it works. All right, so it pulls up our options. This is what it looks like, just so you can see. I can go in, I can set what my preference is based on whatever the category is. So this is a general set of preferences that you may have that are very language specific, whether or not you want a this in front of all your field accesses. Do or don't. And then over at the side, you can set the severity of whether or not it really nags you about it or whether or not it just blows up your application if you don't do it correctly. So that's really nice, a great way to do it. But there's more you can do. You can change things like indentation, right? And so you can solve the entire problem of things like tabs and spaces right here. You can decide whether or not it's a open braces on the new line or not, right? Here's where I could set that. It's defaulted to true. A lot of the good and smart settings are just defaulted to the way that pretty much everybody does it. That drives a lot of consistency across projects in Visual Studio that you can kind of get for free, to be honest. And one developer and another are both working, and it turns out their code looks kind of the same. The reason is Visual Studio is nudging them in one way or another while still giving them flexibility to come into options and make changes on their own. So I can come in and change naming as well. And so this is probably one of the cooler things that you can do. Is also you can go in almost everything, well, not almost everything that exists inside C# as far as keywords, modifiers, types, and everything else. You can change and update whatever the naming convention you can have, as long as it doesn't break the code itself. So that part is really great. You can decide whatever the casing is. So you can see a couple of them over here with camel case and Pascal case, and you can go in, and in fact we have a little editor that allows you to change and decide. Like, I could create uppercase snake here if I want to, and so I would create uppercase snake, by the way, because that's the way I do my constants, and so it's very valuable to me. So you can come in and do whatever is special inside your team, your organization, or just something you're really in love with for some reason. And it'll even let you do bad things. So just remember that you can do dumb ideas here and it will enforce them. So be smart. All right. So once I have it, however, now all of a sudden it's valuable. I come in and I try and name, for example, full name my method here with a lowercase f. Again, I feel like I'm a JavaScript developer or something like that, or I just have a typo, or I forgot to do it. No big deal. Or I renamed it maybe from a local method. Nonetheless, it can come in, it'll see here's IDE 106, and it will show me that there's an error. It also shows up in my error list, which is super nice for me. I like it that way. All right, so let's just go over and remind ourselves of these 3 ways. So the first is around formatting code, Control ED, and it's worth pointing out that Control ED, we call that a keyboard chord, right? Because you can do multiple things, and developers have no problem with this. And I would say every other user on it has a lot of trouble with it because they don't understand. Oh, I have to keep the control down. Yeah, you have to keep the control down, Control E, and then D while you have the control down. And you may have Control KD, right? And it really depends on the settings when you go in. When I go into Visual Studio and it asks what kind of developer I am, I say I am a C# developer. It gives me a whole suite of keyboard settings that are different than if I go in and say I'm a Visual Basic developer, or I'm a C++ developer, or something along those lines. So depending on what you've selected, it may be a little bit different. You can do what I did, where you go into Editor Advanced and just look at what the keystroke is as well, and figure out what it is for your settings. You can always go in and change your settings as well. All right, so this formatting code is important because we know what it does. We know it changes the formatting, but does nothing with the language and nothing with naming conventions, right? This is valuable because we do it against an entire document, or maybe just a section of a document. That's easy enough. So the second was cleanup. So cleanup for me is Control KE, and I think it's true for everybody. It might be different for you, but you'll just have to figure it out. You can mouse over that little broom down at the bottom if you need to. And it does a little bit more, right? It does formatting, which is great. So it is additive. And so these things, so as you go forward, you get to do more. And it also makes changes with the language. So we saw where it added braces to our if statements, which is exactly what we want. And so we have the little broom down here at the bottom. We select that and it gives us a menu. So we don't just push it, but we can also select it. Now what's nice is cleanup gives us 2 options. Or sorry, not 2 options, but 2 profiles. So we can go into those profiles and say, when I click this button, here's what I want you to do. Don't just do everything, because that's just too much for me. And I can go in and I can selectively choose what it is I want it to actually clean up. So I don't want to add braces. I want to manually add braces. Fine. You can do that. Just set your profile to remove that part, and it'll go in and do all the other pieces. And so there's a lot it can do. So you get to kind of read through that. All right. Another thing I can do, still in code cleanup, I can right click my project and I can run code cleanup. So now it's not running against my individual file, it's running against my entire project and all the files in it. Hopefully you're using source control to do that, so you can first see what all your changes are, and you can kind of review those, and you can go back if there was some sort of mistake. The odds of there being a mistake are actually pretty low, because of the sorts of things that it changes are really just tweaking the way your code looks, and it tends to be pretty nice. You can do it against the solution as well. So that's really nice right there in the Analyze and Code Cleanup. Speaking of Analyze, you could go up to the Analyze menu at the top, and you can clean up from there as well. 3 ways to do the exact same thing, with the exception of scope. So the button is scope to the document. I can scope to an individual project if I want to. And here in the Analyze menu, I run it against the entire solution. So again, hopefully you have source control so you can see what's going on, but the odds of it really causing damage are pretty minimal. But it can make a lot of changes, boy, that's for sure. And it's beautiful. Somebody gives you a code base and you're like, I need to fix this thing. Shazam, it looks so much better, right? It's so nice. Everything gets cleaned up and nice. This is the way it looks, by the way, when I'm editing my profile. I come in And I have all the options there at the bottom. At the top are the only ones that are automatically there. I can have 2 different profiles, not 3, just 2. Why are there not 3? It's just the way it is. Let's not ask too many questions. Okay, so it's a little confusing to me that the profiles go up instead of down. It's not how I would have done it, but once again, let's not ask too many questions. The first and defaulted one is apply header file preference. That is also the first one I remove because that is not something that I actually prefer. So that's great. But you can see here it can actually look into your editor config. Let's talk more about the editor config here in just a second. All right, the third and final was code fix. So remember, code fix is control period, absolutely magic. As soon as you click that, you have access to do everything that's possible. And the reason that's there is because we use analyzers, and analyzers have the ability to do code fixes and refactoring. So when I select that, I can see that the code fix, it gives me a preview of what's about to change. And then it also gives me the scope I want to run it in. So this isn't like code cleanup or anything like that. I can use this to identify an individual problem, fix it right here, fix it in the entire document every time that it happens, the project solution, or just my containing type if I want to do a smaller scope inside the same document. Not same document, of course, if I have a partial class and multiple files, it would work there as well. Pretty neat. Okay. I'm talking fast. I kind of already showed you the demo, all right? But let me just no, but I already showed you the demo, so I'm going to move on and just talk about these 3 features, what they have. The most awesome of all is code fix. The most easy of all is code format. You get that when you close a curly brace. You get that when you paste. It just happens automatically, and the keystroke. So you get it all the time. You've probably seen Visual Studio do that for you. So what if you don't like what's going on? So let's go only to code fix, and I can now suppress certain rules. This is going to be important. So now I could go in and I can suppress it, let's say in the source. And as soon as I do, you can see it wrapped my type inside pragma statements. Pragma's sort of interesting, right? The one thing about it is this is unique to the individual type, the individual page that I'm on. So the scope is to a single artifact right here. Now, even better is I get to use Pragma and talk directly to Roslyn, our compiler. And Pragma warning is special because it allows me to disable or maybe even restore different warnings that are there. And so you can kind of see exactly what's going on. I say disable, and I say it's CA, which is code analysis number 1050. Right? And so it turns it off and then turns it right back on. This is handy. It's ugly though, isn't it? Right there in your code. That's nasty. But sometimes you have to do it because you want it to be only in this instance, right? There are certain times that you need to call an async method, synchronously, let's just say, right? The requirement just is there. And so you put it right here. What's great, this is even a type of documentation that allows developers who come in after you maintaining your code or helping to be able to see that this is done on purpose, right? And you can have comments around it as well. I could take the same thing and I can move it out into a global suppressions file. Global suppressions allows me simply to take all of my suppress message statements and put them into something that is no longer scoped to an individual type, but now it's scoped to something to the entire assembly, right? That's valuable. It's a little frustrating though, and it kind of counteracts what we're going to do in editor config, and you'll see why in here in just a second. A couple of years ago, we introduced .NET Format. .NET Format is pretty nifty. It's the command line tool that allows you basically to point it at a solution or project. And with a command that looks like this, I can update everything inside all of my files. It's basically like right-clicking and saying cleanup, and it will clean up everything under the hood. It allowed me to do certain things as well as far as code fixes, and we'll add more and more. So one nice thing about .NET Format is this is what Visual Studio is using behind the scenes. So there aren't 2 different implementations. There's one implementation and another one is just a GUI implementation. So pretty common way of approaching. It does leave us with the question of how we share all of these preferences, right? We know we have potentially global global suppressions. We have it in the file, but we can also have it in our settings. So one of the things you can do is export all of your settings in Visual Studio and have all your developers import your settings. It's a nightmare. Don't do that. This is the worst thing you could ever do, but I've seen developers do it. Don't mess around with your VSS settings file, right? I mean, if that's the only thing you've got, then it's the only thing you've got. But the truth of the matter is there are much better ways. What's the better way? The editor config is the better way. So born in 2011, been around a long time. Editor config was meant to make it so that your experience across different editors is always going to be the same. So your tabs, your spaces, everything like that is going to be the same, right? It's in a simple INI format, not JSON, not XML is in INI format, crazy easy to read, by the way. And the specification itself, and I'll show it to you in just a second, is insanely simple, right? It really has very little to it. And you're like, okay, so what's in editor config? Well, if you're talking about the editor config as the standard across all the IDEs, very little is the answer. Very little is the answer. However, we've supported this inside Visual Studio since 2017, and anymore, the relationship is pretty intimate. That's kind of weird to say, but it is. All right, so let's talk just a little bit about the specification. All right, so this is going to document our standards, right? It takes everything out of settings, out of all these other files, out of as much as we can, and then puts it into a single repository where we can look at a single file that works not only as our documentation, but instructions to the IDE to allow it to actually enforce it for us. It maintains consistency, not just for us across our projects, but also for all of our teams as well, as we share the same file in our project. So this is what one looks like. This is about as simple as it gets. You can see that we can indicate here all files with the star here. So this affects all the files in my folder. Doesn't really think about projects, doesn't think about solutions because it's across all different IDEs. That's the way we would use it inside Visual Studio, yes. But that's not the way it's written. It's just thinking about folders and files. And here you can see we have indent size of 2, but only in our XML file. And of course, you can add CS files, VB files, C++ files, and on it goes, CP files. And look on the right. These are the properties that it actually supports. I told you it was very minimal implementation. Well, it really is. And so here they are, the 8 that are there that it allows right out of the box. How do we get all these other things? Because we extend them. So there are .NET extensions and there are C# extensions. The .NET extensions would be for all the languages of .NET. C# would just be C#, obviously. But the one I want to kind of draw your attention to down here is root. Root is important because root kind of says, oh, these are the tabs, sorry. Root kind of says, if I say root is true in my file, then I don't want to use any other file to override my settings, right? So it's nice because I can have them in file folders, subfolders, subfolders. And I could say at the top level folder, I could say this is for my entire project. And then I can have a subfolder where I have special rules that are just in that folder for whatever reason. And they will inherit from the parent, and then they will apply their special rules that override it in the subfolder, unless I put root equals true. So what root equals true, it ignores the parent and isn't overridden. So that's nice, right? So it doesn't inherit all of those other pieces. That's about it. That is the editor config until we extend it for each language and IDE. And so let's, the good news is, by the way, there's tons of support. I mean, there's tons of support. Dave was joking that he has a love-hate relationship with editor config. I understand that. I kind of do too, to be honest. But that ship has sailed, right? This is it. Everybody uses editor config. So we have a language service inside Visual Studio, but VS Code, we also have full support as well. The language service is how we initially supported the editor config in Visual Studio, but now it's way more embedded than it ever has before. And when you install Visual Studio, you just kind of get it for free. Not all versions of Visual Studio though. So I have the latest version of Visual Studio, which you can get. So if you have 2022 already, then you can go ahead and upgrade to 17.3. I have 73.1. And that's where we get a couple of more kind of pieces of candy when it comes to editor configs. All right, let's look and see what it is we get. So the first thing is to go to options. So if I go into all text editors, there's an option now. I can say follow project coding conventions. What does that mean? Well, I would have written it differently, but I'm kind of a words guy. Instead of follow project coding conventions, I would say let editor config override my local settings. That's what it actually does. So I check that and it says, okay, let's let editor config do its job. By the way, editor config doing its job, this is checked by default. So you don't have to come in and remember to do this. Didn't Jerry tell me I had to check something? No, I didn't. This is already checked for you, but you can uncheck it if it's driving you crazy, right? That's important too. Now don't remember, we can move downstream and still enforce all of our code standards. But if it's driving you crazy for whatever reason, you can uncheck it. All right. The other thing I can go in is I can control the way analysis works. So all the analysis that is enabled inside the editor config, I can turn that on or off because it's running in the background. It can be, maybe I'm running on a really lightweight device. So if I'm running on a really lightweight device, I might want to go in and change those and only run them periodically when I know that I want them. That's fine. That's totally fine. So now I right click my project. I say add new item. But instead of saying new item, I go down to the bottom of the menu and we have this new option of adding a new editor config. When we do that, it adds one of two templates for us. So if I were to just say project, add new item, it would give me this dialog. I would filter by editor config and I would see the two options. I would see .NET and I would see default. What's the difference between the two? Well, default is about to be renamed because it's actually a little bit confusing. What it's going to say is .NET or empty. That's right. So .NET it'll have all the configuration that's going to be defaulted based on the team's recommendations for you. Now, this used to be in GitHub. This used to be in Docs. And if you wanted the default editor config, you would go get it from there. Those have been removed. Why? Well, the reason is the number of changes and recommendations, all of the analyzers that we have just keep growing. And those things became out of sync. We needed in one place. So now when we go in and we say, add a new editor config, or we select the .NET right here, we get all of the current recommendations right away. So it's beautiful. And if we go into default, it's basically empty, right? Another thing I could do is go into options where I have all of my settings, which I'm actually kind of proud of because for years I've been tweaking these things to code exactly the way I want. And I can click generate an editor config from my settings. So that's really nice too. I can go in and use that as my basis. And so I can do this three ways, right? I could take an empty one, I could take the .NET one, or I could take my own. Or I can kind of munge them together depending on how it is you like to do things. Okay, once I have an editor config, I can start editing that. We have a GUI for that. You go into the GUI, and so now we've broken everything into groups, the white space, the coding styles, all right here. You can see they're separated. It gives us two options, the value, as well as what we do if it's broken. So we can change the severity from disabled, suggestion, warning, and error. Now, when we see these show up as errors, we see IDE. That's the name of the error. So it'd be IDE 1005 or something along those lines. We can even look those up on the internet. They're all explained. There's hundreds of them, and each one is really well thought out. Another thing we can do is come into our project and we can edit it. Make a change that says enforce code style and build. Now, all of a sudden, somebody violates our coding styles. We make it so they can't build either, right? That's really nice. Now, all of a sudden, they're not just nagged by the error window. They can't even build until they get it right. That's really good. We have the same naming styles and the same set of conventions that we have anywhere else, right? Right there in the editor. But before we move into analyzers, let's talk about it for just a second. So inside Roslyn, that's our compiler's name. We have a handful of services that allow for analyzers, which can do both code fixes and refactorings. In a lot of ways, code fixes and refactorings are the same thing. Analyzers run against the semantic tree of your code. So it looks and talks to the compiler in the compiler's own language, starts iterating through and figuring out whether or not the scope and usage of different keywords are done in a way that is right for the team, right for your team, right for the library that created this open source library that you're using. Many people can create analyzers. Now, in the past, we actually dealt a little bit with analyzers, and we had FXComp. Do you remember that? So we had FXComp. FXComp is really emerged into what we have now in Visual Studio, and what ships with the .NET SDK, and we'll talk about in a second. So FXComp is sort of fading away, and it's going to be replaced by what I'm about to show you. This works inside the IDE, of course. Visual Studio and Visual Studio Code can do all these things, but it also works at the command line, which is what we would want to happen, because we're going to use the command line when we do things like our automated pipelines. So if we're in GitHub, for example, we also have the code analysis action that goes ahead and runs code analysis and can determine whether or not there's a pass or fail. This is nice because it's not just failing the build. We can run code analysis and get a nice report on the other side to explain what the blocker is in the pipeline. So this is it, Microsoft.codeanalysis.net analyzers. The team has compiled all of these, migrated from FXComp, and added new ones as we've introduced new syntax and new keywords into C#. So this is the full of it. And with this analyzer, there's three analyzers. This is the mother of them all. And comes in, analyzes your code, and gives you what you need to make your code better. No longer do you need to even add it to your project. It ships with the SDK, and it automatically is enabled inside your project by default. So that's great. That should make it so all of us developers out here, we should have a nice baseline that we're all running against to make sure that our code is at least as good as we can, given the way that we're working. All right, so when I go in and I look at my dependency in my project, you can see it lists every single analyzer that's in each of the package. So the first is the C#. You can see here the C# package, right? That's the one specific to C#. And then all the way down here, these are .NET analyzers that are specific to the language or to the framework .NET. And so there, it's much, much longer. And you can see they're all CA something. And the other thing you can see is they indicate what their severity is right here, just so you can see it, right? It's a nice way to be able to just jump in and see what's going on. Not only can you see the severity, you can change the severity right here as well, which is great. I'll make a change like this. It goes into my editor config, which has all of this information that's extended for the language and for the framework, and it allows me to set what that severity is. It updates my editor config for me just by going into Solution Explorer. That's pretty easy and nice, right? It really is. And so it's great. I get to review what those changes are, but I get to make the changes here as well, or I could go in and edit the editor config directly. So if I were to edit the editor config directly, I would just go over to analyzers and I would change whatever its severity is right here. Same effect, right? It changes the editor config on the backside. There are so many that fortunately we've added search so that we can start to find it. So everything that has to do with parameters is what I just searched for here. And you can see where it's collapsed the list so I can find it a little bit easier. Otherwise, you're scrolling through hundreds of analyzers and it's exhausting. I mean, truly it is. Each of those severities, by the way, is different and has different kind of implications. So if I'm inside my Solution Explorer, I can see I have an error. Well, that's nice, but it may or may not break the build depending on whether or not I've set it in my project, right? That's true. And then here's the inside the editor config. If I set it to error, it gives me an error inside my Solution Explorer. The build could fail depending on what it is that I'm setting it. If it's just a code style, I have to explicitly say, let my code styles also break the build. But if it's an analyzer, analyzers will always break the build. And if I set that to an error, it is smart enough that I can trust it, rely on it, and put it into an automated fashion so that I will set its severity to error. And I don't have to go in and say, allow it to break the build. It will break the build. Warnings show up like you would expect. But what's nice is the IDE experience. So I have it set to an error. It gives me that red underline we would expect with any exception or any error that you have inside your code. And then warning underlines in green, gray for when it's a suggestion, and then obviously silent doesn't do anything at all. Okay, so the analyzer configuration part is, well, it's pretty valuable, right? It really is. And it's the thing that allows me to say all of these analyzers matter, but these don't. These are the ones that, these are the different priorities. And so what's beautiful, and you might be asking this in your mind, can I add more analyzers? Well, you can write your own analyzers and they'll show up in your editor config just fine. Or you can download some of the more like popular ones, right? So for sure. Style Cop is still out there, by the way. And what's nice about Style Cop is not style rules. Style Cop are analyzers. It's a family or bucket or container of analyzers. And so it interacts with your code in a slightly different way, looking for the same type of rules, but enforcing them in a more stringent way as well, as because they are analyzers. So that's really nice. Style Cop's still quite popular. And even though all of the style capabilities are still in the IDE or in editor config, honestly, saying break the build when my style settings are violated is pretty close to Style Cop, with the exception of this also has refactoring that allows you to fix it as well. So a lot of neat things there. So that you can do on a, on a document or project or even solution basis. So a lot of power. Roslinator is very popular. So you should take a look. There's like 500 extra analyzers that it gives you, as well as fixes for all of the things in it. If you're using XUnit, which is what I use when I do unit testing, you can use the XUnit analyzer also. And then finally, the Sonar. Sonar Analyzer is very popular, especially inside Microsoft. A lot of developers just really like it, and you'll probably see it on a lot of your projects as well because it is. It's a paid service often, but the analyzers are a little bit different. You can investigate those as well. In a Venn diagram, that against Roslinator, there's an overlap. Is it a lot? Yeah, it is, but you might love it, right? Because of the things that are outside that aren't overlapped. So that's important. I totally get it. All right, so now we have just one thing to remember here, that the reason you would use an editor config is having it in your settings in Visual Studio, having it in SharePoint, having it in your mind, writing a blog about it doesn't really do anything. Not only is it a poor way of communicating, it is a terrible way of enforcing it because it's not actually in any of the tools that are looking at your code. Instead, you want to use something else that brings those two together. That's where editor config comes along. Like it or not, editor config is the most popular way of dealing with this issue in the universe. I don't know, it's the world, the universe. And that's nice, right? All of your standards in one place, including letting those standards be settings that can be enforced inside your IDE. Then we have this idea of analyzers. And analyzers are special, right? They look at your C# code and they analyze it against the compiler semantics, looking at the semantic tree, validating that you're doing things not only properly, the compiler does that for free, but doing them in a way that align to recommendations, that align to your team requirements. And then it can not only find them, but it can also offer some solutions to you as well, giving you the refactoring and code fixes to be able to do that also. So hopefully Control ED, that's what it is for me, is something you type constantly when you're writing your code. And then hopefully you're using cleanup either at a project level. I often do a lot of coding and then I do a check-in. Not a check-in. That's old TFS words. Then I do a what am I doing? I'm a commit. Then I commit the work that I've done. And once I've done a series of commits where I feel like everything's in a good place, I'll do a quick project or solution cleanup. Then look to see what I changed. Sometimes it's just a typo, something there's an extra line at the end of a class file or something like that you just didn't know was there. And it'll clean up a lot of those things for you. And then you can move it on because different areas of your pipeline might actually treat some of these rules differently, right? You can get away with it while you're coding it, but then it goes into your pipeline and it doesn't allow even warnings to pass that treat those as errors as well. So it's kind of up to you. So that's kind of my behavior. And then as I'm on a different line, if it just doesn't look right, I'll just control period it. If it feels like there's something I can do better because of just experience in the past, or if it's underlined in that little gray ... that it gives you, where it has a suggestion to make it better, control dot every time. Control dot is really probably more important than mousing over to the smart tag, selecting that and opening up the tool, the code tip. And the reason it's better is because honestly, I have trouble mousing over that thing. It just kind of vanishes under my mouse. It's kind of crazy. Okay, those are all the bits. That's everything. So why would you use editor config? How does it fit in? What's its relationship to the tools that you're using? Hopefully all of that makes sense. And then the reason you would use it, the reason you would be attracted to it in the first place is because we care about code quality, is because we care about the things around consistency across our teams. And I always say this to my team, and I always mean it. And it's a great thing. I say it to my students. They think I'm joking, but I'm not. You always have to imagine that the next developer after you, the maintenance developer who will open up your code and look at your code, not only does that developer know what your home address is, they are an axe murderer and you don't want to make them mad. Because if you ever, so we are attentive to our code, making it maintainable, making it beautiful and consistent so that the next developer has a chance. You know what it's like to open up somebody else's code and be so frustrated with the lack of care that they put into it. This gives us a way to not only make our code beautiful, but also follow a lot of the quality rules that we have as well. All right. Thanks for that. Thanks for listening. It is 10:15, I think. And Dave, I've either gone over or I'm right on.
You're a little bit over, but that's okay. We're running a little bit behind.
I was talking as fast as I possibly could.
Well, speaking about code quality, while you were speaking, I was searching for an image and my machine froze up. So, I have to say the Windows File Explorer search is like one of the worst things ever coded. It is so freaking slow. And anyway, so
it's so true. I guess you've never tried to search in Outlook. Then there's always there are competitions on where bad searches are.
I know.
And I think search is just a hard problem to solve.
Yeah, it is. Especially now with I think one of the issues is OneDrive. Because it doesn't store the files on your drive anymore, and I think that causes problems. So, but that was a really great. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I'll take that. I'll take that feedback back to the team.
I actually Outlook actually reached out to me this week because I tweeted about an issue I'm seeing, but they didn't get back to me. So I don't know if it's going to get fixed, but got to work on it, right? And but
it's a weird world we live in where product teams reach out to you. That's a weird world. It's kind of awesome in a way.
I'm an MVP. They should reach out to me. That's the way I feel.
That's the way I feel too.
It's part of my job. Anyway, that was a great session. I think everybody, if you're not using the editor config, you need to. I don't have the link up right now, but I think I have the biggest editor config file there is. It's like 1,500 lines. So because one of the things I did is, one of the things that frustrates me about, Visual Studio and the editor config is, it doesn't show you all of the available settings that you can put in your file. And so I've spent hours and hours and hours, scraping websites on Microsoft and other sites. And I'll figure out the link soon, and I'll post it in the chat. But
sure.
But I have the biggest one, I think, because it's and the other day it kind of froze up Visual Studio. I think it's too big.
Yeah, it's a that's an interesting competition to have. Yeah. Well, honestly, when you say .NET anymore, it's amazingly large as well, right? And when you open it up, you're like, this file goes on and on. And there was a time when we sat down as a team and we went through every single rule. We're like, what do we think about this, and what's our severity for our team? That's a day-long exercise now. There's so many analyzers.
There's so many, and people are continuously building them, and I know Microsoft continues to work on them, and
you can learn a lot just looking up what they're supposed to be doing. Like,
you're
not supposed to do that, and some of them are just plain stupid. Like, turn that off.
Yeah, I've wanted to write one. I just never gotten around to it. I kind of wanted to write one based on my book, but it's one of those things that's on the back burner. What was I going to ask you? You should come to India. You should come speak in India with us. That'd be awesome. I was thinking about if you want to go to India with us this year. I'm really excited to go back. We haven't done this since 2019, and I'm really excited to go back and see all the folks there and see the Voice of Slum that I raised money for.
Yeah, sure.
See how things are going there, and So I did want to ask you, since you still teach. I don't teach anymore. I taught at the university here for about 18 years.
Sure.
But one of the things I did in my classes was, even in the C# beginner classes, I was pounding this into their heads, right? Because, I wanted them to learn from the very first class they were learning in .NET, in C# or VB or whatever I was teaching. I wanted to learn the very first class, and I kept, and I would, like on their finals, part of their grade on their finals is coding standards, right? I would build that into the grade, right?
Yeah.
Like 10 points or something. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we have, so the two things I like to put on exams, we do the same thing that you're doing, and naming conventions are the easiest way, right? It's a great way to get started, to know that the things that don't change the execution of your code still matter. So it's nice to at least kind of raise those up in their mind. And so we do, so the first is, I'll give them a block of code that I've written, and I'll say, tell me everything wrong with it. And that's it, right? And so that's great. And I'm like, you'll get a point for everything you find, right? So sometimes, I won't terminate with a semicolon, something dumb like that. But often I'll just break all the naming conventions, and I'll just do something that totally works, but is a terrible idea. And then we have this, what you would expect in a coding class, where you have to actually produce code on your own. And if it violates any of the conventions, then that's like the first thing off. I don't even care if your code works. Everything is perfect. And so it kind of goes from there as well. So I'm right there with you. You have to take, there's too much to really be able to teach in a class all of the conventions across these languages, but you can at least start the appreciation that these, there's a purpose for these. The reason we have a convention is because that's what the industry sees. The reason you have a standard is because that's what you or your team has decided. And so it's a subset of each, and so it's nice.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think we're behind and Simon's getting mad at me. Is Bill ready, Simon?
Thanks for letting me come on, Dave.
Yes, he is. Yeah. Well, thanks, Jerry. It was really great seeing you. You need to come on my show and
I
talk
totally
about
agree.
whatever you want to talk about. And I kind of miss talking to you. I enjoyed getting to know you when I was in Denver. So I hope to get back there. You can invite me back anytime you want, and I'll do your keynote or whatever you want someday. So
hey, Denver Dev Days in August, or no,
yeah,
October 21.
October. Yeah. Okay.
All right, buddy. Talk to you soon.
Send me a plane ticket. All right. Thanks, Jerry. That was great. And next we have up, I think we're a little behind. So I think I just want to go really quick to the what we're giving away because no one has done it yet. So I don't know how we're going to give this away because no one's done the proper hashtag yet. So I'll make a comment while you're watching the video, code quality conf 22. And we're going to give away some software if somebody starts doing that. And we're going to give away Code It Right, GoStock, a pass to DevReach. And also at the very end, we're going to give away a DevCraft Complete from Telerik. And so the next speaker is Bill coming on. He's going to talk about code quality and infrastructure as code. Bill, are you there?
I'm here, Dave. How are you?
Hey, Bill.
How's life?
Hey, it's okay. How are you doing?
I'm not too bad, man. Not too bad. Just got out of a really long meeting where I was arguing with a bunch of other architects. So it's kind of fun to have a little extra 10 minutes to get up for it. So I'm okay with it running a little behind.
Yeah. Well, yeah, those meetings can be heated sometimes, right?
Oh yeah.
But you have a lot of different people's opinions and ideas, and you're trying to figure out the right one for your project, right?
Oh, definitely. And everybody's the smartest one in the room, and they really are.
Yeah. I would love to sit in like one of those rooms at Microsoft just for one time and hear what really happens, that they don't put out on videos, right?
Yeah. So sometimes you don't want to see the sausage being made, but yeah.
All right. Since we're a little behind, I'm going to let you go talk about code quality and infrastructure as code, and then my session will be the last session right after you. So,
okay,
take it away.
Thanks, David. So, hey, everybody. As David mentioned, my name's Bill Penberthy, and we're here to kind of talk about code quality and infrastructure as code, or IAC. So I'm currently a consultant at Unify Consultant, which is headquartered here in Seattle. My specialty's in systems and software architecture with an emphasis towards operations in the cloud. I've written a couple of .NET books, and I'm 2 chapters in 3 weeks away from completing my third, which is called Pro.NET on AWS for A-Press Publishing. I've spent 20 years in consulting plus an additional 10 plus in industry, and I've worked in literally every aspect of the software developer lifecycle. I like to claim, and I don't know why is the right word for it, but my claim to fame is that I've probably made every single possible software developer mistake out there, and I have the gray hairs to prove it. So hopefully the things that we'll go over today may help you avoid some of those problems yourself. So this is our agenda. A real quick description of infrastructure as code so that we all get on the same page as to what I mean here. We'll then talk about code quality and how infrastructure go hand in hand. We'll then go into some of the differences around code quality in an application versus code quality and infrastructure as code. And then we'll talk a little bit more about what you should do or what you should do about those differences. So what is infrastructure as code? Well, I've got Microsoft's definition up on the slide, so I'm not going to read that. So what I'll simply say is that IAC is basically defining your infrastructure, such as your compute resources, whether it's a virtual machine or a container or a serverless function, your networking configuration, your firewall rules, system rights, anything and everything that you use to provide the infrastructure on which your applications run. All of that in IAC you define in code, infrastructure as code. The code is then checked into source code, and whenever you need an environment, you rerun that code. So this solves real world problems. Environmental drift is one. IAC offers idempotence, where where a deployment always starts the infrastructure in the same configuration every time. And since this is checked into source code and idempotent, you can then roll your environment back to a previous version. You can check out previous versions and do some work against that. These are all solving real world problems. IAC also offers real benefits beyond how it helps solve those problems. You know, one of the coolest things about the cloud is how you can spin up new instances up and down really easily whenever you need it. Is something going on and all of a sudden you need a new testing instance of an application, maybe to test an integration or to give a partner a sandbox to play on, something like that. Well, now it's really easy to do that because you have your infrastructure defined in code. You know, in the old days, way back when's, typically you would have what they call a playbook, a written set of steps that you would take to create and configure your environment. And a new environment took time. And since nobody ever really had time, it would be a big deal and it would get a lot of pushback to creating a new environment. Well, in the cloud with IAC, it's now not that big of a deal. And lastly, and it kind of doesn't fit in here, but I think it's important to start bringing this up now, is that IAC should be used with a declarative definition. This means that the code that you create and manage describes what the environment is rather than how it's built. IAC is, typically you look at it as it's kind of based on a product like Pulumi or Terraform or AWS CloudFormation. And those products are kind of responsible for filling the how based upon the declarations that you provide in code. In other words, your job isn't to do it. Your job is to define what it is. And we just briefly mentioned environmental drift. Let's go into this in a little bit more because this is, in many ways, this may have been my biggest waking nightmare for the last few decades. So, as you may know, environmental drift is when there are discrepancies between environments. This happens when you have a VM or a system on which you deploy without redoing the environment. Very, very typical last few years, especially when deploying into Windows VMs. So I could guarantee that like 2 years ago when you first created those environments, they were exactly the same. Now there aren't. Test will be different because it's had things tested on it. Go figure. Whether it's an OS patch or an application update that ended up getting rolled back, at some point, those environments are going to evolve differently, which means there'll potentially be some different behaviors that are on those environments. They could be performance-based. Say you bumped up production resources to 16 gig while your dev or tester at 8 gig. It could also be something more significant like different versions of installed frameworks, especially when you don't take those frameworks with you when you deploy. And that's what IAC prevents, this drift. It means that you'll be using the same environment, just like you use the same bits, hopefully, when you test a deployment and then when you push to prod. So what you're evaluating in test and what you're running in production are the same. The advent of containers has done a lot around helping manage this. And that's great. However, those of us, as I mentioned earlier, in the .NET world, and especially at enterprise companies, are still have a lot of applications running on .NET Framework 4.x, which means most likely running on a Windows VM, and more than likely that that system hasn't been updated for a long time, and you will have drift. So why IAC matters? We've kind of talked about all these points, but I wanted to reiterate them. IAC matters. Using IAC makes your environments more predictable, and that has a lot of value in and of itself. So here's an example of IAC using Pulumi and C# to define an Ubuntu instance on a T3 micro instance type. So what this is we've defined the operating system and some other ancillary kind of software that we want installed on it, and we've determined with the instance type what size of processor and memory availability and network connections do we want to have available. So we're basing this on a well-known machine image here, the Ubuntu/images. You can see that in the first part of the getAmy filter args. But what this means is, if you choose the proper AMI here, or Amazon machine image for this one, that you can get Ubuntu with .NET Core already installed on it, which means that before you use this EC2 instance, before you do anything, it's already defined and it's ready for use. So by using this, all of a sudden now, any work that you have to do after starting your environment is already done for you. And so that eliminates a lot of those problems that we used to have with the playbooks around having to manually manage some of those workflows. So here's a different approach where the instance is defined in JSON. This is an example for the template definition for creating an AWS EC2 instance. So you can also create these definitions in YAML, but personally, YAML drives me crazy, so I didn't include those. Filling out these values and running it in AWS CloudFormation will create the instance. Now, if you look at these, you'll see what you're doing is you're describing what the configuration is going to be, what the hardware item that you're going to be deploying is. You're not telling the system how to do it. You're instead just defining this is what I need to run my infrastructure. Now, an interesting thing about this is that the code that we looked at on the last slide, typically what you'll see with that or with like the AWS's Cloud Developer Kit is that you're able to create code in the language that you're familiar with. And what it ends up doing is it outputs these definitions. So you're able to use those kinds of C# constructs that you're used to, but you're going to end up building these kinds of JSON templates that the cloud providers themselves are going to understand how to work with. So that's a huge value of that. So think about that. We'll talk about this a little bit more when we get into it, but think about as your code quality and approaching how you're going to be building this infrastructure, how they are starting to interrelate. And that's kind of what we'll go over now with, IAC matters. And the rest of this conference kind of talked about code quality and how that matters. So let's kind of mash them together. So first of all, let's go over what code quality looks like, because these are the points that I'm going to kind of come back to as I go deeper into IAC and how that works. Is, we won't worry about a definition or anything like that. Let's just talk about the characteristics of quality code. And when we touch on these, think about them in the context of your infrastructure and not just your application. Does what it should. Okay, that's something I really want out of my infrastructure. I don't know about you, but I really want it to just do what it should. And next is easy to understand. That gets a little bit more complex when you're starting to think about infrastructure as code, because let's be real, not everybody is used to IAC. And there's a lot of developers, especially in the older generation .NET world, that don't have much experience in systems and infrastructure at all. So everything we could do to make the next guy that comes along be able to perform something meaningful with the infrastructure code becomes important. And that's where quality comes out. So the code should be well documented. This seems to go hand in hand with easy to understand, but consider what that means for IAC. First of all, the rate of change in code in IAC tends to be much lower than it is in an active application. It's pretty unusual that you'd be changing your environment every release, for example. You could. Definitely you could, but generally you'd be running the same environmental code for a longer period than the applicable application code. You'll still include it in every release. You just won't have had put any change sets against it. So obviously, once an application goes into maintenance mode, it's completely possible that the only changes that you'll do is maybe like a quarterly OS security update, but that's generally not the case. But because it's updated the least frequent amount out of all of those parts of your system, documentation becomes even more important, because I don't know about you, but if I go back and look at code that I wrote 3 months ago, I still have to spend that minute or two scratching my head going, what was I thinking? And the last point here is that quality IAC code can be tested. This is huge, because a primary differentiator between IAC authored by a systems guy and an IAC authored by a developer. We'll go into this in more detail later, but think about your infrastructure in a way that means you have common coding concepts like separation of concerns and code reuse and all of the other coding techniques that you use to ensure that you're writing quality code in your application, that you apply those to your infrastructure as well. So what does quality code affect? Well, First thing is reliability. The probability that a system will run without failure over a specified period of operation. Okay, that sounds pretty good. I think we'd want that as our infrastructure as well. Maintainability, how easily the software can be maintained. Size, consistency, structure, and complexity of the code base are all part of that. Useful documentation plays into that. Testability measures how well the software supports testing efforts. How well you can control, observe, isolate, and automate testing. Portability measures, how usable the same software is in different environments. And reusability, whether existing assets such as code can be used again. So when we go into the different solution points, these are how we're going to compare them back to, or these 5 points right here. So we've talked about IAC. We've talked about code quality and the importance of quality code on successful IAC. Let's go point out some more of the differences between normal code or code in an application and code used in infrastructure as code, and how it could affect things differently as you think about it in code quality. So there's 4 major points that we're going to talk about. The first is the footprint of effect. The second are the failure vectors, or the different ways in which a failure can occur. The third is the complexity of testing. And the fourth is the unusualness of the problem set. I put that in quotes because I wasn't sure it's a real word, but I really like it, so I'm keeping it anyway. The footprint of effect. How much stuff can be impacted by poor quality code? The first point is that an environmental failure or misconfiguration or simply poor quality can cause an outage in the application. And that may be the only cause of the outage. But of course, since it's the application, everyone will blame the application first. Unless, of course, you're one of the app developers, in which case it's the environment, but nobody will believe you. But there's a lot of problems that a poorly configured environment can cause. Think about it. If the database driver that you may need isn't installed, or a route isn't open in the firewall, or access rights aren't given correctly, the application won't work. But it will take some research to figure out why. Is the code wrong, or is it something somewhere else that's making the problems? And even beyond the application, a lot of things that a modern system relies on, such as tracing or alerting, logging, all could be broken because something went wrong with the environment. My favorite was once where the environment was so broken that the alerts we used to tell us if something was wrong, well, they wouldn't fire. It was so broken that our systems couldn't report that it was broken. And so we didn't expect it to be broken, and we just kind of skipped that whole part of the troubleshooting process. And all of these shows how these dependencies trickle down. If logging doesn't work, for example, you may not notice it until you have to go look for a specific problem. So now you have 2 problems. One, the app is hiccuping and you're not logging it. And why? Because your infrastructure code is of low quality. So let's visualize what I was just talking about. The blue box is your application. Everything else around it is what you manage and impact when using IAC to manage your infrastructure. Thus, an IAC deployment can affect everything inside and including the white box, which is your network boundary. So not only is the problem or potential problem the application, it's everything that the application communicates with. So all of these different points become your failure vectors, or the most common direction in which errors can occur. Poorly designed IAC could affect networking and connectivity. Imagine something like a firewall rule misconfigured, or a routing table entry missing, or anything like that talks about network and communications within the network. Monitoring, as we mentioned above, but that's another direction of failure. If you have to ensure that your code quality extends to that code that's managing the monitoring of configuration and setup. And lastly, the actual processing of the infrastructure creation. Much of this is out of your hands, but there are definitely some quality decisions that you can control that have a significant impact on how everything is put together and processed by your IAC tool of choice. And here's another visualization that kind of shows the extent of IAC slightly differently, because it can also impact your ability to connect with other systems or even managing the rights that you assign your own resources. And because of the failure vectors, managing the testing is very difficult. Think back to when we went over the characteristics of quality code and how one of those main characteristics was testability. Well, the complexity of this testing effort makes it even more critical that the testability of the code is maximized. Sure, more than likely the release schedule for your infrastructure changes will be different than your application changes, but you need to make sure that you have enough time to manage these testing needs. And we'll go into these in a little bit more detail in a bit. And lastly is the unusualness of the code in IAC. Well, why is it unusual? Well, first of all, it describes infrastructure. Many developers do not have the most complete grasp on the intricacies of the entire cloud system. A VP, for example, or virtual private cloud, is generally pretty well understood. But knowing that you need to add an internet gateway to that VPC before you can access the internet requires a deeper understanding of the peculiarities of whichever cloud provider you're using than most developers really wish to have. Another unusual I'm sorry, I went too fast. There we go. Another unusual difference is that the IAC describes what the output is rather than how to build it. This is a strength of IAC because that makes the outcome more predictable. But it's the opposite of what the normal developer behavior is developers tend to focus on how it gets done because they're generally the ones that are responsible for doing that. And lastly is that it should be treated at the same level as an application. What do I mean by that? Well, many times you kind of see structure considered to be part of an application, generally because of how tightly bound they are. But just like those visualizations that we went over a little bit ago, it puts the infrastructure in an inferior position. And what that means is that people then start looking at the infrastructure as being subordinate to the application, when really you should be thinking of them as being at the same level or partners in it, rather than one of them owning the other one. Even though, to be honest, the sole purpose of the infrastructure is to run the application, we need to break that mental model about the infrastructure being subordinate to the application. And arguments against it being different. So I've heard the argument that the infrastructure should be considered to be similar to a framework or an SDK. They're similar at that there will be changes and updates to the framework, but there are very likely to be a lot fewer of those changes. And also any quality issues in the framework could result in incorrect behavior in the application, just like it would when looking at the infrastructure. So that argument says there's no real difference between being a framework module and being IAC. And there are definitely some similarities. But we talked about those vectors for failure earlier, and that's where I think IAC needs to be treated differently than a framework or other application inclusive items. Once again, if you're going to look at it as subordinate, then it would make sense to kind of consider them even more. But the fact that the infrastructure can have many other things that could cause problems other than the application makes me think that it should be separately. Another one that talks about complexity and how there are other systems that are complex as well. This too is true, but I think it kind of misses the point. The examples that were given speak specifically about systems. So a group of applications working together to fulfill a set of requirements, while perhaps being complicated, is still really application bound. Whether an application an application is one of them with 1 million lines of codes or 100 separate applications with 10,000 lines of code, the failure vectors are different between the applications and between the infrastructure. And lastly, code is code is code, so that in regards there should be no differences between IAC and application code. And in many ways, I actually feel that this is the most compelling of these arguments. However, there are some things that you'll need to do differently when you look at IAC as opposed to regular code. And lastly, there are some additional considerations that are mostly burdensome on the infrastructure team. The first of these are pre-established company standards around generally IT governance or security or things like that. You know, the standards talk about when and how and why IT infrastructure changes can happen and how that change needs to happen, who has to approve it, and so on. You know, you can't just throw those standards out when you go to IAC or exempt your infrastructure from them. Imagine what would happen if say some big audit came through and you have systems that aren't following your company's published IT standard. Well, you'd probably fail that audit, and that could be a very expensive proposition. The next consideration is industry compliance. There are additional controls put on the infrastructure if you're in a PCI compliant environment or GDPR or any of the other kind of industry-led standards and rules. Both of these are considerations that put additional burden on using IAC, and it helps, you know, I think, explain why code quality needs to be important and how those decisions need to be made. So what do you have to do to ensure quality in IAC? Well, we talked a little bit about audits and governance, but these are definitely factors that you have to take into account when building infrastructure. While not a quality code construct in and of itself, audits and governance, they provide the structure and methodologies that are going to be enforced through infrastructure as code. You know, these structures need to be managed in a more rigid way than just assuming they're one of the set of requirements that you're going to use to evaluate your testing success. Instead, reviews and audits should really be set up before the infrastructure work can be performed, such as deployed to a new environment. These reviews are all around compliance and whether or not the infrastructure meets the various needs and requirements that they've got. And that's the key to this, is whenever the infrastructure is changed, no matter how small of a change, you must confirm that you're still in compliance. And that's more than just a QA test. You need to be much more formal about it. So a governance audit. These help support the reliability of your infrastructure. And next is a golden construct, because once you have governance, this is the best way to ensure compliance and audit management. This is your definition of each part of the infrastructure. If you're using virtual machines, then you should have the golden construct for VMs that you want to use. You should keep these numbered to the smallest possible. For example, don't have a golden construct for Ubuntu and a different construct for Debian unless you really, really, really have to support both operating systems. Instead, standardize whenever possible and use variables to manage those real differences. If you think back to the IAC code that I showed earlier, this one, think about what makes sense to support different variable-driven settings. For example, I think that we'd want to easily configure the AMI value because that could be different from one another. And in many ways, that could easily impact the application. And we certainly know that we want to do that with managing the instance type, or where we define the size of the machine that's to be started. I mean, that's a logical place to get started because it's easy to see what you may want to use a different size of hard drive and memory based upon the workload that you're looking to work with. So your golden construct is really a series of constructs. Each one of your infrastructure components needs a golden construct. Thus, your infrastructure is really a bunch of gold kind of stitched together as a unified whole, kind of like how a chain necklace is made up of golden links put together. Since your golden construct is literally defined as the definition of that construct that could be used anywhere, then the reusability expectations for code quality are satisfied. These golden constructs also obviously help drive reliability as well. So automated testing, as I hinted about earlier, is massively important and massively complicated. You can obviously use automated application testing to get some assurance, but when you have to ensure that you have a way to manage the testing of all the rest of the different aspects, some of this you could do through post-deployment integration testing. I saw one approach where they ran an automated UI-based testing after every deployment as a smoke test, and that test series was a set of test paths that that were really carefully calculated to hit every service, database, and external data feed that the system relies on, thus making sure that any potential infrastructure or coding changes didn't impact the ability of the application to function. Generally added 15 to 20 minutes to every release. So at a release cycle of every 2 weeks, the cadence and the extra time was pretty minimal. The other area of concerns, the alarms, performance, observability, those kinds of things. There's no real standard way to do this because it really depends heavily on how you manage your operations. But there are some ways that I've seen put this together quite successfully. I've seen, for example, reports set up in Splunk or whatever log monitoring platform that you may use that evaluates all the incoming data post-release and analyzes it against previous releases and then calls out any differences. Some of these differences are expected because of code changes, new features, and things like that. But others come as a real surprise, and those are the ones that you look for. Imagine back to the example I gave earlier, where our system was so broken that we couldn't even tell that it was broken. This would have helped us figure that out much sooner. These don't replace your traditional anomaly scanning, but instead are special dashboards that look for expected input that's missing. And lastly is the code quality tools. We've just seen several talks about those. These tools use various approaches to scan your source code and look for code smells or areas where things like maintainability based on coding standards such as test methods, test method names that need to follow a standard convention, or naming conventions that are followed for constants, methods, and property, those kinds of rules. Boy, I'm drawing some blanks on the rest of them now. My favorite line about this is SonarQube's got the coding standards rules promote civility. I really enjoy that. And if you saw Abhishek's talk earlier, you'll realize that you've seen this capability in more detail. I think you went over Sonar and Terraform. And we just saw some things with the editor config. But these are all powerful tools to help you statically analyze your code for potential issues around quality. Typically, you most commonly see these being configured to run during a build, say when your unit tests are ran. But I've also seen it set up as a gating event where you can not complete your code check-in and because of concerns raised by the tool. Generally, these tools are best suited for application code, but they are getting smarter and smarter around code smells and IAC code. So this will be interesting to watch over the next few years as it fully matures. I expect that, probably in the next year or two, things, open source tools like AWS's Cloud Developer Kit will be pretty powerful about helping us understand and diagnose the same amount of problems that you're seeing with things like SonarQube or check marks. But unfortunately, we're not able to fulfill every aspect of code quality when you consider IAC. One of the examples that I mentioned earlier was that portability is a good goal of code quality. Unfortunately, at this time, that's not possible. Even when using a third-party tool such as Pulumi, they're unable to build out an abstract model that can run across multiple providers easily and safely. However, they're getting better and better at this every year. So there's still the opportunity that at some point you'll be able to write infrastructure code that can be deployed against many different targets. Fortunately, I don't think we're there yet. Now, in summary, there are 4 different approaches that help assure quality code when working with IAC. Audits and governance. You're most likely going to have to perform these anyway. So rather than looking at them as a chore, take advantage of the structures that they offer and use them to support quality code. The next is the golden construct, that one representation of your infrastructure. You should only make updates to your golden construct when you're, 105% confident that they can do the job, because this is your definition of your infrastructure. Remember, I call it a golden construct, but think of it as a combination of little gold things all kind of combined together, with each infrastructure component adding to the strength of the overall construct. Next is automated testing and evaluation. This includes regular application testing as well as integration testing that stresses, every part of the system. This should help you determine things like system rights or installed software problems. As part of this, you also need to come up with with ways to ensure that other areas relying on your system is validated, like alerts, logging, all those other things that you rely on to be able to ensure that your operational systems are up and working correctly. Well, you need to make sure that those still work after an evaluation or after a change as well. And lastly, take advantage of code quality tools. They're getting better and better at accessing IAC code. Wow, I managed to rip through that so fast that I've actually caught us up on the time. Any questions out there or anything like that?
That's a great session, Bill. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Just making sure. They're mowing my lawn outside, so it's kind of noisy. Yeah, everything you said was great, and one of the things, and I appreciate you being on the conference today, taking time out of your day. One of the things you were talking about, with infrastructure and code and everything. But one of the books I just recently finished, which I think is one of the best books I've read in a while, is called the Phoenix Project. So if you guys haven't read this book, sorry, I'm trying to get it so the camera can show you the title. If you haven't read this book, you need to get a copy of it and read it, because it basically follows a team that can't release software. The company's about to go under, and they finally turn around and figure out, how to make things better. And part of that is part of what you were talking about. And that is, having the environments you can spin up immediately and reproduce immediately. One of the things I don't see done a lot these days at the teams I work on, at least, is way back in the 90s, our DevOps person would rebuild machines at nighttime, right? Every night they would rebuild the entire machine. So when we came in the morning, we would have fresh machines to test with. And I just don't see that happen much anymore. And it needs to be basically a push of a button, just like, they talk about it in the Phoenix Project. Do you agree?
Well, I think there's certainly some point on it. I'm imagining that what you were working on before was a client software, or was it? Well,
that's actually back in the 90s. It was a client and server.
Okay. Because it's hard to imagine how you would get to a place of testing a client, or even it's an installed server software, without the concept of being able to refresh your machines. I mean, now it's so much easier with things like workspaces and things like that, where you can just click a button and get a virtual machine online that's got whatever you want on there. And in my mind, that's the coolest thing about the cloud, is that I could just start something up, especially with IAC. It's a click of a button, and all of a sudden I've got an entire network that's got firewalls configured, and VMs and container management systems and all of that stuff. Just clicking a button, going to get a cup of coffee, maybe make a sandwich or something like that. And I come back and then it's done. I mean, I had meetings with the sysadmins that were 3 times as long just to convince them that it's something they should do next week. So it's amazing.
Yeah, and they talk about that a lot in the book, that, and the book talks about exactly what you just said. It not only sets up the machines, it sets up the entire network and the the firewalls, and all those kind of things, with just pushing a button, basically, or running a script. It's all out of the human hands. And that was the only way they were able to solve their problems, and they could release actually multiple times a day, right? But before they did this, it was a nightmare for them to release. And most of the times when they did release, it caused problems, like even their POS machines going down in the stores across America. They had to go back to writing things down and using the credit card swipers, the old time credit card swipers. A lot of new people, young people, have probably never seen. And I just don't see companies putting effort into that, right? They continuously just do it the way they're doing it, and they don't put the effort into making it basically a one-click button kind of solution to get not only dev environments and QA environments set up and user testing environments, but also production. And this team was actually able to make it so they could, if something did get into production that was bad, they could immediately roll back to the past version, right? And the other thing that they talked about in the book that I've never seen a company do, and that is they started building in scripts that would break systems during the day, right? To make sure their systems failovers were working, right? Because
that's chaos engineering. There's a whole thing about that. I mean, AWS has got a couple products that'll help you go randomly break your system.
Yeah,
I'm not sure I like that too much as a but how else are you going to test it unless you go break it? I mean,
you can't test it.
It's like the old things we used to say about database backups. Hey, we back up our database every day. When's the last time you restored it?
Right, exactly. When was the last time you actually?
How do you know? How do you know it works?
Right. When do you test that it actually works? Right.
Yeah.
And that's that's one thing I was thinking about when Mahesh was talking is that we have all these tools in place, and I think unfortunately some companies are saying, well, we're covered because we bought this tool. Yeah. Well, that's not really solving the problem if you're not really using it.
Yeah,
right?
It just kind of disguises it and gives you somebody to be mad at when it fails.
Right.
Rather than yourself.
Right. Yeah. So I think DevOps teams, teams, especially DevOps, need to start putting a lot of effort into this if they have any hope in continuing and releasing good software that doesn't break, in now and in the future. That's my feeling, at least.
Yeah, because it is expensive when you think about redoing your entire system.
It is,
but you can do it in steps. Like if you think about your VM in a big VPC in a big network. Well, you know what? You don't have to start doing all of it. You could just do your one VM first, and you just deploy that out there, and then evolve as you go through it. And I think that's what most people are afraid of, is biting off too much and not thinking of a way to just kind of casually sneak into being completely IAC compliant.
Right. And that's what they did in the book, is they started taking just one piece at a time and working on just one piece. They had this conference like War Room full of hundreds and hundreds of these index cards, right? And each index card was something that had to be done, right? And they were all, and the ones that had to be done, immediately were on the whiteboard or on some kind of board they were taping up, but they had stacks of these things with everything else that had to be done. But they started working on it piece and piece and piece by the time, but now they have a system, well, at least in the story, they have a system now that they can it just works, and yeah, we will all admit there's nothing is going to be 100%, right? But you've got to try to get there.
Yeah. Yep.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it's
exactly
because, one thing, that I think developers don't think a lot about is, one thing they harped on the book a couple of times is that the CEO of the company, kept going, when this stuff was happening, it was being picked up by media organizations, right? Because the company was so big, it was being picked up. And so when they were in the media, right, the CEO was not happy and he was pissed off, because, that it not only affected their stock prices, but, they started, losing customers, right? Because it was in the media, right? And they had to fix it. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't be around right now.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. So companies out there, you've got to start taking some time and getting this stuff shored up. We have the tools available. It's a matter of time of, actually sitting down, figuring out what can be done and doing it until you get to, where you want to be.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Exactly.
So Bill, thanks so much. Where do you live again? I always forget.
I'm in Seattle.
Seattle, that's right, West Coast time. So that's why I put you towards the end, because on the West Coast.
It's real easy for me, so thank you.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm the last, because I've been trying to wake up all freaking morning. I couldn't get up at 5 when this thing started, so it's too early for me. But thanks so much for being on the conference, and I can't wait to have you back on my show again. And I hope you have a great weekend.
Thanks, man. You too. I appreciate
Right.
everything that you're doing for this conference too.
Thank you, and I hope this is getting the word out to push companies into thinking more about this. So thank you for being part of it.
Hey, my pleasure. Thanks.
Thanks. So that was great, everybody. Let's talk about the giveaways, because my session's next, so I don't think I need to go over the sessions. So I want to give away something. So Simon, can you show my slide? Here we go. So we're trying to give away some software today, but so far I haven't seen a lot of hashtags. So we're giving a copy of Code It Right from Submain, which I use all the time. It's a great, and not only does it find problems, but it will fix 90% of them for you. Awesome. GoStock, which I use every day on coding to make sure my code is up to speed with documentation. If you are in America living in can get to Boston in September, we're giving away a pass for DevReach 2022. And after my session, we'll give away a DevCraft Complete from Telerik worth $1,500, people. So start doing the hashtag Code Quality Conf 22. Make sure you watch, because we're going to give away. Simon, do you want to give away tickets to the conference in India yet? I'm not sure how many people are watching that. Simon, you want to do that? Give away the tickets for the conference, and then we can give away like a copy of Code It Right from Submain. So, okay, let's do the first draw. These are for a ticket to the C# Corner Conference in October in Delhi. So if you can make it, if you can't make it, please let us know. We can try to pick somebody else. So you ready to go, Simon? Ruben, Ruben, do you live in India? Because if you don't, we're going to have to pick somebody else, or maybe we can give you a copy of Code It Right. Okay, so Ruben doesn't live in India, so let's give Ruben a copy of Code It Right from Submain. So Ruben, get with Simon so I can get your email address, and we'll give you Code It Right from Submain. I hope you enjoy it. I really like using it on my software. So Simon, do you want to do it again to see if we get somebody from India for the ticket? Rami, are you in India? Is he in India, Simon? Okay, let's not do the India tickets anymore. I think everybody in India is asleep by now, right? So we'll give away. We'll try to give away everything after my session, which starts 8 minutes ago. So. Before I start my session, make sure you make a comment in the chat and use Code Quality Conf 2020, Code Quality Conf 22, and so we can give away the software after my session. What, Simon? Yeah, he wins. He wins if he wants to go to the conference in India. So we'll work it out. All right, so let's get to going to my session, because we're running a little bit late. We have some wrap up at the end. I want to make sure we do with Mahesh and whoever's around. So make sure you do a comment, Code Quality Conf 22, and we'll give away some software at the end. I know my friend Mark is watching, so maybe Mark will win one of the software. I'm sure that's why he's watching. All right, so I'm going to do my session. This session called Rock Your Code. Every developer, .NET developer needs to know about disposable types. Well, everything I can shove into a presentation. This talk is actually based off of 3 articles I wrote last year. So if you go to .NETtips.com or C# Corner, you can read those articles. So this is just a subset of what I wrote about last year. But this is a very, very important subject that every developer needs to pay attention to, because if you don't, you're going to cause problems. And I'll share some of that during my session. So if those are out there who don't know who I am by now, I'm David McCarter. I'm a Microsoft MVP and C# Corner MVP, enterprise architect, consultant, patent inventor, host of Rockin' the Code World. I'll talk about in a minute. So there's where you can contact me. And, because I write a lot about code quality, and it's one of my passions, and that's why we have this conference, is I've come up with a new title I haven't added to my slide yet, and that's Code Quality Czar. I came up with this when I was writing an article for C# Corner, and I think every team needs one. And so since I'm looking for a position right now, any team wants a Code Quality Czar, let me know. I'll come to your team and whip that code into shape. Just contact me. I want to, speaking of code quality, there's also code performance, which is super important these days, especially if your code is in the cloud. So I have a code performance book out there. Those are the chapters. I'm continuously working on these articles on my site, and I've been working on them for weeks now to update them for .NET 6 and .NET 7. That'll be coming out really soon, like in a couple of days. So I hope you pick up a copy of the book, or go to my website. There's a whole section with most of the book on my website if you go there. And if you buy the book, 100% of the proceeds goes to the Voice of Slum, who we're trying to support during this conference, voiceofslum.org, that I visited when I was in India in 2019. They help not only clothe and feed children from the slums in Delhi, India, but they also teach them and train young women and things like that. So I hope you'll buy a copy of my book, because all the money goes to them, or just go to voiceofslum.org and donate directly. Also, speaking about code quality, I have the only pure .NET coding standards book out there. I hope you'll go get a copy of it, because every team needs one, because we've been talking about this during the conferences. Most teams I go into don't have any standards at all, and let alone developers actually read them. So if you don't have any standards, or you want to kick your standards in the butt, please get a copy of my book and start your journey on coding standards for .NET. I also want to plug my show, which is tomorrow, Rockin' the Code World with .NET Dave, and my good friend from Sweden is going to be on tomorrow, Magnus Martinsson. I'm excited to chat with him again, and he will also be at the conference in Delhi, the C# Corner conference in Delhi in October. So come join us there. It's going to be a lot of fun. I can't wait to come back to India after all these years. I haven't been able to go back because of dang COVID. So, all right. So here's what we're going to talk about today. Opening act is basically why I'm doing this session. Then we're going to talk a little bit about memory handling, just to kind of get you on the same page, everybody on the same page. Then we're going to be talking about disposing of disposable types, properly implementing the iDisposable interface, and then using some tools that I use to find issues. And then we're out of here, and we'll give away the rest of the software for the conference. All right. So make sure you ask questions. I'll try to answer them. I have some slides to stop and answer any questions during my talk as soon as the adult dating site gets off our stuff. I'm sick of that. All right. So opening act. Why am I doing this session? Well, one of the main reasons I'm doing this session is my frustration on having to fix this on every contract I get hired for. I get sucked into fixing the memory issues, because every project I get hired to work on has the memory issues, and you don't need to have memory issues in .NET if you pay attention. and use tools to find issues. So one of the great things about .NET, because, you know, I started coding before .NET came out, is, you know, if we're talking about other languages like C++, where you have to do a lot of work to handle the memory, and that's why we have a lot of memory issues, a lot of hacking issues and things like that with applications written with C++, is .NET kind of prevents all that from handling, because .NET takes care of all the memory handling for you. But you need to be, this is why I'm doing the talk, is you need to, you still need, even though .NET handles the memory for you, you still need to know how to do it properly. So all types like time and integers and things like that are all created on a memory stack. We're just going to talk briefly about that because that's not really the focus of this talk. All the objects that you create, you know, your person object, you know, bitmaps and all those kind of things are created on a memory heap. And this is what we're going to be focusing on this talk, is the memory heap, because this is what we need to be worried about. Not the stack. We don't need to worry about the stack. We need to worry about the heap. And .NET, you know, gets rid of the objects, you know, when they're no longer in use. And we'll talk a little bit about that too during this session. So the number one code issue I see when I go into every contract I've worked on in the last 10 years, the number one issue I see is this: developers not calling .dispose on disposable types, right? This is the number one issue I see developers not doing right. And this is really unfortunate, because if you all just did this, I wouldn't have to be talking about this. And when I go to companies, I could just work on features, because I don't like fixing this in your code. I don't, you know, but because I've known .NET for over 20 years, I get roped into it because I know a lot more about memory handling than the normal average developer. So this is the number one issue that I want to make sure when you get back to your project Monday morning or later today, you start analyzing your code for this, because I believe me, you have issues. And we'll talk about what this causes in the slide coming up. And then, of course, something I see people not doing, this is not as much as the first one, but not properly implementing disposable when you need to. And I've, you know, every class I've looked at recently that implements disposable is doing it wrong. So that's why I came up with these articles in this talk. So what does this cause? This causes virtual memory leaks. So .NET doesn't have true memory leaks like you do in C++, but what we have is virtual memory leaks. And what virtual memory leaks causes is it just starts eating up the memory in the user's machine, or worse, on your backend servers, and just starts eating up the memory until your whole server stops. This happens constantly during the day with many, many companies. And even I was doing some benchmarking recently, and somehow I caused that problem, and my whole machine stopped, and I had to do Control-Delete to get out of it. So this is what you want to prevent, because the first question I ask developer managers when I get hired at a company is I go, hey, this actually happened to me when I was working. This is a story back when the first time I worked for Omnitrax. The dev manager was named Dave, and I said, Dave, after I analyzed their code and I saw all, you know, disposed issues all over their code, I asked Dave, so Dave, do you have any servers on your back end? You just have to reboot every once in a while. You don't understand why? He goes, yes. Every manager says this to me when I start working for their company. And the reason is because you guys aren't properly doing dispose on types that you're using. I know I'm on my soapbox. I'm going to be on my soapbox this whole session because you guys aren't doing this right. And like I said, I want to make sure you start doing it right so I can work on features, because I don't like working on this. So this is a real world recent story, because all my sessions are real world stuff. I don't show anything fake. And so I share real world stories. I'm not going to tell you the company because I'll get in trouble. But these stats I'm about to show you, unfortunately, are real. So in a recent contract I worked on, I found over 600 places in their code that iDispose was not being called, right? And they had servers they had to reboot multiple times a day because of this, right? And so over 600 places. I've never seen a code base so bad as this one, as far as memory management goes. They had over 90 types that they either implemented iDisposable improperly or didn't implement iDisposable at all, right? And in every time, every type that they implement iDisposable, they did it wrong. So I'm going to show you the one right way to do it today. So stay tuned. And what this caused was over 2,000 touch points in the code that I had to change. And believe me, doing these changes on this code base was a nightmare because, just changing one type could cause hundreds of changes in the code, which caused hundreds of files I had to check in, which developers doing code review did not like. They got angry at me, but I'm going, what can I do when you guys didn't do this right in the first place, right? So this is real. And I worked, this last time I worked on this contract, I worked about 9 months, and I was not even done fixing all these issues. So you guys need to go look at your code today or Monday and make sure you're not doing what I'm talking about in this session. I can't be any strong in my trying to make you do this for your projects. So let's briefly talk about memory handling. If you're newer to .NET, I kind of want to go through how the memory, really quickly, how it works in the memory stack. And the memory stack is where, most everything you're going to be, all your types and things like that are going to be created. I'm sorry, the memory stack is the one that you don't have to worry about. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. So the memory stack is very fast to create types like date, time, integer, booleans. All number types basically are created on the stack, including pointers that point to your objects back on the heap. So basically everything you really don't do a new on is created on the stack. And the great thing about the stack is that as soon as you define that variable, like a date time variable, it's created in the memory stack. And as soon as the code block reaches the end of the code block, .NET automatically removes that a date time or integer out of the memory stack, and it's cleaned up immediately. So these types go in and out of memory very, very, very fast. And it's one of the reasons .NET is fast because of this. So we're not going to really talk about this because there's not much you can really do because .NET takes care of the memory stack for you. What we're going to be focusing on in this talk is the memory heap. This is what we need to be worried about constantly when you're writing code. Whenever you're writing code, you need to be thinking about the memory heap. So for all objects, basically with new and strings, because even when you create a string, you don't have to do new in .NET because they kind of shortcutted it for you. But strings are part of this too. They are created on the heap. Every single string is created on the heap. So if you think of all your objects, they're all on the heap. Objects are always created at the top of the heap, and I have an illustration to show you that in a minute. And that's why creating objects and even reference types on the heap are very, very fast in .NET because they're always created at the top of the heap, and I'll show you that in a minute. And this is what we need to think about is they're removed by the garbage collector. So when you're done with one of these types, it doesn't get removed at the end of the code block. It gets removed by the garbage collector at some point, and you really don't have a lot of control over this. The garbage collector basically kicks in when it wants to. And there's a lot of rules that it uses, like memory pressure and things like that. But you don't have a lot of control over what the garbage collector does. So this is why we need to be mindful of how we create and destroy objects in the heap, is because of the garbage collector. And at the end of the this process, the garbage collector actually compacts the heap. So then the next objects are created at the top of the heap. So I have an illustration to show you that. So these are how objects are created in .NET on the memory heap. So each memory heap actually has 3 generations, and I'm not going to talk about the other 2. So most, if not all, objects are always created initially in generation, what we call generation 0. And then if .NET decides that that object might be hanging around longer, they might move it to the generation 1 or the generation 2, which is really for the long-term objects. But we're really going to be focusing on generation 0 today, because this is where things are created most of the time in .NET. So this is an illustration of the generation 0. You can see object 1, 2, 3, 4 created in the heap. So when you create a new object, like a new string builder or a new string or a bitmap or something like that, as soon as you do new, Microsoft news that object up and puts it at the very top of the heap. And that's why creating objects in .NET is super, super fast. Very, very, very fast, because every object is created on the top of the heap, like I just showed you, okay? But now let's talk about how they're destroyed. So here's an example of, I have a string builder. This is some code I found in my open source project. And I have a string builder. And when I do new string builder, that creates a string builder. Here I'm showing it in position 2. With a pointer, the pointer is actually on the memory stack, because all pointers are a number, so they're kept on the stack. So when you're using string builder, you're really using the pointer to that object in memory, okay? You're not really touching the object, you're touching the pointer that touches the object. So this is some code that I write, bytes to string. This is from my open source project, Spargin. And so when it's created in the heap. And so it's living there as long as this code is running down. I do a for loop, and I'm appending some stuff to it. And then I return toString. So as soon as it hits the end of the code block, right, then this object basically can be removed out of memory. And so what .NET does is basically, the object still is in the heap, right? But it removes the pointer, basically, in a nutshell. It removes the pointer, so you can't get to that object anymore. But it's still there. So this is one thing I want to make sure you guys really understand, is even if your code block is over, your object is still living in memory, right? Because you can't really destroy the object. The only thing that in .NET land that can destroy the object is the garbage collector, okay? And this is how the memory works. So at some point, the garbage collector wakes up and goes, I've got to clean up some of these objects, and it looks at the pointer tree, and it finds all the objects that don't have a pointer to code anywhere. And what it does is then it removes that object out of memory. There's more things that happen, really, that I can't get into because of the timing. And there's also a different thing if you created a finalizer in your object too, which I don't have time to talk about. So basically, it actually removes the garbage collector removes the object out of memory. So then what happens when you create another object, a string or a string builder or something like that? It's created on the top of the heap, right? It doesn't create it in position 2 where the string builder was. It creates it on the top of the heap, always at the top of the heap. And that's why creating you can spin up thousands of objects in milliseconds in .NET. It's very, very performant. It's one of the great things I love about .NET. It's just creating the objects is very, very quick. So then once .NET finds these objects and removes them basically out of memory, then what it will do, it will actually compact the heap. And so it will move the objects down that are still in use. And so you can see here, I have object 1, 3, 4, 5, 6 now. And then, sorry, I thought I had another illustration. So then when you create another object that's created on, it'll be object 7, 8, 9, 10. So this is how the memory heap works. So I want to make sure you know when you do this, even if when you do dispose of an object, you're not disposing the object, right? The garbage collector disposes the object. And what I like to say in most of my conference talks is whenever it freaking feels like. Like I said, you don't have a lot of control over what the garbage collector does. And sometimes when I think about it, that's probably a good thing because, you know, the garbage collector was written by, you know, developers a lot smarter than you and me. So, and that's a good thing. All right, so I did a brief overview of just how the memory management works in .NET. So we're all on the same page, hopefully. I hope you got something out of that. Let me know if you did or didn't. I don't see a lot of comments except for the adult website on the feed. So now let's talk about the #1 things that you guys aren't doing, and I'm pointing at you, aren't doing when you're coding, and that's not properly disposing of disposable types, okay? So if you pay attention to this conference, please pay attention to the next couple minutes. So as software developers in .NET, we have to be mindful of any object that implements iDisposable. And I'll talk about in a minute how you find out if an object implements iDisposable. So it's critical. I can't say this strongly enough. It's critical to call dispose as soon as you don't need that object anymore, right? And I'm talking about even before the end of the code block. As soon as you're done with the string reader, you should dispose of it because this will allow the garbage collector to remove it out of memory and compact the heap. So not at the end of the code block. You need to dispose of it as soon as possible, right? And I don't have time to get into what dispose really does because what dispose really does is dependent on the object that implements it, right? Sometimes it can get rid of files that are hanging around on the system. Sometimes it can get rid of things out of memory. Sometimes it can release pointer connections to databases or connections to FTP, things like that. Every dispose method does something differently, right? That's implemented by whoever wrote that type, right? But as developers, we need to make sure that we call dispose as soon as we're done, okay? Because this will allow the garbage collector to remove it out of memory. Because we need to be mindful of memory. I know systems are getting bigger and bigger these days, but we have to be mindful of memory, especially if these systems are running in the cloud. It's very critically important if they're running in the cloud. Yeah, if you have any questions about the garbage collector, please feel free to put them in the comments. I'm trying to read comments and talk at the same time. So how do you know if a type implements iDisposable, right? There's 3 main ways I'm going to share how you can do that. The first is you've used it before, right? So since I've been using .NET over 20 years, I have ingrained in my brain a lot of these types, right? Basically, you know, anything dealing with databases is one. Anything dealing with images or bitmaps, anything that ends in the word stream implements iDisposable. Everything in .NET that ends in the word stream implements iDisposable as far as I've been able to find. So because I've been using .NET longer than a lot of you out there, I have a lot of these types built in. They're ingrained in my brain. So I immediately know just by looking, right? But I still have to search and look around and search for things. So that's the first way, is you've done this before and you've learned the hard way, usually. The easiest way is that when you're done using the type, just do .dispose and see if it comes up in IntelliSense, right? And if it does, you need to dispose of it. Okay, that's really the easiest way. Is just try to do .dispose, and if it's there, do it. If it's not, then it's not a disposable type. You don't need to worry about it. The other thing you can do, and this is really improved in the latest in Visual Studio 2022, is you can just right mouse click and say preview definition. And right there, you can see the iEnumerator interface implements iDisposable. So you know that anything that implements iEnumerator also implements iDisposable. So there's 3 ways. You have no excuse now. I don't know if it implements iDisposable. Well, now you have 3 ways. You have no excuse to get out of this now. So those are the 3 ways. So back before the using statement was put into .NET, because in the beginning of .NET, we didn't have the using statement I'm about to show you. What we did basically is every code block that we wrote that used the disposable type, we had to implement try finally, because we had to use the finally to get rid of the object in memory, because if an exception happened, then it will still get removed out. Dispose will still be called because it's in the finally. So Microsoft basically shortcut that. I'll show you. I'll prove that to you in a second. Microsoft basically shortcut that and created something called a using a pattern. And this is the easiest way to make sure your types are being disposed of at the end of the code block. And that's just by, when you instantiate the type, you put it in a using statement like this, okay? And if you try to put a type in a using statement that doesn't implement iDisposable, your code won't build. Sometimes I do this. I think usually when I'm playing around dispose with the types I create. But this is something from my open source project, deserialize XML to an object. And you can see here, string reader is one of those types to implement iDisposable, and you need to be mindful of that. And so using the using statement, when you instantiate it, so what happens is as soon as it hits the end of the code block there, .NET will automatically call dispose for you. You don't need to worry about calling dispose when you use the using statement. And this happens, I'm going to prove it to you, this happens even if there's an exception in the code block, right? Because we need to protect because of exceptions, right? Because if you create a iDisposable type in memory and it's not being disposed of in a try catch, a try finally, then when an exception happens, it's just going to be left in memory. So this is a big problem. So to prove to you what .NET is doing under the covers, this is basically, I think it's that method. And you can see there's a try right there. And you can see, and this is IL, there's a try. And you can see here in the finally, right down there, it's calling dispose for you. So using statement, all that is creating a try finally for you. That's all it does. It just less code that we need to write these days. So make sure you use the using statement or try finally when you're using disposable objects. This is mandatory, people. You have to do this, or you're going to have servers that eat up all the memory, okay? That's just the way it works. So in the same code base, I'm going to be talking about, off and on during the stats I showed you at the beginning of the session. They were also doing this all over the place. And they were basically trying to put things in one line of code instead of a couple lines of code. And so what they were doing here is, so you can see that again. So what they were doing is they were newing up a string reader in this serializer deserialize method, right? Don't ever do this, people. Never, right? Because dispose will never be called when you do this, okay? Don't do this ever, right? Write one more line of code above this to create the string reader and in the using statement, and that will take care of the issue. But don't write code like this. I'm seeing this more and more now because people want to shove as much stuff in one line of code as they can, which is cool, but it doesn't work for disposable types. You can't do this with disposable types. All right, any questions? .NET Core dependency injection take care of? Yes, dependency injection does take care of getting rid of these objects for you, depending on what kind of injection you're using. Some of these things will live for the entire time your project is running, but yes, dependency injection does do that. How do we know if we have to implement dispose? That's the next section I'm going to talk about. Okay, you're getting ahead of me. So I've answered the questions. No more questions. Okay, great. I hope you guys are enjoying the session today. I just want to take a little break and take a little drink because I've been talking all morning and I'm tired already. All right. So I've talked about you need to call dispose on your object. So make sure you do that today in your code base. Go look for all these objects you're using in your code. You're not calling dispose, or you might be doing it improperly, like I showed you in the last example. Okay. So I wanted to talk mostly about that section because this is the section I just showed is the number one thing you guys are doing wrong in your code. Okay. So now let's talk about if you need to implement the iDisposable in the types that you create, right? Because all of us create types in .NET, all kinds of types, right? But how do you know, if you need to implement iDisposable? Well, I'm going to show you. So if your type uses a disposable type in a field, you must implement iDisposable, okay? I don't have time to talk about when you're inheriting types that implement iDisposable and things like that. You go read my articles. It's all talked about in there. But how do you, so if you have a disposable type, like a stream reader in a field in your type, then you need to implement iDisposable, okay? Or if you have a bitmap or a stream or something like that that's in a field, a private field, there better be a private field in your type, you need to implement iDisposable, okay? So this is the problem. This is a real problem that I see in code bases, right? Here's a class called PDF Streamer, and this class properly implements a memory stream, news up in a memory stream, a private read-only memory stream, which is the correct way to do it, as a field in their type. And I removed all the other code because it won't fit on the slide. But if you're doing something like this, right, you need to implement iDisposable. How do you know if the types in your field you implement iDisposable? Well, I just showed you how to do that in the last section, okay? Rewind and watch that, okay? So if you're doing any disposable type as a field in your type, you have to implement iDisposable. You have to, right? Otherwise, you're going to run into problems like this code base I've been talking about during my session, okay? Where I bet you right now, they still have problems. They still have servers that need to reboot because I left the company. So you need to implement iDisposable. This is the iDisposable interface. That's it. It just forces you to create a method called dispose, okay? And this is the method that the using statement uses, the garbage collector can use, and things like that, is the dispose method, okay? So you need to implement iDisposable, which then will force you to create the dispose method, okay? I'm going to show you, there's 3 steps, okay? And like I said, with this project I've been talking about, there were 90 types that didn't do this or didn't do this correctly in one solution. 90 types. I couldn't believe the numbers when I came up with them. Okay, so you need to implement iDisposable. Here's an example. You just add it. You just add the iDisposable interface. That's step 1, is to add the iDisposable interface, which will then force you to create the dispose method. But there's a method we need to create before we create that method, the most important method. Step 2, create this. There's 2 dispose methods we need to create, okay? The first one is this one with a parameter called disposing, okay? And protected, I left protected there because if a type inherits this type, and then it can basically circumvent the dispose and add their own stuff. But mostly it will just be a private void disposing like this, right? So you do if the object's already been disposed, then you return, because you can't dispose of an object twice, okay? It doesn't work. It will cause an exception. So then the next block, you need to do if disposing, do this stream.dispose, okay? That's the way you do it. And then you set the dispose flag to true, so the object won't be disposed of twice, because that will probably cause an exception if you do it, okay? So this is the first dispose method you need to create. And this is the pattern you should be using when you're implementing dispose method, is this one. This one takes care of disposing the actual objects, okay? And as soon as that's hit, then that will basically tell the garbage collector that object's not being used anymore, and the garbage collector can get rid of it, okay? But also when you call dispose, the object cleans up, it cleans itself up, whatever it's been doing, and then the garbage collector can get rid of it, okay? The second dispose method is the public dispose method that the iDisposable interface forces you to create. Create a public void dispose. The first method, first call in there should be calling the dispose method in step 2. So dispose true, okay? The second thing that should be in there, which I see a lot of developers miss when they're writing code like this, is gc.suppress_finalize this, meaning this object, okay? GC represents the garbage collector, okay? So what this does is it tells the garbage collector that the object has been disposed of, meaning it's gotten rid of its resources, okay? Because if you don't do this, what will happen is when the garbage collector wakes up, and if your object has a finalizer in it, then what it will do is it actually won't remove it from memory. What it does is it puts it in a finalizer queue. It cleans up all the other objects, and then at the next run of the garbage collector, then your object will be disposed of. So that means your object will actually live a lot longer, okay? So maybe hours or days it could live, right? And we don't want that. So you need to call suppress finalize, because that will tell the garbage collector, I'm ready to be removed out of memory immediately. And that'll make your apps much, much happier, okay? So 3 steps: implement iDisposable, create the dispose method that actually disposes the method, and then create this dispose method that calls that dispose method and suppresses the finalizer, okay? 3 steps, easy to do, right? At the end of the slide deck, I have a link to GitHub or Git or whatever they call those one-page things on GitHub. To basically, you can copy that, and that's your pattern you need to use. And I use that pattern whenever I'm working on types that I need to implement iDisposable, okay? So because I like to try to make things easier on myself and other developers, I've written a couple methods in my Spargin project to help you dispose of things, right? So I created a method that instead of, if you have maybe 5 objects in your type that need to be disposed of, the problem is, you might have disposed of those 5 types, right? But then if you have another developer come in that doesn't know as much as you do about dispose, or maybe a junior developer or beginner developer, they might create something, a field that has a disposable type, and not add it to the dispose method, right? So that could cause a problem too, right? So what I did was I created a method, an extension method called dispose fields, That's all you need to put in your dispose method, and dispose fields will look at all your fields, find all the ones that implement iDisposable, and call dispose for you. Okay, first checks for null, of course, and then calls dispose for you. I call this future proofing, right? Some people don't like this word, but I love it, because what this means is basically it covers the scenario I just talked to you about. Basically, if another developer comes in and puts a disposable type in a field, this will pick it up. You don't need to change anything. Magic. So get Spargin or rip off my code from Spargin and use dispose fields. This is what I use when I create types. Something else I saw in one of the contracts I worked on was this company, and I don't recommend this for anybody, is this company was putting disposable objects in collections. So they weren't disposing these objects at all because they were in a collection. And sometimes these collections could reach up to thousands of items in the collection. They weren't calling dispose on any of them. So that causes virtual memory leaks. And so I created another method called dispose collection. It will run through the collection, find out if any of the types in your collection implements iDisposable, and call dispose for you. So the good thing is that if you, sorry, I'm going to go back, I'm trying to go back one. If you use dispose fields also calls dispose collection. Okay, so you're covered. You just need to use dispose fields, but dispose collection is still there for you. And I created another one called try dispose for within your code block. And it's just a shortcut to make sure the object isn't null, because one of the things I see a lot of people do is they call dispose in an object, but how about if somehow that object wasn't newed up correctly and it's a null, then it's going to cause an exception and bring your app down. So I just created this really shortcut method called try dispose that works on any iDisposable type. Okay, so you're all covered. If you're not using these things, you should be. I use them in every project that I work on, and it saves me from these memory issues. Okay, so put your questions in the chat. I don't see any new ones. Just thank you and awesome. Thank you everybody who's watching. So let's go down to the next section, which is so how do you find out where all these issues are, especially a person like me that comes into a new team. This is one of the first things I look for is their dispose problems, because I know they have them. I don't remember the last time I worked for a company that didn't have dispose problems. If you're not .NET Dave, or if you don't worry about this all the time like I do, there's tons of tools. A lot of them have been mentioned during the conference today that you can use to find these issues. And I'm going to show you the tools that I use. But I'm going to say this at the end, but the best tool you have to finding this is you. You're the best tool. But these things can speed up. You can do it manually, which I don't suggest. I recommend using tools. And I'm trying to give away one of these tools today. If somebody will do the correct hashtag in the chat today, Code Quality Conf 22, to win Code It Right, which will find these things for you. So I just kind of said this, tools can dramatically speed up finding and fixing issues, right? If you're not using one of these tools, you really need to be, okay? So, when I first wrote these articles, and when I was working on this really bad project I've been talking about, I can't do this anymore, but I ran that project against all of these code analysis tools, right? To see if they picked up all the, because I found over 700 places where dispose wasn't being called, and I wanted to see how the tools were doing. Well, as you can see, they didn't do very well. Code It Right didn't find any, which I'm not sure why, because Code It Right should. Code Rush, which is the refactoring tool that I use, didn't find any. Mark Miller, if you're watching. which really makes me sad. They did find other violations, which I've listed there. You can see ReSharper found 101,000 violations in this tool. So NDepend, which is one of the tools I use, I'll talk about, found 72 issues out of 700. ReSharper found 3, not very good. I also tried a program I don't use on a regular basis called SonarLint. That found 25, but I found over 700 issues. So the tools have a lot of work to do to catch up on this. And I'm going to show you the tool that works the best at the very end, which I found after I did this analysis. Okay. So let's talk about some of these tools. So like I said, I found 700 issues in this code base. NDepend is a static code analyzer. We've been talking a lot about that during the conference. And I use NDepend for a code analysis because it finds a lot of stuff the Visual Studio doesn't, or the Visual Studio analyzers and the editor config doesn't. So I use that as like a second pair of eyes on my code. I use NDepend. And NDepend has a ton of more features. There's many, many, many features, which are really great features that you need to use to find issues in your code. I also use NDepend to create if you go to the Spargin project on GitHub, you'll see a nice graphic on how all the objects talk to each other. And I use NDepend for that because I don't know any other tool that really does that other than NDepend. So if you're not using NDepend, I highly recommend getting a copy and using it. It's not free. Your company is going to have to pay for it. SonarLint, which I tried, again, is a Visual Studio extension, identifies and helps you fix quality and security issues, but it found 25 out of 700. So if you're using SonarLint, you still need to use your eyes, I guess. What I found after I did this analysis on this project was this is what works the best right now in .NET land. Is the iDisposable Analyzers NuGet package. I can't remember off the top of my head who wrote this, or if it was Microsoft, I can't remember. But it analyzes your code for 26 disposed issues, okay? So the one thing I want you all to do as soon as this conference is over is add this to all your projects. I don't care if you have disposable objects or not, you probably do anyway. But you need to add this because this is the best tool I've been able to find the issues. Does it find all 700 issues? I highly doubt it. But as far as 2022 goes, it's the best tool. And it's free. It's just a NuGet package. You don't have to get your company to pay for it. So make sure you add that to all your projects. It works the best, okay? So I know you're probably going to your project right now. I got a couple more slides and then some software to give away, but this is the best thing to use. So you need to add it to all your projects. It's added to all the projects that I work on. That's the first thing I do when I go into a new project is add this NuGet package because it will tell me everything that's wrong in the project. Now I want to talk about one thing. I did a survey that's running right now. I think I have a graphic about it, or I thought I would add it to this, is memory profiling. I want to talk a little bit about memory profiling because I have yet to work for a company that does this unless I'm there, right? And I've even worked at companies that wouldn't pay me to do this. I kind of did it on my off time because they wouldn't pay me to run memory profiling on their code, which I don't understand, right? Because the one thing you need to do before the release of your project is to run a memory profiler against your code running in near to production environments, okay? If not exact copies. This is the only way to find everything in your code because memory profiling will show that, okay? And I'm going to show you guys the tool that I use, which is not very expensive, and I swear by it. I love it. But I will warn you, do I have a, yeah, this when you run a memory profiler, I'll explain a little bit how it works if you've never used one, because based on my Twitter poll, most of you either don't use one or you don't know what it is. Once you're done running the memory profiling session, it takes a lot of time to go through the report and find out where the issues are, and to find out if the issue is your issue, or if it's an issue in .NET, or if it's an issue in a third-party assembly you're using, right? I have found issues in .NET, and I've taken those issues to the .NET team at Microsoft when I was there and had them work on it, because I found it through this, okay? But the only way you're going to find all of your problems is to run a memory profiler, okay? I can't state that strongly enough. And I don't understand why companies don't use this. Like I said, I've yet to work for a company that did this, and I just don't get it. So yeah, I did a poll. So you can see here, basically 80% don't do it or don't know what it is. And so if you go to that link right now, you can vote on my poll, because it's still going. It'll be going until next week. So this is an important subject. And I'm available. Hire me. I'll profile your code for you. So again, you need to run this against code that's running in environments that's near to production as you can possibly get it, right? Because, you know, all software works differently depending on the environment it's running in. And because of the memory, it's because of the chip, the processor, there's lots of things that go into how code will run, right? So that's why you need to run it on something that's near to production. You can run it on your local box. That will tell you some things, but that's not good enough. You have to run it in some other environment that's close to production, okay? And the tool that I recommend and use that's not very expensive, that works really, really well, and I like the best, is called the .NET Memory Profiler from SciTech Software. Okay, I think it's only a couple $100 unless they've raised the price the last time I saw it. So what you do is you run your code and you attach the memory profiler to that code. So you never run this in production, okay? Because your production will, the performance will go to almost nothing, because this is very intensive and it really slows down your application. So you don't run it in production. Please don't. I run it in dev environments or user accepted testing environments or QA environments, okay? And you run SciTech, again, you attach it to the processes or processes, and you basically do a memory profiling session, and that session lasts as long as you want it to. You know, I've run sessions for hours before. That'll create a huge file afterwards, but I've done it for hours to see where the issues were. And what this does is it basically detects everything that's going on in the memory, in your solution running in memory, right? It detects all the garbage collector events. It detects how much memory is being used in all the different heaps, how many objects are being created at any specific time, tons and tons and tons of things, right? It's detecting, right? And one thing that I do towards the end when I'm using this is there's a setting that actually will capture the values of the objects in memory. That's awesome, because not only can you look at the report, you can actually drill in. I'll show you this in a second. You can drill into the object, and you can actually drill into what the values of that object were when something happened, when something wasn't being removed out of memory. It's really, really helpful. But like I said, it takes time. So it takes time to run the memory profiler session, and it takes even more time to analyze the report. And one thing I have to say is every developer in your team doesn't need this, right? You don't have to buy a copy for everybody. You need to buy a copy for the people who understand how memory management works and will be running these profilings before you release your project. You know, I was working on a project once. I'm actually writing an article about that right now, that the architect actually told me that we're going to work on performance problems after release. Okay. So what that session, what you end up with after that session is over, is this report, okay? And what this report shows you all the memory issues, not only disposable issues, but other memory issues that are happening in your code. Okay, like the first one you see there is direct event handler roots are not being removed correctly, right? But the one that I'm really talking about is the disposed instances, right? And then it actually lists the objects that weren't being disposed, and you need to drill in and find out why they weren't being disposed, or if they even need to be disposed at that point in time when you're running the memory profiler. Okay, and there's lots of dispose violations that it finds. This is just one. There's another one you can't really see at the bottom of that little frame there, and it lists all the objects. There's tons of things that this lists. It's a wealth of information, and it's a lot better than the profiler in Visual Studio. Much, 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 much better. I don't even use the one in Visual Studio because it doesn't do near as much as a .NET Memory Profiler does. Okay, so this is the report. I have to spend a lot of time on drilling in and seeing what objects that I can actually work on, because a lot of these things it's actually listing here are objects that I didn't even create. .NET created it because of whatever was happening at the time. So I don't have a lot of control over that unless my typer's using those. So this is the report you're going to use. And you can actually drill down to the actual object. At the very top there, you can see I show a graphics object as having an issue. And you can drill in, you can see basically all the objects and how it got there. And so, like I said, it takes time, but you can drill into the actual object that was causing the problem and then investigate what's going on. And so you can go back and fix it. Okay. So that's a memory profiler. I know I spent a bit of time on that, but I can't stress enough. You have to be using a memory profiler before you put your code out, especially on your servers, right? And like I said, if anybody actually does this, is watching right now, please make a comment, because I've yet to find anybody who actually does this. And like I said, I don't understand why teams and companies aren't using products like this. I'm sure Microsoft does it, hopefully, Visual Studio team. But you guys need to start doing it, okay? All right, any questions? Nope. Just a thank you. Thanks everybody who's watching. So let's do the encore. Judas Priest. Woohoo! I saw this concert. All right. So there's just a couple odds and ends I want to bring up that didn't really fit into the other slides. And we're almost done, and we'll give away the software. Mahesh will hopefully join me back, and we'll wrap up this conference. So odds and ends. Avoid static fields. You want to avoid static fields as much as you can in your code. I don't care what type of type you're creating. Static fields are a problem. I can tell you stories that I've had. I had this one company that called the company I was working for, and because they needed help, they spent a month trying to figure out a problem they were having in their solution, their project, which they couldn't release to the public. It was an insurance company. And I found the problem in 2 hours, and that was they were using static fields. So avoid static fields as much as you can, because it will cause all kinds of problems. But never put disposable types in static fields, because they'll never be disposed of. They'll live for the entire time that code is running. So avoid static fields. They're not a good thing. And like I've said a couple times during my session, is you are the best tool to find these disposable issues. I've talked about a lot of the tools that I use. Some of the other speakers in the conference have talked about tools they use. But you are still the tool. You are still the best tool to find all these issues, okay? So this needs to be on top of your mind whenever you're coding, okay? And whenever you're looking at code, whenever you're doing a code review, this has to be number one, top of your mind, because this is how you bring down your apps. It's not doing this. And Jerry's not here anymore, but I would drill this into my C# beginners. The first class C# beginners took at the university, I would drill this into their head because I wanted to make sure that they understood it from the very first day that they were learning how to code in C#. So you're the best tool. Okay. Here are some resources. Of course, you can buy my coding standards book where I talk about this in detail. You can go to C# Corner or .NETtips.com where I've written 3 comprehensive articles about this subject. You can go read, which if you go to the next link, you can go to that first article and then read the other 2. Okay. If you want to use Spargin, like I do in my projects to help you with your Dispose code, you can go there and go to Spargin. You can get the source, or you can just use the NuGet package. I release a major release every quarter, which I just did at the beginning of this month. Okay. I also mentioned the iDisposable template that I use when I work at companies, and you can go to that link there. And that's my iDisposable template that I put in every type that needs to implement iDisposable. Okay. You'll have to do a couple code changes, but other than that, there's not a lot you have to do. Okay. All right. All right. That's it. Thanks for attending. I hope you'll pick up a copy of my book. I have tons of videos out there on this subject and others. You can go to that link. You can go see where I'm speaking next, which I'll be at the C# Corner Conference in Delhi, India in October. Can't wait for that. I can't wait to go back and not only see India, but see all my friends there. I miss you all if you're watching. I know it's late in India right now, but I can't wait to get back to India this year and hang out with you all and talk about code, right? Is Mahesh around, Simon? No. So I can talk. Okay. My favorite thing, right, Simon? All right. So we're trying to give away some software. Do we have any more? I don't know. Let's try to give away some software, Simon. Are you ready? Yes. Okay. So we gave away a copy of Code It Right. Whoever won that, make sure you get your email address to Simon so I can send it to Submain. So now let's give away a copy of GoStock from Code It Right. This is a licensed copy. There's 3 versions of GoStock. There's a free version, there's the professional version, and there's the enterprise version that I use. We're going to give away a copy of the a professional version, which has a spell checker I really rely on because we all can't spell, and so GoStock helps me with that. Not only does it help you instantly create documentation for your types, but it will spell check not only the documentation, but method names and variable names and things like that too. So let's give away a copy of GoStock. Simon, you ready? So you have to be watching live to win. Hopefully you're still watching. Who's going to win? Not C# Corner. C# Corner. You got to stop using the hashtag C# Corner. Let's run it again. And I don't want to win either because I already have a copy. C# Corner. Simon, there's something wrong with your code. I thought you fixed that. There. I can't pronounce Indian names very well. P-Men? I don't know. But you win a copy of GoStock from Submain. Congratulations. Get your email address to Simon, and I'll get that to Submain today or Monday, okay? So GoStock. So you want to give away the next one, Simon? So the next thing we have is a pass to DevReach. DevReach is the Telerak conference. Sorry. That's happening this September on the 11th and 14th in Boston, Massachusetts. So if you win this, you need to let us know if you can actually go. No, C# Corner's not going, Simon. So let's pick somebody else. So let us know if you can actually go to the conference. Otherwise, we'll have to figure out another way to get to give this out, because Telerik is trying to give away a pass right now on their Twitter feed. So I have one of the remaining. Ruben, do you live in that area? You can go to the DevReach conference. Put a comment in there. Let's see if you can go. Okay. If not, maybe I can give you a copy of Ghost Doc. No, you can't. All right. We'll give you a copy of Ghost Doc. How about that? Get your email address to Simon, and I'll give you a copy of a Ghost Doc. Okay. Let's try one more time, Simon, for DevReach, and see if we can get somebody who can actually go. This was going to be the tough one to give away, unfortunately, because I can't even go because I don't live in the area. Yeah, C# Corner can't go. You got a bug in your code, Simon. Where's Mahesh? This is getting too funny now. Oh, Ruben, you live in Spain. Yeah, I guess you can't go. Oh, okay. Come on, Simon.
David, I'm really sorry.
You better fix this before the next conference.
You should give away something to me. Get me US visa.
The next conference, the next time we do this, we're gonna play a game. Every time C# Corner is picked, we're gonna do a shot, and see how drunk we get before we can actually freaking give it away. So Mark Davis, my friend, won. I don't know if Mark can go. Can you let us know, Mark, if you're still there? And then we'll give away the Dev Craft Complete from Telerik, which anybody can get. Mark, you still around? It takes a little bit for the comments to come up. But if you watch my show tomorrow, Mark is one of my good friends from San Diego who wrote the lead in the the Rockin' the Code World song. He's a good friend of mine, and can't wait to see him. I haven't seen him in a while, but we're working on some projects, Mark and I, together. So hopefully we can get that going. But it looks like Mark is actually working. So okay. All right, I guess we can't give away DevReach. I'll talk to Telerik and see if we can just give it away on the C# Corner Twitter channel or something like that. All right, so now there's not many people left, I guess, watching the show live right now. I don't know why, but let's give away a copy of DevCraft Complete from Telerik. This is $1,400. This is a lot of their controls and add-ins and things like that they have from Telerik. Telerik is one of the companies that I've always recommended to companies because they produce really great software for .NET and Visual Studio. Abby, you won. Abby's the winner. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly because I'm bad at names. Simon knows. So you win DevCraft Complete from Telerik. Make sure you get your email address. Oh, you're here. Awesome. Where do you live? Let us know where you live. Get your email address to Simon, and I'll send it to Telerik today or Monday, so you can get up to speed with DevCraft. And when you use DevCraft, let me know how you like it. I haven't used it before, so I'm curious. All of what it has. Oh, you live in North Carolina. All right, cool. I was there a number of years ago speaking at a conference there. Congratulations, you're the big winner, $1,500. We won't tell the IRS. All right, so we gave away that stuff. Simon, you want to switch back to my slides? Because I'm waiting for Mahesh to show up. Is anybody else on in the back stage, Simon? Or I'm just talking to myself? Nope. Okay. All right. Before we end, we're going to do a wrap up, but Mahesh isn't here, so I don't know where he went to. Mark won. Yeah, good, Mark. I'm glad you won. So I want, since I have some time to kill, I want to talk a little bit about the organization we're trying to raise money for during this conference, and that is the Voice of Slum. in Delhi, India. Last time I was in India in 2019, the C# Corner took myself, Mahesh, and Magnus Martinson, who will be on my show tomorrow, to the Voice of Slum, which is in a slum, one of the slums in Delhi. And send it to Simon or DM me your address on Twitter so we can get your email address. Those of you who are asking how to get it to me. So Simon, Mahesh and I visited the Voice of Slum, and Dev and Chandy, who started this organization, really inspire me because, you know, they came from the slums in Delhi, India, and they were able, I can't remember the full story now, but they were able to get some schooling, and they met, I think at school, and they decided to start an organization, an NGO in Delhi, to help kids from where they grew up in. You know, Chandy told me this, you know, really sad story that, you know, we don't hear about in America. And that is, you know, she had to leave school at 10 years old to sell sweet corn on the corner in Delhi, India, and also do rag picking, which I yet to look up and see what that really means. Somebody can tell me, well, the panel's in 11 minutes, so I can just talk, I guess. Anybody knows what rag picking is in India, put it in the chat because I always forget to look it up. But she had to leave school at 10 to help her mom to earn money so they could live. Very sad story. And you know, Dave told me some other stories, which I won't repeat publicly, about, you know, some of these situations that they've been able to get some of these kids out of in the slums in India. So, and it was my first time walking in a slum in India, which was kind of scary for a big, white, tall American guy like me who's never been in a slum. So, you know, I remember Mahesh saying, "Don't talk to those people." I don't know if Mahesh remembers, but he told me, "Yeah, don't talk to them, Dave. You don't engage." So it was, like I said earlier in the conferences, you know, going there was one of the most moving experiences I've ever had at a conference. I was choked up the entire time. If you watch the video that they took of us before we left, I could barely speak because I was so choked up and so emotional about all the things I learned there. But, you know, one of the things, you know, on my way back from India, you know, right before I left, you know, one of the things I did when I was at the actual building was they had a room there full of sewing machines that was dark. There's nobody in it. And I asked Chandy, who you can see here on the right side of the picture, I asked Chandy, I go, "What's this for?" And Chandy goes, "Well, this is where we train young women how to sew so they can go and make a living." And I asked them, I asked her, okay, if they go through your program and learn, you know, can they live off of that money? And she goes, yeah, you know, the money, she told me, that you could basically support 2 people on. And, but the sad thing was, she told me that because of funding issues, they're not doing it. And so when I thought about that for the rest of the time I was there, at the very end, I turned to Chandy and I go, "Okay, Chandy, I really want to help you with this because, you know, something that we used to have in America, which I really don't see anymore, is vocational training at high schools. We really don't do it anymore for some dumb reason in America. And so I've always thought that was one of our problems in America. America, unfortunately, thinks that everybody's going to go to college, and that's not true. And so we don't really do vocational training much anymore. So I asked her, "Okay, Chandy, what do you need to get this going?" And Chandy told me, "Well, we need a teacher." And I told Chandy, "Sorry, I can't really help you with that. What else do you need?" She goes, "Well, we need $150 a month." I said to her, "That's it? I spend more of that in a dinner in America, and that's all you need?" I go, "Okay, we're going to fix this." And so on the plane ride back from Dubai, I was thinking about this, and I go, how can I help these kids? And so as soon as I got back home, the May 1st of 2019, I diverted all the profit from my code performance book to the Voice of Slum. And because of that funding, they've been able to restart that vocational training. I'm not sure if it's still happening because you guys aren't buying my book, but we were able to at least restart it at one point. And so one of the things I really want to do when I'm in India in October is go back to the Voice of Slum and see how things are going there. The kids were so nice, very shy, of course, but they were so nice. A couple of them got up and sang nursery rhymes to us, which I thought was very, very, very brave of them. Oh, Mahesh is here. Cool. So please go to thevoiceofslum.org to donate directly, or you can buy my book, or you can watch my show tomorrow. I have a link where you can do a GoFundMe that I started. But, you know, all of us software engineers in America and Europe and Australia, we have the means to help these kids. And so I hope you will go there and help the kids. Okay. I want to, we've been mentioning this all through the conference, is the C# Corner Annual Conference, and we'll end up in Delhi on October 14th and 16th. I'll be there. Of course, Mahesh will be there. Joe, who was on the show today, will be there. Magnus, who will be on my show tomorrow, will be there. I can't wait to not only come back to India and see you all, but hang out with my really good friends that will all be there, including Mahesh. So if you're in any of these cities on those dates, I hope you will join us and come say hi. And if you say hi to me, I'll probably give you something. Maybe I'll give you a .NET Dave guitar pick or something like that. Okay. I also want to promote. I will be on .NET Live Monday morning at West Coast time. It'll be my first time on a Microsoft Learning channel, so I'm really excited. A little bit nervous, but I'm excited. And I'm going to talk about, guess what? Code quality and performance. So if you want to hang out with me some more, 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, Monday morning, I hope you join me. I already talked about my show. And, you know, before I go to the next slide, I want to make sure, you know, this is the mantra I want people to think about, right? First, we need to demand quality in ourselves, right? This isn't going to get better, people, until we make it a priority in ourselves. So first, we have to demand quality in ourselves. We have a lot of control over that, right? It just takes will and effort to do it. Demand quality in the apps that you write. So make sure quality is number one. Before the app is even written, code quality should be talked about, and everything needs to be put into place to make sure that happens before you even sit down and write code. So make sure this is one of the number one priorities in your code. And then on top of that, make sure you demand quality in the apps that you use every day of your life, whether it's, you know, something on your phone, whether it's a Microsoft product or whatever product. The product's not going to get better unless somebody makes noise. And so contact support, that takes a long time sometimes, unfortunately. One thing I do is I put it on Twitter. If you follow me on Twitter, that kind of publicly shames the company and gets them to respond a little faster. And I've seen things happen pretty quick when I've done that. So you have to give feedback. Don't be quiet. You have to be the squeaky wheel, or we're going to be talking about this 10 years from now, and it's not going to be any better. But 10 years from now, when I'm in retirement, living in my cabin on a lake somewhere with a boat, I don't want anybody to be talking about this anymore. So you have to man it in the apps that you write. And before we go to the panel, I want to give a shout out, of course, to Mahesh, who runs and founded C# Corner way back. Mahesh will tell us when he founded it all. He runs his own company, which I'm going to be working with hopefully in the near future. So Mahesh makes this all happen. So all these conferences, C# Corner, the conference in October, it's all because of Mahesh and making it happen, and making these kind of conferences a priority for us. Because we don't make any money off these conferences. We do these conferences for you, and so Mahesh does this out of the kindness of his heart, and and we all do too. And so, and then of course, none of this would happen without Simon. He's the regional community director, if his title hasn't changed since last year, at C# Corner. Everything you see done virtually on C# Corner is a one-man show, and that's Simon. And I have to give him some claps because my show wouldn't happen, this conference wouldn't happen if it wasn't for Simon. So I'm so thankful Simon is here because he's one of the best producers I could ever work with. I can't imagine anybody better, really. So give a shout out to Simon and Mahesh on Twitter. Let them know how much you like these kind of conferences so we can bring them back next year, right? I want to do this every year. I wish we could do it a couple times a year, to tell you the truth. But we will be building this into the conferences we do in person too. I've already talked to Mahesh about this. So we're going to be rolling this into anything that C# Corner does. So Mahesh, are you there? Mahesh. There you are.
There you go. Almost done, huh?
Almost done. We have 30 minutes before YouTube will get pissed off at us. So freaking YouTube has that 8-hour timeout.
Okay. So this is great. They're going great. Everything looks like worked out great, huh?
Yeah, we gave away most everything, and except for the DevReach conference, and so that's good. I thought all the sessions were awesome. I can't wait to watch them again once Simon chops them up into videos.
Yeah,
How about
they're
you?
all great. Yep, definitely good. Yeah, I think what we learned from this is, we'll do more obviously next year, but maybe bigger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wish we could do a whole day in-person conference, just code quality. That has actually been my dream for many years now, is to run a conference that's just about code quality, nothing else. Code quality and code performance.
Why don't you announce soon, just do in person in San Diego next year?
We should do that. Should be the focus of the conference. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But that's been my dream, but I couldn't get anybody on board to help me with it, so it's never happened. So
in person, if people don't come, at least we can get speakers and few people in the audience.
Yeah.
And then everything else can be virtual.
Yeah, I'm sure we can do one in person. I think there's enough people in America, at least, that really make this, top of their mind, and would be great. I mean, everybody that's been on the conference today would be awesome speakers, for that conference. I know some of them don't live in America, but we're going to do a code quality thing at the conference in October, aren't we?
Yeah, we need to announce soon, not code quality. I think it's just general conference.
I mean, one of the tracks, I don't know. I'm getting things mixed up because we talk about so many different things, you and I.
Are you talking about India?
Yeah.
I don't think it'll be a track because it's just,
Yeah.
We probably won't have tracks, maybe a couple of sessions.
Yeah. Well, my session, I'll be, I don't know what session I'm doing. Hopefully I'll be doing the disposable session in India because that's my new one. But because everybody needs to watch that session. That session should be in every conference, every .NET conference. There should be a session on disposable stuff, right? Because like I said, it's the number one thing I see people not doing in code correctly. Number one. And it's the number one thing that will bring down your projects. Yeah. So how are you doing? You look sleepy.
I am tired, but yeah, let's finish this up. Yeah. It's been a little busy.
I'm all energized from speaking. I'm all.
You're good to go. Yeah, it's a little busy going on. Just a lot of work going on.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but all good. Anything else we need to cover here?
Well, I wanted to ask you. There's lots of things we can change. In our world about code quality, but I'm going to put you on the spot. So what's like the number one thing you would tell somebody to make sure that code quality is part of their project?
Well, I think the number one, it's hard to tell code quality is there. It's really number one thing is the developers just don't upgrade themselves, like 90% of them.
That's true.
10% do, right? 10% who do, they're always doing something new, learning new. But if you look at any large enterprise, developers, they're just at this comfort level where there's like, okay, life is going good. We are just adding new features, we're fixing bugs, doing this. So they don't learn that, and they don't upgrade, they don't look. And then when new projects come, obviously it has to be like company has to kind of force them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right? This happens all the time. Or I used to go as I helped companies to migrate to newer version. My first migration was from VB to C#. And then, developers have no idea, so they refuse to learn these new things.
Yeah.
So that's one of the things is that software development is not where you just once learn and just be whole lifelong. It's not a lifelong skill set.
This is not the profession to have if you don't want to learn.
Yes.
I mean,
so that's my
wrong
biggest
profession.
issue.
Yeah.
And people like MVPs, they're different. You just find different, but everybody else is just like. So how do you really motivate them? It's just hard.
Yeah.
And I have not found a simple solution for that.
Yeah. Well, to me, if someone asked me that question, I have like a two-part answer. One is you have to create a workflow like I have, which I've written about on C# Corner on my site. You have to create a workflow before you check in code. And I've written about that. You can go to C# Corner or my site to see what I do before I check in any code, right? And I do this every time. I don't care what company I'm working at, if it's for a company or for myself, I do this every single time before I check in code, right? Because that's really where it starts. Because once you check in that code that's crappy, it's going to stay there, and I can almost guarantee you it's not going to be fixed, because if someone says, well, we'll fix it later, it's not going to happen, right? It will be put in technical debt, a column, which is what I call it the black hole of work, right?
Yeah.
You put stuff in it and it never happened, right? So that's number one.
Yeah, I would not put anything. If you're thinking, oh, I'll come back and fix this tomorrow, it's
never going to happen. There's not one company that I've worked at that gives me time to go back and fix things. Not one. I even had companies remove things to make sure code quality is being put into the.
It's no different than say I'll join gym tomorrow.
Yeah. That's what I do all the time. I'll go exercise tomorrow.
Yeah,
it never happens. And so I think you have to create this workflow like that, and then something that was talked about early in the conference is that we can't trust developers to do it, right? So especially if you're hiring contractors, because contractors don't have skin in the game like permanent people. So contractors usually are the worst at this, and so you have to put in place in your build process. You have to be analyzing the code, like we talked about early in the conference, to catch those things that developers aren't doing, and then go back and make them do it before it goes out, right?
Yeah. I think the one fix for this problem, and it could be the global fix could be, how we have, design phase, coding, testing. We need to have audit.
Yes.
Like we would have like every 3 months to 6 months audits of all code.
Yeah.
All developers, right? And if audit fails, then these developers needs to be held accountable.
Right.
And it has to be a company-wide, and it's like a whole industry-wide kind of standard practice.
Yeah.
That's the only way we can fix that, because then it's like doctors, right? You can't just keep doing surgeries. They have to, prove, even go to like restaurant, there's always checkup comes every 6 months, right?
Yeah.
You want to make sure it's clean, make sure you're following the guidelines. But in software, there's no audit.
Right.
Right?
No. Why?
Yeah, so that's the problem.
Yeah. And that's the one thing that So, I said at the beginning of my session when I was introducing myself, I come up with a new title for myself, right? Because of these articles I've been writing for you guys, and that is Code Quality Czar, right?
You should be a code auditor.
Yeah, but my whole point with that title is that there should be one person in your team that's their focus, right?
Yeah.
Because not everybody can worry about it the same amount as you and I do, right?
Yeah.
So you have to designate a code quality czar, right?
Yeah.
And in whatever title you give it, other than that, that's just one that came off the top of my head.
So back to this before you get, I think this Neat is leaving, and the Neat said the rug picking. If you didn't know what it is, I know.
Oh yeah.
It's like going through the garbage.
Oh.
Usually they pick up plastic, papers, old clothes, whatever they find.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's exactly what homeless were doing in San Diego when I was there, going through the garbage.
Right. You call it. I thought it had something to do with rags.
No.
It's not a good title. It's not a good name.
No. Yeah. It's basically pick up anything in the trash they can find. In India, remember, in India, you can sell plastic bottles.
Yeah.
You can sell other bottles, glasses, anything you can recycle, you can sell it.
Yeah.
So that's what they try to do that. And it's a bad situation where,
I know. That's one thing about India is that kind of stuff.
Yeah. So Neat, thank you for hanging out. This looks like he's ready to go. That's fine. I understand. Somebody's probably late. Yeah.
But I do want to finish up the code quality czar. So, it kind of reminded me of one of the people that's written about in the Phoenix Project, right? And one of the people that the people who wrote the book talk about, and not a good way, is their security person, right? They had, at this company, they had one person that was in charge of security, not only about the software, but about the data, because they were holding personal data and things like that. His sole focus was security. That's all he did, right? And most of us will say they're a pain in the ass, but the problem is, especially with large corporations, you need somebody like that because you're going to be audited, right? They go, corporations, especially if they're publicly traded, are audited, right? And there's all kinds of SEC things that you can get in trouble with and all those kind of things. And they have one person designated for that. And I think that needs to happen for code.
Yeah. So some companies I work for a healthcare company like J&J. So if you work for those companies, they hire actually auditors. The other company, they specialize on. They follow practice because they are required to do that. If you're dealing with healthcare or some important, but in general, most don't. Yeah.
Yeah. And that will cause the problems a lot of companies have, right? Is releasing these products that shouldn't really be out there because they have holes in them. And I forgot what I was going to say about that, but yeah.
I think people get the idea. We can have some different. Yeah.
Well, one of the things when I talk about coding standards and things in conferences is I tell people, and this is pretty much true, that everybody above you doesn't care about this, right? Because they're not going to be the ones fixing it, right? So all the management above you usually could care less about code quality, right? They care about features because features make money. Code quality does not make money.
Yeah. Well, they don't know what. Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Yeah, right. So everybody above your manager doesn't care. So if you don't make noise and put it as a priority, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, or you become a manager, right?
Or you become manager, then you do it, right? Yeah. That's why I wish I was a manager right now, because I know the people on my team would probably hate me. Because I'm that person when I'm on a team is I go, nope, not happening till you fix this. Nope. Especially when I'm the lead of the team, right? Yeah. I've kicked back code so many times, because this is so important to me.
Yeah. So I'm coming to, Simon looks like ready to go home.
Simon's ready. Yeah. What time is it there, Simon? Is it like
midnight?
12:30, something like that?
Yeah.
Close to 12:30?
Yeah. and I think he's traveling too. So what I just learned is from today's traffic, David, is I think we should do these conferences early. Like we should be done by probably noon.
Yeah,
because a lot of
I don't
people
like that,
stay.
but
I know, I
it's
know
early
it's
for me.
yeah, but that's why like right now probably there's less people watching. That's why we should stick with that.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I just don't like getting up that early. That's all.
Yes. Tell me about it.
All right.
All right.
Is there anything else you want to wrap up with?
No, sounds good. That's awesome. I'll connect with you about the San Diego trip, and we'll plan to meet.
And
yeah,
India. Yeah.
Yep. Definitely India, and everybody. Thank you, everybody, for everybody stayed with us for so long and watched it and shared it and commented and all that. Appreciate it. Good job there, David. Keep this. Let's keep this every year.
Yep.
Our goal is
to
try to make it big every year. And thank you, Simon, for still hanging around and listening to our garbage.
Poor guys in the hotel room trying to switch screens.
He's like, what do I do with code quality? Come on.
I know. I'm so glad he's in his 20s because he's got a lot more energy than you and I had to.
Yes.
All right. Well, thanks, everybody. Thanks for joining us. And let us know how you like the conference. And so we'll do it again next year for sure.
All right.
But not in August. Yeah. Right. Bye. Thanks, everybody.